Muted also. Hi mouse, welcome back. Ababa bab ababa bye ababa.
Fucking mic, man. I gotta stop using the mute button on the mic itself. It never fucking works. Always gets stuck. Up you yup. Up you yup. Thanks for letting me know immediately that I was muted though. Appreciate that. I live! Don't say you still can't hear me. I can see the mic doing its thing. Don't you dare, H2O.
39. Look, I am ready to die for our streamer. Many times. 37 months of chaos and mischief and ready for more. Cause you the best mouse. You deserve our love and support. Your work is truly amazing. Don't give up your Pikipo, your soul, and most importantly yourself. Stay true to yourself.
Congratulations on starting a fucking scam train! Congratulations on starting a fucking scam train!
Okay, she's kind of still doubling up. But thank you guys! Thank you for the gift and for the subs! Metal Gear Panda, Astronevia, and Xenos, you're all prepared to die? You better be, because I'm prepared to make you die. I do hope so. Now, what I was saying whilst I was muted is happy time zones, everyone. And my tummy has been talking a lot this morning. Lots of like, all I've been hearing all morning has been all morning. It's just yapping at me non-stop. Yappy. I need a new body. I mean, Avatar. Need more bodies. More bodies? I need more bodies. I put you in a new body that I can then kill.
Thanks, Spyco_ for the sub.
Wait, a
Welcome
treasure
to my
train? Is that
garden.
a wait, we got a treasure train? Let's go! Spyco, thank you for the subscription! I already died. You can die again if you so desire. I will not limit you to just one death. Totally not wearing my mousy gun hoodie. Let's go! Ready to take the lives. gotta wear the stealthy. I was about to say I'm drinking out of my stealthy mouse mug, but I'm not. I'm not drinking from the stealthy mouse low battery mug. It's so sad. I am. Ask me about my dog, please. Mug instead. That's what I'm drinking from. My matcha. My morning matcha. Because I can't have coffee no more. But positive news is the matcha hasn't made me bleed, so that's always a positive. I could get some form of caffeine in me at the very least. At the very least. I like that it read that as impotently. Yeah. I am kind of impotent. It's the Australian mouse here to claim anchors. Take your fucking ankles. You know, as a child, I was...
Jarm gifted a tier 1 sub to the _divining.
I love how you've gifted a total of 0 subs in the channel. Twitch? There's at least 5 right there. What do you mean 0 subs? Thank you, Sean. What the fuck? I really appreciate it. Hey, Meteor Frost! Oh, I'm zooming in. I didn't mean to zoom in. I wanna scroll the chat. Protect your ankles, chat. No. You don't understand. I'm not a risk to ankles. I'm a risk to knees. As a child, I was a chronic knee biter. I've gotten a few knees to the face for it too. As a kid, I always thought it was funny to bite people's fucking kneecaps. I would go for them Nico kneecaps. It was actually a running issue that my mom had to deal with when I was a kid. She's biting people's knees. You seem more like a chronic shin kicker. No, I was a kneecap biter. I didn't kick, I bite, and I bite the knees because if you get your teethies in the right spot, it like feels really weird and it can tickle kinda, so that's why I'd bite the knees. Give me them knees. God knows I need more kneecaps for my collection. Chat, that's not what your streamer can do for you, but what you can do for your streamer. We will die on the routes, we will perish in the gyms, we shall fall upon the dragon rages of bullshit. Damn straight. Fight for me, chat. Fight for me. Let me get my glory. Maybe I'll get to the LE4 again, who knows. Here it means the FBI is coming. They're watching you, Jenna. Scam gift subs. It's a lie. Twitch already knows you're about to charge back. It's like, this fucker, oh, I know you. We know you. Get your 35% off your gift subbies. I'm tall, so the only thing you can get from me would be my ankles. Tell you what, though. Pro of being a shorty is I'm almost always at titty height. This is great. But the problem is, when I'm sitting, that generally means I'm about crotch height, which is not the greatest thing. I don't mind being titty height, but crotch height is not a party. This is not a party. Don't like that one. Especially whenever you zone out, it's never safe to just sit and zone out. You'll always zone out while staring at a crotch. You'll never know. You'll never know until someone points it out to you and you're just like, I'm not being weird, I was just looking into space, fuck! Ah! So many accusations in school, so many accusations. They never ended. I was an unknowing sex pest.
Charge into battle? Ha! I'd rather watch Stealthy Mouse fail miserably. I'm no pawn in her game, I'm the Froggy Queen. Let her face the chaos alone while I enjoy the show. Bow down to me instead. Ribbit.
Girl, don't even try. I'm gonna drag your dead body through the dirt. Mouse the Biter, that is me. Hello, Karen! Very on mouse brand. I'm just a slightly taller mouse. I go for the knees instead of the cankles. Flint, enough! A knee nibbler. A knee knob nibbler. Yeah.
Special scam train. Some of you will die, but that is a sacrifice I find highly amusing. Cheer 100. Special scam train. Some of you will die, but that is a sacrifice I find highly amusing. Cheer 100.
I don't think I've ever received a message from the Fool through biddies or anything that she hasn't doubled up on. She's a little fucking slut wagging her tail in your face, Fool. She wants you so bad, she's just like, oh, Fool, I read your messages twice. Oh. She's so upfront about it. How are you doing, lovely mousy? I, Ender, am doing okay. My stomach might be chattering at me, but overall I feel alright. Mousy bites? I do bite nipples! It's actually very awkward when your face height is titty height because, like, again, I space out a lot and it's not safe to space out unless you want to look like a sex pest. This is how I developed the habit of staring at my fucking feet. Well, thank you guys for the hype train! We got all the way to level 3. What do I got? Give me. Is that? Her mind! Noise. Oh, why did you get a cool dancing emote? What the fuck? I want that one! Can I have Xeros's emote instead, please? It's cooler. I'm fucking what? 7'3", so you'd be the standing up. No, I haven't had to deal with that since I was a child, being fucking crotch height, man. Most of my height is in my legs, so when driving, sunlight goes right under the fucking... Oh, God, same with me. I'm short. I might be short, but all my height is still in my legs, and I have an itty-bitty tiny little short torso, which looks kind of funny, depending on what I'm wearing. So, yeah, I understand the sun visor of uselessness. Honestly, they need all extenders.
That's ridiculous. Why would I want to be associated with your nonsense? Stick to your own fantasy world. Bow down to the Froggy Queen instead. Commission a picture of me looking fabulous, not with you. Ribbit.
Oh, she is in denial. She just went fucking. She had to finish it with a yeah, but like commission a picture of me. Just on my own though, like for you to have on your wall. But I don't want to be shipped with you. But like, can you get a picture of me? What the fuck? You're just gonna have a picture of me on your wall, just on my own though, like you only think about me. Only about me. Nice pants you got there, yeah, it's just a nice set of pants. I'm definitely looking at the pants, not just staring into space that just happens to be a hotch. These days, staring at feet can get you flagged as a sex pest as well. But if it's my own feet, come on! It's my own feet, surely it's not a problem. Cookies for all! Thank you, Glench, for the cookies! There is legit only about 2,800 people in the world that are above 7 foot. Very few indeed, and I imagine health issues would probably come with that, because the taller you are, the shorter your lifespan. At least my short ass gets to live longer, generally speaking. I'm a tall person. So legit, it's extremely hard to believe someone is 7'3" unless proof. I always assume people be lying about their height, man. Ah! I'm paying attention, Lobster. What do you want? Favorite emo, not gonna. Why the fuck did all you guys get that emo? Where's mine? Why? Why did you all get the fucking cool dodge emo? I want that one. I've had the emotes. I'm just bullying you. You guys are mean. You're nasty. Oh, Pibble, what was that about? Meow? What are you doing? You guys hear him? Dude just came up behind me and went meow. Had that emo for out of curiosity, how many of them are women? I'd imagine not too many. Pretty much everyone that would be of that height would have that I can't remember what it's called, like gigantism thingy majiggy. And I'd imagine very few would be whamming. Zleith, you say, huh?
A gecko? How insulting. I'm a fabulous froggy queen with a gorgeous flower, not some lizard. Bow down to my true beauty instead of spreading such nonsense. Get your eyes checked. Ribbit.
She's like, yeah, I'm an amphibian, bitch. Ain't no goddamn reptile, fuck dead Godzilla shit. They were faster, so they get the dodge. It's not fair. I won't. I've had that emote for over a year. Does it mean they're no longer in circulation? God, I want it. 5'10" to 5'11", depending on time of day, and if the doctor measuring me wants me to take off my shoes. Yeah, I'm 5'3" when I get to keep my shoes on, chat. If I'm allowed to keep my shoes on, I'm actually 5'3". Did you know that? Did you know that? Used to think I was 5'6", turns out I'm 5'4". Not sure if the HRT caused that or not. I don't think it can cause you to shrinky rinky tinky. Unless you're actually like 69 years old, in which case age can in fact make you shrink, because like the fluid in your joints and shit lessens, so you like kind of get more compressed over time. It's definitely skewed towards the men, so probably only a few hundred. She's still mad about being compared to it. She ain't impressed about it. Is quote borked? I think it might just be a bit delayed. I'm 5'7". Mousy just wears thongs. I got me thongs. I actually don't like wearing thongs. I think it's because of how I walk. If I wear thongs, like they flip out from underneath my feet. So I have to wear essentially thongs that also have the little ankle brace on them, so they become flip-flops at that point because it's no longer just the thong bit, it's the ankle bit too. So if I have any type of sandal or flip-flop, it has to have an ankle brace to stop it from flipping out from under my fucking feet. So I walk like a weirdo apparently, or at least according to how my shoes behave. And what else makes you shrink? Being a bobsledder. What's a bobsledder? I've heard the word. All right, what's bobsledding? I can Google. I'm Australian. I know it has to do with snow. Bobsledding. How the fuck does that make you shrink? Isn't it just a matter of you're better off being short so you could fit in the little tube looking thing? Maybe. Oh, hi, Ryan. I'm trying to see if I've missed anything. I'm 5'7". Well, good on you, Blako. Give me a couple of your inches. I mean like your height inches. I guess your school didn't watch Cool Runnings every time they didn't have anything to do. So the one with the Jamaican bobsled team, I think we were made to watch it once, I remember, in primary school, because we had run out of other shit to do and it was like near the end of the year, so we just watched that. So that was a long time ago though. If Jamaica can have a bobsled team, so can Australia. We probably do. I mean, we do technically have snow. It's just only in limited areas. And generally when we do have snow, it's not a whole lot. It's not a whole lot, except for in the very, very, very tiny areas. The mountains. Oh, in the mountains. What is it like? What was it? Ice skating? Was it the ice skating races? How the one time Australia got first is because everyone else fucking crashed and, and the guys just slipped past and made first. It's like, yeah. That's how Woody. Name straight. Isn't it mountains and does Tasmania snow? I don't know. If it does snow, I don't think it snows much in Tasmania. I think they're more like... I know it's cold, but I don't know if it snows much. Our school would throw it on every single time. See, we had Round the Twist. That's what we'd watch. We'd watch Round the Twist instead of that shit. It'd be like, have you ever felt like this? How strange things happen. I'll be going around the twist. Have you ever? And there was this one episode where the kid wins the swimming race by having, I can't remember what it was, some weird, I think he had a fish up his dick, and so it spun like a propeller and made him win the swimming race. Australian kids shows are great. I think eventually that episode got banned, but still. He had a fish up his dick, and the fish stick made him spin like a propeller so that he won the swimming competition. There's another episode where the same kid wanted to get in a literal pissing competition with the seniors in his school. They would like try to piss up a wall, and whoever could piss the highest got like bragging rights or something. And so he did it, and you're not allowed to hold your dick while you piss up the wall either. You have to go hands free to try and get it high. And so he did a deal with a spirit that lives in the lighthouse that they live in, and the spirit helped him lift his dick so it looked like he wasn't holding it, so he could piss higher up the wall. Great show, man. It's a good show. I'm on mobile. Y'all suck. Fuck you with your mobile. Love you too. If we were lucky, they would put on the Ewok. Ewok. The fuck is Ewok? It's true. Fish sticks, no. Is the only sound effect allowed in that situation. Bro, why does everywhere except America get all the fun shows? This is Round of the Twist. I don't actually know how many episodes. I think there's like over 100 episodes of it. It's a great show. I love it. And like everyone to this day, if you start singing it, everyone will be like, have you ever felt like this? How strange things happen. I'll be going around the twist. It's good. It's really weird, but it's good. There's another one where like the kid lost his plate, so his artificial tooth down the toilet. So they gotta figure out how to go down the toilet, and they end up going into like some, I don't know, they end up in the plumbing essentially. They're just trying to find this kid's fucking dirty plate, and they find that it's haunted by this old man or something like that, and a ghost, and I don't know, it was really weird. And he puts the plate in his mouth, still dirty after it's gone down the shitter and it's covered in feces. And I still remember as a kid going, that was the hardest bit for me to comprehend. It's like, he didn't clean it. He just put it straight in his mouth. What the fuck? Clean the damn thing. It's covered in dookie. A weird show. There was also Mpreg and a kid getting pregnant to a tree. Oh my god, I do not remember that episode. And again, our school only had a few episodes. I think they only had like a couple of sets. So we kind of just rewatched the same episodes over and over again. Central Highlands and Alpine areas during winter, June, July, and August. So yes, Mouse, it does snow in Tasmania, mostly in the mountains. So yeah, the areas where there's not too many people. And probably not much, to be perfectly honest. There's quite a few. Technically, it snows where I'm at as well, but it bullshit. Very limited spots, and it melts almost instantly. 52 episodes and 4 seasons. See, that's a fair bit. That's a fair bit, considering it's a random bullshit show. It's based off books too, I think. What are these plots, man? They're not designed to make sense, alright? It's just, nah. They're just random bullshit and go. We had Round the Twist and another one about a genie that came out of an opal. The only one I know about an opal was like actually just a really sad movie that we had to watch where it was like, he'd had imaginary like kid living in the opal mines with their dad, and like had an imaginary friend that had like an opal in their belly button or something. I don't know, I can't remember the main plot point, but like they were saying it was imaginary friend. And the only thing I remember is at the very end, when the kid finally accepts that the friend is imaginary, but then the friend goes into the mines to try and find some opal because they're going broke and they need opal to like survive. Then the mines collapse, and then they find the opal that used to be in the imaginary friend's belly button. Yeah, that's all I remember. I don't know, it was weird. That's all I remember. All I remember was it was boring, slightly sad because of the ending. We had Round the Twist. I just the one. That's like episode 2. They have to get it from the sewage management facility and boiled it in water to clean it. And there was a haunted junkyard. Ah, that's right. I haven't seen it since I was like fucking 8. So in my defense, Glitched is a long time. He peed on a tree and the spirit of the tree started liking him, and he got pregnant to the tree spirit because she kissed him. Let's go. Wait, I do vaguely remember the episode where he kisses the spirit. Maybe I have seen the Mpreg episode. Maybe I have seen the Mpreg episode. The first episode Around the Twist is the haunted outdoor toilet. I vaguely remember that one as well, but I don't remember it very well. I can only imagine the moment that snow falls the countryside, panics, people are screaming in the streets, cars are crashing, stuff like that. Mostly because ain't no one got wheels for snow, bro. Ain't no one prepared for that, you just go skidding. The Australian TV show you're thinking of is The Genie. You fucking ChatGPT dissociate. The Genie from Down Under, in which an upper-class English girl discovers an opal containing 2 Australian genies, Bruce and his son Baz. The series follows the comedic attempts to get back to Australia while dealing with the wishes of their new, somewhat clueless, Master Penelope. I haven't never even heard of that one. God, what? I'm gonna sip my matcha before it goes completely stone cold. Most of the Round and Twist episodes are based on Paul Jennings' books. The Genie Show is really called The Genie from Down Under. Of course it is. Of course it is. Australia is so original with their stories. I still remember that one cartoon that used to be on free TV. It was like meant to be, I think it was meant to be like Baby Elvis or something, but he was blonde and literally he was just an orphan that was found in a fucking guitar case. And then he wants to be a rock star or something. But I remember the premise being weird because he's literally an orphan that was abandoned in a guitar case and just left at someone's door. Like, okay. Radio. Best show I've heard about is the German show with the clinically depressed loaf of bread that actually hates his life. Wow, we got depressed bread. I mean, it'd be fair to be depressed bread because you got a very short lifespan and like a very short time of your life where you're like the epitome of beauty. You smell amazing. You look amazing. Everyone wants a piece of you. At last, if you're real bread, that lasts maybe like 3 days and then you're moldy and hard and no one wants to touch you and you just look that funny and abandoned. I'd be depressed if I was bread too, probably, especially if I was past my prime already. Oh, such a sad life. I watched a good amount of Round the Twist just a year or so ago. I've been thinking about maybe I should go. Wait, maybe when I do a subathon next year, I should find the Round the Twist episodes. They're so fucking old now. I'd be surprised if I get flagged for like copyright. And just like have a watch along for Round the Twist. That'd be fun. And I'd be reminded of the madness that is Round the Twist. I'll educate you in the ways of the Australian childhood. Is that where all the kids got it? That you get pregnant from kissing? I feel like it was more running off of the trope that already existed, I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure that trope already existed. I feel like the only show that reaches this level is Courage the Cowardly Dog and maybe Ed, Edd and... See, I haven't seen either of those shows. Those shows were pay TV. That was rich people TV. I didn't get to watch that. No Ed, Edd and Eddie or Courage the Cowardly Dog for mine. Let's go. Little Elvis. That's what it was called. Little Elvis. I used to always watch that because it would be the first cartoon on when I'd get home from school. It'd be Little Elvis. Bruce is the most outback rural Australian farmer. That's what I remember. He's like, where the fuck is me farm now? I gotta get hoeing. I get hoeing. The rains are coming. Yeah, he and his son are very stereotypical Aussie farmers. Missed that show. I don't know what the stereotyped Aussie farmer is. You probably enjoy Courage the Cowardly Dog. I do see memes of it and I'm like, wow, I sure wish I had reference point for this. Sure seems that would be nice. Oh, the bread had a statue that was 125 kilograms. I got kidnapped and held for ransom. What a specific detail. The statue was 125 kilograms. A lovely gentleman. I forgot that fact, bro. What? What a specific detail. I'm confused. Ed, and Eddie had an episode where they stole a kid's outline and he fucking melted. Are we having straight murder on the kids show? As a straw, I stick your spine. Kangaroos. Hello, kiddos. Welcome back. Is your, are you still on your phone, buh? Are you still on your phone, buh? Are we gonna get typos, buh? Ma! The rains are here! Yeah. Oh, pity, pity, pity. Pity party for killers with his phone. You know what? What are you gonna do? It was specific because they took the thing from some random factory and recorded it for the ransom. It's on the what? It's on the wiki page. They fucking added to the... Okay. You want to become a Pokemon? You like to be a Pokemon? This run, Ico. Need a TM slave. You like to be my little HM slave? Oh. Yeah, Pico. Usually bullet killers. This is building good karma. Right. You're just building good karma in preparation for him having yitties. I see you. I see you, Pico. Neptune would be jealous. The fuck is Neptune? You talking about the planet? About the planet being jealous of my orb. My glorious orb. Oh, I just real. No, I find the ringing horse or time. There's a hole right there. I see it, but you probably can't. But I see it. There's a hole. No. Neptune from SpongeBob. Oh, Neptune! Isn't that just something that's referenced? Is there actually a character called Neptune? I only know the what's it called? The pufferfish mentioned Neptune. I didn't watch a whole lot of SpongeBob either. I never liked SpongeBob. All right, hot take. I never fucking liked SpongeBob. I didn't like that show. I only watched it because it was the last show to be on TV before I went to school. It was shit. Didn't like it. Fine. Hi everyone, Killers is especially susceptible to the fake knocking sound effect. It's very gullible. No, wait, no. Don't train him up against it until he has his full rig so you can see the full effect. So everyone hold off on fake knocking on Killers until we have the rig ready and going. Haters. The SpongeBob movies revolve around Neptune having his crown stolen and him having a glaring bald head. No, who the fuck is Neptune? I don't know this character. Old SpongeBob had some good episodes. Stealthy, don't give the model side to side head movement. Request denied. Try again later. Talking of old cartoons, I miss Widget the World Watcher. I ain't never heard of that one. What the fuck is that? Oh, there's no training killers against it. No. We could desensitize it. It might happen, all right? It might happen. We don't want to ruin the potential that could be a full rigged killer's head turns because he's been bluffed. I don't know if I've ever fallen for the fake door knock because ain't no one ever knock on my fucking door. They just help themselves into the room. No one ever knocks on my bedroom door. They just come in and be like, hey! Oi! What are you doing? Also, because largely, a lot of the time, I have the door open to let the dog in and out, so knocking doesn't really do shit. I'm like, yeah, I know you fuckers. Ain't no one gonna knock on my door. I smell funny. I should be back in time to watch her kill Pokemon. If killers could build up a resistance, it would have happened already. Oh, I mean, I'm scared. I'm scared, chat. I'm scared that we're gonna miss out on the perfect form of killers going. And then getting up and like going and checking the door. At least I don't go outside, like go all the way to the fucking apartment front door and be like, hello? Anyone there? Okay, confirm Mouse is still young-ish. If she doesn't know Widget, I've never heard. Is it pay TV? A lot of the shows that I don't know is because it was literally pay TV shit. Let me Google. Oh yeah, no, I don't know what that looks like. Pay TV shit. I recognize the weird beak face. Pretty sure that's pay TV shit. Oh wait, no, never mind. That's way before my time. I just saw saw the release. Oh no, that probably wasn't in circulation anymore by the time I was conscious in this world. Anyway. Oh look, I still got my bobsled in Google up. Let's get rid of that. No sponsors available through stream elements. We may or may not actually pay for it. Oh. Why is it exactly him though? He's just like, oh, hang on. Crowley will get up and walk to the door. Killers would do the same. I have seen a clip of Killers doing the same. He get up to go check the door. We ain't falling for that. Ow. My march is going cold. I'm too busy yapping. It's just a few seconds of silence followed by fuck you. Yeah, I see it. I forget, especially during subathon when she was still living with her roommate. She'd be like, oh, hold on a sec. I think she'd be like, oh, hang on a second. And then she'd take her headphones off and her mom would be like, keel over. It'd just be like several moments. And then she'll like glitch back into her body and be like, fuck you guys. So good. It was so good. It was so much better when she had her roommates because she was so much more likely to fall for it. Wait, I'm not alone. How did I fall for that? It was so good when she had roommates. Oh my god. She was always so quick to, she didn't even second guess it. She was always immediately, oh, gotta get up. Hold up. Never second guess. Never. I never heard of that shit. I never heard of the name. I kind of recognize, it might be the style that I'm recognizing because that weird beak face looking thing is very, is it Looney Tunes? Stylistic, in my opinion. Anyway, I should open that game, shouldn't I? Always at least 1 hour of yappers. Even if it's not, oh shit, what did I do? Even if not intended, it always ends up being like an hour of me fucking talking shit out me ass, as one might say. Head on over to this gaming screen. Yes, I'm leaving the Halloween theme up, because background that I do not have. For this one. I don't like having just the plain black in the background, so we have Halloween. Halloween's instead! Alright, I can't see chat. Come here, chat! Come here, chat! Wait, you want to remember a show that might have slipped from your minds, chat? Have you ever heard Mummies Alive? No, I have not heard of Mummies. Oh, but I do remember there was a kids cartoon that was meant to be like, it was I think it was meant to be Tutankhamun got reincarnated or something. It was him and a purple-haired girl, and they just do random shit. I don't remember, but it was Tutankhamun and a purple-haired girl. It was an animated cartoon, and I don't even remember what the story was. All I remember is those two. And he had a little staff. It was magic and shit. Yes, Olivia! Okay, Olivia! Hey, SSB! How you doing? And Jensen Von Dorn! How you doing? I like your man bun. Alright. Wolfia... Wolfia... Hello? Hello? Wolfia! There you are. That's cute. Tutenstein! Is that what it's called? Tutenstein? How do you people remember these fucking names? Like, I remember a lot of cartoons, but I don't remember what they're damn well called. Yeah, that's it! Oh, she didn't have purple hair. I lied to myself. She had purple pants and a purple headband. Damn it! Was that released? 2020? That sounds about right. Tutenstein sounds familiar. I'd assume that you'd probably know what it is. Maybe? I don't know. Bling, bling, bling. Look, I've only got one dead body so far, so Yeah? Hello? Game? Not bad. Only one dead body. I mean, I might... Oh god, I forgot about you, Jackal. Goddamn. Oh, wow. I might only have like one gym badge, but fuck you. Let's remind ourselves of what we got going on. Nothing in the box. Okay. I do believe I had just defeated Brock, aka Varen, and his type had been swapped to poison for some fucking reason. Alright, let me do some quests in here real quick. Okay, quest. Do I have the mushrooms? Do I have the mushrooms? No, I do not. I'm gonna burp. I do not have a fully evolved bug type. No, I do not. Do I? No, I don't. Do I? Are you a bug? I don't think you are, Gliscor. I don't think you're a bug. I just got home from the Sonic Expo. Where's the Sonic Expo? Is it Expo of Hedgehogs? Oh, I remember Toonstein. I think it was on Jetix. What the fuck is Jetix? I don't know. I just watched it on free TV, bruh. Whatever channel was running cartoons at any one time was the channel I was on. Because my ADHD is infuriating! I can remember Elder Scrolls lore, sci-fi settings, and much of history, but the quadratic formula eludes me. See, I remember the formulas, but don't bother asking me, like, telling me the name of the formula and to, like, pull out the formula via the name. It's like, no, I can remember its function, therefore if I need to utilize it, I can pull it out, but ask me what is the quadratic formula, I'll be like, I don't fucking know, Jesus. I don't know. Meanwhile, ask me to use the quadratic formula and I'll be like, oh yeah, which made math tests a fucking nightmare because it was always a case of use formula name on this thing. It's like, great, amazing. I definitely remember what that is. Ah. The Lurk glitched. He's not a bug. Oh yeah, I recognize this show now that I look at it. Yeah. I don't remember it very well, but I'm pretty sure I enjoyed it when it was on. And I was sad when it stopped airing. Blah, 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 blah. Thanks, he taught me how to flash people. Hey, Mom, look what this strange man taught me, huh? Aren't you happy you sent me on a Pokemon adventure? Yay! Need sippies. Okay, so I have done the gym, but I do need to do some more leveling because I'm still scared of Dragon Rage. I heard Okie dokie. I heard quadratic formula. Yeah, we're just like nerding out over here. We're just like really big brained. Just all really big brained around here. I need to do some leveling. Poor Omega. His monstrosity. Oh no! Wait, who was my starter? It was Scramble, wasn't it? Right. Scramble was my starter. Look, but I have Dragon Rage. Get him! Nice. Do your work on a problem that requires 0 written out works. So you had the ball, yeah, right? Ugh. Ah, just making shit up as you go. Kiss him! Kiss him again! We're gonna kiss the fucking life out of them. Oh, they're gonna keep using Moonlight, aren't they? Ow, fuck! That one kind of hurt. Owie. Oh my god! Do I have any dark type moves around here somewhere? Hello? You got bite, you got feint attack. Bow. Bow. Oh, that's right. Super effective against poison. Never mind. Scramble! I don't think he has any fairy type moves. Ow. Food. I just need levels, bah. Ooh, I hate that thing. I think one of the best NPCs in the series is the guy who gives you a float stone in Alpha Sapphire. He's an ace trainer when he gives it to you, but when you come back later, he's become large. Oh no, his anti-gravity magic stopped working. Wait, you're water type, aren't you? Yeah, you should be fine out here. You'll be fine. He's a... Oh, for fuck's sake! I hate that guy so much. Cinder? Wait until Calamus finds out that Cinder took this body and he wasn't here to take it. He's gonna be so mad. Yes, because she's currently censored with Oak, and they're censored in your room with censored and censored with a goddamn spoon. Where the fuck did the spoon come from? Man, she fucking got this damn straight. Blastula. I don't know how I feel about that name even. Electric type. Kitchen, obviously! You know that's not what I'm asking. Bitch slapper. No, don't do that. Get the blastula. Don't ask about the spoon. Just accept that it's there. Hey! Level 13. Boy, am I glad Cinder has HP for days. Alright. Mr. Lobster done dingled his bell at me, but then he sent a message and I completely missed the fucking thing. Chances are likely. But yeah, don't ask about it, but you don't. Oh god, is this some sort of a weird Pokemon lore that I don't know about? Like the Pokemon Vaporeon meme I didn't know about for the longest damn time and I wish I still didn't. Right. Is that the question? Is a question? Lucky Charm, what does that do? No! It's not like the Homestuck bucket. I don't even know what that is either, and I don't want it! I don't want it. Ask Corelli. I don't know if I want to ask Corelli that question. Alright, kiss him! Get him, Jackal! Make out with him! You want my bone? Go get it. I will respond banda post-stream if that's okay. Yay! I get to discuss Homestuck! I don't know, it's the bucket. Wait, if it's bad enough to even make Krelly second think, like, talking about it, oh, I really don't want to know about it. If it's bad enough to make Krelly second guess, I don't want to know. I wish the internet could collect it. I know, right? I used to fucking fucking love Vaporeon! And now you gotta pretend I don't because people are weird. I just wanna love my fish fox, man. Let me love on my fish fox. It's not as bad as you'd expect. I don't know how bad you expect me to expect it to be. But I have a feeling you might be misguessing. I'm at work, but I just want to tell you, you suck butt! Look what you didn't get to have! Look what you didn't get to have, Calamus, because you weren't here. Look what you missed out on. In my defense, though, I did put my name in the ring to be so you could be it, but Cinder stole it right out from under you. Time to fucking bitch slap. Don't be a pussy! Just say the fuck what you like for the internet! I can't see it. Oh, he's blind. Oh, we took his eyes. Why did you take his eyes, chat? What did you do with his eyes? No, all I can think of is the Mummy movie. My eyes! You took my eyes! My tongue! I loved the Mummy movie, man. Oh, is that so? Yep. Cinder is rubbing salt in your wounds as we speak, Calamus. She stole your Raichu Belusi fusion. It's been stolen right out from under you because you weren't here. How do you feel? It's very cute, and you missed it. Ultra Sun had my fucking jaw just popped out of whack then. Had a shiny Sylveon and a Vaporeon, 2 evolutions on the team. Now I can never go back. Yes, I fit into the other category then. I just am aware of boundaries. There's a limit there, and you will not reach it, preferably. You said Cinder took it? Uh-huh. Oh, shit. Abuse of power! I didn't think it would let you time out a VIP. I thought VIPs were like immune. What, Lobster? What do you want from me? What do you want from me? What do you want from me? Hey, wow. Do I have any fire types? No, I do not. Am I going to be fucking starved of fire types again? I feel like I am. But wow. Yippee! Yippee! Salt. Ultra Moon was a fun. I couldn't get into Sun and Moon, so I never bought the Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. Because Sun and Moon, I just couldn't get into it. I got bored of it. Fuck you and your fucking recover, you bastard. I was gonna use Australian words, but I'm better than that. I'm better than that. I'm better than Aussies. Oh, this is not the Pokemon I wanted. Whatever. Ellie. The Roast. Very big frost. Mouse, hear me out. What? Chain mail a bikini model. On what? On who? Also, chainmail bikini would fucking hurt. Can you imagine getting your nipple stuck in chainmail, my guy? Bloody Jesus Christ. I have? You've gotten your nipple stuck in chainmail before? Hang on. Red fur? I think you're meant to have padding underneath, but... What the fuck? New Metal Gear Panda lore just dropped. Holy shit, this is actually where he got his name from. Holy shit. He was dressed as a panda and got his nipple stuck in chainmail. I can imagine the screams of pain from across the Ren Fair. Should I untime her, Ginger? Set her free, please. Calamus got salty because he lost a Raichu. Use the language of your people. No! I'm trying to be good. Trying to minimize my actual swearing, but I mean, getting rid of the C word is a solid start, right? Yep, apparently we're learning. Hiccup that. I mean, you usually wear some kind of clothing under chainmail, normally speaking. I feel like chainmail bikini, though, if you added fabric underneath, it wouldn't sit right. I got off healing. Oh, for fuck's sakes. No one told me, don't laugh at me. The lore is juicy. You sassy mouse. Wah! It was my first red pair. I'm not even a medieval nut, but it's the first thing I think of. It's like, I'm pretty sure they would have some sort of protective layering under that. Also, I can imagine it constantly pulling and yanking at your hairs on like your arms and your legs and shit. Holy shit. It had just been a nightmare. How did you survive? A thingy. That's a dope sprite. Yeah, right? The Articuno, Starmie. It's like a shooting star. Oh, I'm a star! Metal Gear picture! We got the Metal Gear picture. Let's go. You're supposed to wear leather underneath. Oh, a whole other fucking skin layer. God damn. How often are nipples and chainmail in contact? How many nipple encounters did we have, Panda, on that day? How many encounters occurred that day? Was this your awakening for nipple clamps? I hate this. Thanks. Hey man, you outed yourself. You put yourself on this stove. We just turned up the heat a little bit. Mouse, you're not me who has to tone down their language. You can say anything you want. I'm trying to be a good little. I'm a PG-13 streamer now. Anyway, Metal Gear Panda, how about those nipple clamps, hey? PG-13, chat. PG-13. We aim to please. So was it the pinching that made you go again? Made him return again and again. He's like, you know what? I didn't mind that at all. Don't get your nip-nops caught between chainmail links. Oh, don't get your nipples caught in chainmail. Jeez, this is gonna be like a forever running joke. He's never gonna live it down. Never! And now he sits in silence like I'm not answering that nipple clamp question. I'm not answering. Heal me. A sip of my matcha. That is... Oh, okay, I gotta mix it a little bit. All the green has gone to the bottom. Give me green. If it's green, it's healthy, right, chat? Doesn't matter what else is in it, as long as it's green. Maybe not anything. Come on now. One person says I can say anything. They all said it. Ah, he's got a scarf. He's got a scarf. Kiss him. Kiss him again. Num num num. I never had clamps. My ex had hers pierced though. Also, fuck you cheeky bitch. Much love, but also, thingy. Try me. Oh, Pico, no! Can one of the mods set Pico free, please? Please! If there was a way that I could make it so that people were allowed to drop clips, but no other link, I definitely would. I'm a PG-13 streamer now. Anyway, Metal Gear Panda, how about those nipple clamps, hey? Oh shit, I hit replay! Sorry, I just really love hearing about nipple clamps. How was the clusterfuck of audio? Was that great? No! I hate this! That you can send. Oh, they've already been timed out. Wait, hang on. All right, hang on. thank you, Laura, for removing the timeout. I already yoinked the link. Hang on, maybe if I just steal the link. There we go. That's the clip that they sent. Metal Gear Nipple 9,000. His power is over 9,000. Is that how many like PSI on the clamp we can have before they give out? I just realized Razy seems to be uncommon in this area, so Cinder got the rare. Oh my god. Let's go Razy on Razy. Oh my god. 9,000 PSI. It's amazing. That's some endurance. You know, it tends to wear a gambeson under chainmail, so hilariously you could do a chainmail bikini, but underneath you're basically wearing a full cloth tunic like a winter coat. Can I do it like a law accurate or a historically accurate chainmail bikini? Will you squeeze the clamps twice before putting them on? Like like the grill tongs, like the clank clank. You can't, like, you can never pick up a set of tongs without testing them first. Come on now. It is the way, but is it the way with nipple clamps? Panda, pray tell. Why did I give this cheeky mouse? Because you wanted it. You know you wanted everyone to know about your nipple clamps. The fuck is going on? We're just having a conversation about your awakening, Panda. Don't need to get all shy now. Don't get shy. We're having an open discussion. Get him, Sonic! Just some liking. Can I tell you about something the game doesn't? Yeah, sure, why not? Why not? Hey, old man. Oh, very slowly getting up on that bed. Good boy. Figures. My nose hole is itchy. Ask petition to change the name to Metal Pinch Nimper Panda. What was it? There was another one that someone came up with. Was it Metal Clamp? Oh, I can't remember. Metal Nipple Panda? No. There was another one! But I can't remember it now. Lost to time. Come here, Scramble. I'm not shy, I assure you. There's a secret area on Route 1 that unlocks for beating the— I know about that one! Yeah, that's how I got my money to buy balls, and then I wasted all my balls. Kinda sad, really. I can't remember who I was trying to catch. Dragon Rage. Hang on. Who did I catch with those balls? I think it was Sonic that I caught with those balls, actually. Yeah, very important. I needed my Metagross Bunnyary combo, but thank you for letting me know. Are there any other secret areas? I know there's a separate entrance to that same area a bit further down the line. I think. Oh no, it's another secret area. I only know of 2, so if there's more than 2, right out. Oh, I'm still asleep. God damn it, Sonic! I love that you can run away while your Pokemon is still snapping. I really do not like Green Unknown that stares into my eye unblinkingly with his little spawn swimming around him. Kink shaming is my kink. Ayo. I feel like that's everyone's kink. Everyone enjoys kink shaming. It's a part of the fun! Come on! I don't know if it tickles my pickle, but it's fine. Can't say my pickle gets excited about it, though. If I had one. Metal Gear Nipple 9000! A Metal Gear Pincher. Ben is just like, I regret my life decisions. to shut my mouth and keep supporting quietly. Causing too many out of context moments. Out of context? This is perfectly within context. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Not shy. I learned don't hook up in the parking lot at work because there's security cameras. Oh, what the fuck is that? Okay. Slightly disturbed. More than slightly disturbed. His brain is out. There's a story, a series of events. You fucking public canoodling. You go to prison. You go to prison. I can imagine your co-workers putting you on flame for that. Okay, so this is the nighttime Pokemon apparently. The sprite is hardcore. That sprite is terrifying. Oh, I froze. God damn it, Sonic! Thank you. Funny reboot. I still find it amusing that Sonic, the Sonic lover in chat got the Sonic reference. I think it was meant to be this is the Sonic reference, right? Right, chat? I'm not tweaking. It was the Sonic reference, right? I'm not crazy. That's a fire type. I'm slightly scared. Hang on. Let's not do that. Let's put Cinder in there. That's a Weavile that's been infected by a Paris infection. You put it out of its misery. See, I'm helping. Yeah, but it's all explainable. Yeah, You're so surprising. Aw, little baby. I love him. I like him. Why is everyone always trying to... Oh, thank fuck. Oh, no. Oh, hello. Oh, wait. I did panic for a second there with that there Perish song. All right, question. Perish song. Does it cause you to die if you kill it as well, or do you only die after the time limit? Questions. I need answers. Hey, man, this would be unfortunate to start a fresh game. No, I don't need a fresh game. I guess we're about to find out. Never mind. I'm safe. Does Perish Song kill me if I kill the Pokemon that activated Perish Song? Or is it only when the counter hits 0? Okay, it's only when the counter hits 0. Okay, after 3 turns. Okie dokie, I'm safe to murder it then. I think I'm thinking of Destiny. Was it Destiny Not, or whatever it's called? Remember, Paris is a Pokemon that has those 2 mushrooms on its back that are slowly infecting it. Parasect is when the mushroom has fully taken over. The white eyes show it's really... Ugh. Oh, fuck. What was the Pokemon before it ended up infected? I need to know a non-mushroom infected Paris or whatever. Did he just look like a normal crab-looking thing? I have questions. I need answers. It was a bug until it got zombie mode. It's like those, you know what they need to make? They need to make one of those, a snail Pokemon. You know how they can get infected by a little, like a, I don't know, I'm just gonna call it a brain termite. And you can literally see it like moving all colorfully inside its eyes. And imagine it feel like a giant fucking migraine, but it looks cool. It like takes over the snail and makes the snail go get itself eaten by a bird so that the parasite can go inside the burb, you know? They need one of them as a Pokemon. That's fucking horrifying, right? But also it'd be cool Pokemon. My emo! The fuse on your emo. Well, it's dead now, so he got what he wanted. Look at Gracia. Scratch it. Now, scratch again. Get it, Sonic! Arrgh. I'm leveling you right now, Sonic. You better stay alive, you little shit. I mean, you beautiful little creature. I don't swear, I'm PG-13. Paris without mushrooms looks basically the same, it just doesn't have mushrooms on its back. It's so sad. This creepy looking goddamn thing. A smear fish, a smear on its name, that's for sure. Oh, look at Naru. Okay. Noses or mouths? Because I see nose because it like projects. But a lot of people say it's a mouth, but nose. Right, nose. I'm not, yeah, they're definitely noses, but I see so many people treat them like mouths. The tongue, I'll fucking bite, I mean, I will bite that tongue off, no swearing. Look at me. Wait, mouse, what? It's also nature, scarily enough. So many parasites that just brain-eating amoebas. That's why, prions scare the absolute crabbers out of me. They're getting freaky. Oh, for God's sakes, why's everyone putting Sonic to sleep? Let Sonic fight. Please. Jackal. They can infect people too, and it's not good. What? Can they? What? I swear, never! I might be Australian, but I'm not like the other Aussies. Chat. I'm not like the other ones. I'm better. Jiggly Trio, what's on its face? Vote nose or a mouth/tongue. Vote with your vote. You know, that's generally how people vote. Okay, I wish it told me who made the poll. I could thank the mod. Is it just me, or is the stream kind of flickering? Oh, am I skitzing, chat? Are we skitzing out? If you want PG-13, does that mean just like Nintendo, you're going to type the word basement like the basement? And censor the word, no, seamen are men of the ocean. Seamen are not PG-13, you know? I am all for seamen and sea women. You're a beta? A beta blocker? I make certain your heart never goes doki doki. I have a friend in Brisbane and she uses the C word like it's the foundation for language. Yeah, that sounds about right. Picks up and throws a small rock. Can you imagine getting stoned by a dog? It was just me. Thanks, Michael. Okay, thank you. I'm glad at least it's not the whole stream, Northy. Hey, I'm king of balls! Useless or otherwise. Doesn't matter how important the poll, it is I. Indigestion, sorry. You had to hear that. Oh, I'm working on another one. Oh, for the love of Jesus, I forgot to wake Sonic up. I'm not eepy, stop it! Well, you're back asleep again for someone who's not sleepy. You sleep an awful lot for someone who's not sleepy. Pokemon have a dipping. Okay, so I'm not the only one that sees it's not a condom. It's a love letter with suspicious fluid coming out of it. It's a love letter with suspicious liquid coming out of it, all right? Don't question Jackal and his motives and what he sends in his love letters, okay? It's fan mail. This is why I don't have a P.O. box. I don't want the fan mail. Sure. Actually, it's a Pokemon ROM hack where the water starter is a What? What the Jesus is that ROM hack? Please tell me so I can avoid it. Sticky, dripping fan mail. I can smell it from here, I swear. Ah! So cute. Should I stop squaring up with the trainers? I feel like I should. I think it's time for me to square up with a trainer or two. Have I fought you guys yet? Let's go find out. Yes, I have. Yeah, I have not fought the run-ending Krell yet. So we all agree it's a nose. Hey, Navi, thank you for the 5-stream streak. Thank you. Oh, and Woofia for the... Okay, my stream streaks are not showing up for some unknown reason. Woofia, thank you for the 10-stream streak. Northy for the 5-stream streak. And are there any other ones I missed? Meteor for a 3-stream streak. Heiko for a 3-er. And Metal Panda for a 5-er. I think those are all the ones I missed. I don't know why it's not showing up. I can see it in my activity feed to the far right, but it's not showing up in my chat. Ah, Twitch, stop breaking things! It's like the shout-outs still only work 5% of the time. Don't you sure me, Catherine! You're actually Pokemon Clover, absolutely not stressed. I was thinking of playing Moemon, but I'm so done with ROM hacks that are just fire red, leaf green. It's always fire red, leaf green. Can we ROM hack something else, please? Please! I beg! Thanks for the copycat, bud. Didn't do nothing for ya. Do my eyes deceive me, or is the Bass Pro Shop Paradise? Bass Pro Shop Paradise and a wild stealthy is here. No Bass Pro Shop Paradise is here.
Banana and strawberry
doesn't
jam.
exist.
How dare you? I'm a froggy queen, not some fruity snack. And Stealthy Mouse should focus on her gaming instead of avoiding responsibilities. Bow down to me for real entertainment. Ribbit.
I love that she's like, I should focus on gaming instead of avoiding responsibilities, which by extension is also avoiding responsibilities. I'll take it! Yes! I don't earn enough to pay taxes. Because I was sick as a dog over the last year, so I didn't earn as much. The taxes for me. I'm tax-free, yippee! Steamery. Oh, what do I need? Oh, it's a flying steel worm. Beautiful. Truly magnificent. Figures that would happen. Oh, now I'm bound. I think it's because fire red, leaf green are easy to modify. I'd imagine so. Probably because it's already out there everywhere. Easy to get your little grubby little fingers on it, you know? Well, we're gonna be here a while. While I wait for this bind to wear off. Come on, Sonic. Slowly chip away. Stupid bind. I'm finally free of the bind. I'm free. No, who do I want out? I think... Yeah. Bow, bow. Oh, bow, bow. Bow, 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 bow. Oh, it did not work out the way I was hoping it would. Oh, wait, steel type. I don't know. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I didn't have any steel type moves. What are you doing, JP? Ezzo! Hiyo. Ohayo gozaimasu. Do I need to add like a little... Hang on. I want to do something. Hang on. I'm going to remind myself every 5 seconds. Peach. Yes. Let's see. Oh, okay, this one works. This one. Hang on. I got this. I got this, chat. I know exactly what I want. It's perfect. No, I can't pin to jiggle physics because I don't really have any. Why did I set myself up this way? I done nerfed myself. Oh, a fusion of the two jankiest Pokemon. Who are we talking about? You talking about the Skarmory and Steelix? Alright, I'm on my way home. Had to go to 3 different places. My mum is allergic to gluten. The other 2 don't have gluten. What? Where the heck? Okay, what country are you in, H2? They don't have gluten-free. I feel like here in Australia, there's always gluten-free options no matter where you go. Except for like McDonald's and stuff. Thank you for the hydrate, but I hydrate with matcha! Oh, I just spilled some of the matcha. This is fine. This is fine. What you been up to, Zal? And Jippy? Texas America. Does America not have a whole lot of gluten-free options? Here in Australia, it's like you always have gluten-free cakes and meal options, or like you can have a gluten-free version of the same dish that'd otherwise not be gluten-free. Pretty stock standard here. Drink, mods! Drink! Tahajat! Mr. Lobster, Calamus, if you're still listening! Hydrate now. Oh wait, Sonic needs healing. Youngster Calvin is dead! God, that really is Crowley! America has tons of gluten-free stuff now. Are you just getting unlucky then? Drunk boss, good. Good job, Betty. Even the plants want to cause? Yeah, we have a suicide tree. We have, it's literally just been called I think it's called, technically it's called a Gimpy, but we call it a suicide tree because people, if you accidentally brush up against it, people would rather commit suicide than continue living because of the level of pain that it causes. And it doesn't go away for years and years and years and years. Some people are lucky it'll go away after a few months, but otherwise it takes several years to go away. And it drives people to insanity and then they just off themselves. I lived in the area where they were native and you'd have to always be careful of them. Back when I was first diagnosed with celiac, nothing was gluten-free! Yeah, I'm not surprised. I think gluten-free only really became a big thing like 5-10 years ago, I think. I'm getting hardcore. And Bolier's 3 and been chilling. What you doing, Baldur's Gate 3? What's your species? I think that's the question. Species. Are you a gnome? America is the homeland of gluten-free people. Texas ain't gluten-free friendly as Texas is like, gluten, you don't want gluten in your food, that's oppressing me. You being allergic to gluten oppresses me of my gluten, even though it doesn't change nothing for me. Something like that. This is what I imagine. Adeline is fine. Never mind, you're fine. Is Texas anything friendly? It's just boomer mindset on steroids. I feel like the stereotype of Texas is Texas, buddy. Yes, our state motto is legit friendship. That don't mean diddle a squat. Your motto could be environment first, and then you find out the government's been dumping fucking oil in the local ecosystem since the whole of eternity. I have 2 women in my life telling me to drink water for different reasons. Good. Good. I am with Mrs. Jawa. Why is Mrs. Jawa telling you to drink water? What did you do? Nom nom nom. I was on the very early end of people being diagnosed. I can't imagine, especially in the days of poors and peasants, when like bread was pretty much the only way you could get decent calories, how people survived. I'd imagine just there'd be a lot of death. People would have assumed it was like from malnutrition, when in reality it was because they were gluten intolerant. Like, damn, that
Ginger
would suck.
13 with a party of 28. How delightful. Welcome to my froggy chaos. Remember, you're in Shadow Sands realm now. Bow down, or prepare for some froggy fun.
You were the first
Enjoy
summon.
the madness that is my kingdom. Ribbit.
Welcome, Raiders! Hello, Buckdy, Catarin, utterly devious, Ginger Cinder, Pine Doge, Leaps of Faith, Dragoon, and Herminator. How was stream? How are you guys doing? Hopes and dreams! Okay. Why is the raid message hopes and dreams? Whose hopes and dreams were dashed in the most sad and devious way possible? How you doing, Otterly? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the garden. Find a nice sunny position. Do you want to see a really round and fat Cinder? I've got a really round and fat Cinder for you. It's not even like Vor. Apple's hair is going through my eyeball. What the fuck? My eye! You wanna see a really fat and round Cinder? I show chat. Watch this. Fat as fuck, boy! Fatty round. Wait! I got Calamus is on a murder spree! Calamus! Calamus! Down! Bad Calamus! Get timed out! You ask why you get timed out as you stand in front of chat, round as fuck, and built like a, I actually forgot what, Raichu. And yet you ask why you got timed out. We all know this salty boy, why he's timing you out. Come on now. I beat Undertale passive. I haven't beat it even once yet. I'm so sorry. I'm so bad. I got frustrated at fighting, what was his name? Asgore, the king or whatever, and I went, fuck this. And noped out. Ain't doing that. I'm a short stack. Aren't these guys actually really big? Aren't Bellissi's fucking huge? I feel like you're just huge and round, but in denial. Like, I'm just this small kawaii queen. Like, nah, you're big chongas. I use you as cushion. Next is one of the most friendly states. It's just so many people from outside the state are moving here and ruining our rep. Gotta complain. I always find it funny that, like, it seems, I don't know if it's because America has so many states that, like, it gets divided so badly along state lines. Like, here in Australia, we have, I think we've only got like 8 states, but ain't no one give a fuck. Doesn't matter if you came from South, West, fucking Northern Australia, ain't matter, you're all Australian. But in America, it's like, you're a Texan, or you're from, I don't know, Massachusetts, oh, you fucking Californians. Ah, oh. It's like, what? What is this tribalism? It's one country, nugget! It's just an American thing. Alright, time to go get ripped off. And let's go get this Magikarp. I wonder if we get something decent out of this Magikarp. I am sick! YMCA. Time to say it. Sorry. Got distracted. We'll look, I'm sure. Monday is... Hey, hang on. Hang on, what? Cinder? You know, talk about the peak collab out here. That's not genocide. That's friendship is magic and working together. Right? Do I even have the money to buy this? I'm pretty sure. Oh no, I'm almost completely broke. Very close. Slayer man. How's it doing? Please don't murder anyone in my chat. I don't know if I can handle that. I'm PG-13 here. See? Can't you tell? I need SSB level fucking. I need SSB level jiggle physics. No swear word. So that I can be like, it's PG-13, and then like just bounce the PG-13. But I can't. There's nothing there. It doesn't work. I bamboozled myself. It's just not the same without the physics. It's more because of the size of the country that far apart states are like different worlds. I mean, Australia is humongous. We're just as big as America. I mean, we've got less people because all the center of Australia you'd practically die if you tried to live there because of the lack of water, but it's beside the point. Just as large. Brave. Except for Tasmania. Tasmania always gets shit, but that's because the government keeps forgetting that Tasmania exists. You've seen the amount of times that like they do design a new Australian logo and they forget Tasmania. It's so sad. The amount of times that Australia's own government forgets that Tasmania exists down the bottom and it just gets wiped off the map. So it's just a running meme that Tasmania doesn't exist and like they're all inbreds and stuff because the fucking government can never remember that they exist. Oh, it's so funny though. Here we have 41 states and we all hate each other. I can just imagine like the hissing and spitting on like on the borderlines. Be like, stay out of my state. I don't think Belissi is taller than 5 foot, but I guess I'm thinking of the anime where Chansey is like as big as a human and I think Belissi is bigger. There's no jiggle, help me. Wait, I need to tell her that. Nani? He's very PG-13, so Panda, about those clamps. About those clamps, Panda. I need to bring it back. Now I can hear you, man. I'm sorry. My pre-roll deletion disappeared about 40 minutes ago. My bad. But welcome. Slayer man, thank you for sitting through the God's Forsaken ads. What do we got? A Mimiful. A Mimiful? A Mimikyu. Oh, Stuffle. A Mimikyu Stuffle. Okay. So that means he wants to be a Mimikyu Stuffle. What is that? Ghost normal type? The Emu War? We don't talk about the Emu War. Once again, that's the government's shenanigans. That doesn't count the normal person. The government is not a normal person, alright? They do not have the IQ of a goldfish. Exclamation mark ticket to be a Mimikyu Stuffle. The dog farted and then promptly left the room. I've been gassed. Oh yeah, that's really bad. Oh my god, Flip, what the fuck? I have an air purifier here and the window open and I can still smell it. What did you eat? I haven't even given you anything unusual that is nasty. Shut up! Blissy is 1.5 meters and 47 kilos. Only 47 kilos in that round? Was it made of styrofoam? I'm like 1.5 meters. I hate Maryland with a passion. Kelmus, are you willing to get on the hate Maryland? I don't know what Maryland is, but sure. Don't you fingy us, Panda. You're the one who revealed your kinks to us all. Balls, 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 balls. Anyone remember? I think it was back in the day with like flash animations and that. There was like a weird animation that was like a dog got his balls cut off and then it just turns into this weird show, a series of shorts where he's just like, balls, balls. And he's like murdering people because he goes crazy because he has no balls. Anyone else remember that? Please tell me I'm not the only one that remembers that. Balls, balls. Next time I cook a pot pie for a 13-hour pot roast, I'll say, thank Thank you. None for mouse. Oh, come on. I only slow roast. God. Ah, fuck. I just spilt my matcha again. I'm really good at this. Oh, okay, beige. Emu War casualties. Thousands of rounds of ammo and 12 dead birds. I'd say that's a good ratio. For our government. Draw a winner! Dragon! Dragon! I just think of like the Japanese accent of saying dragon. Dragon! The dragon is here! Dragon! I'm gonna put you in my party. Sorry, Omega, you're getting the boot. Now I wanna see what you look like. I must scratch my nose hole. What do you look like, little guy? Oh. I mean, you could be worse. Oh, we got the pink version! Why does that look like a reference? What is this a reference to? Oh, this... Okay. There's set... Okay. Alright. Dragon! Only I won something! You got choices. You got... yellow, pink with a creepy hand, whatever the fuck that is 2.0, gold, and other pink. There's so many choices, what the fuck? 1, 2, 3, 4, 4.2, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4.2, 5, 6. So 5, this one? Like this third hand? Yeah, I know you like that. What? Huh? Who said that? Maryland is Virginia's hat. It's less fun. They have the hat? They have a cultural obsession with Old Bay. What the fuck is Old Bay? Oh my god, I'm so confused. That borders on religious furor. And the fuckers don't know how to use their turn signal. I don't know if anyone knows how to use their turn signal, to be honest. Has to be a FNAF reference? You reckon the one over there? Several references, which makes sense. It is a Five Nights at Freddy's. Red! You just wanted a third hand. I see you. Yeah, child spirit, and it all makes sense. Why did you jump from 4 to 4.2? Well, 4, 4.1, alright? Whatever, it's the same fucking thing. One's a bit unstuffed and the bit stuffed, you know? Oh, you got Splash. Like your moveset, buddy. Now it smells like chicken shit in May, like actually the whole state. Ah. Sounds like Western Australia. It's almost one-to-one copy of character from FNAF. Oh, okay. See, I never played FNAF. I always thought the gameplay loop looked boring as hell. So fucking boring looking. How do you people play that goddamn game? Eyes rolling back into the back of my head, even with an entertaining streamer or a YouTuber playing it. Like, damn. Don't look at me like that. I'm right. Am I dead yet? If I am, can I get a pen? Hey, speak instead. Well, as right. If you really wanted to just not be here, you didn't have to arrive. You didn't even have to be here. All right, let's kill this thing. I wonder if you could harvest that Pokemon for like gemstones. Same with like Sableye. I wonder if you could just pluck its eyeballs out. I can guarantee you if Sableyes existed in real world, they would be harvested for like their eyeballs and shit. Babble, whatever. Hello. Random screaming and people laugh. I call it a hat because they are directly north of us. Satellite canonically hunts Carbink. Oh, really? Is it because Carbink is shined? Ivy Manda. Ivy Mandy? Fuck it. English is harder, right? Darrigan, don't die. I need speed levels. Dragon! Don't die, please. I need you alive. A dragon. Wait, here's fire grass. Touch grass and eat ass, chat. Bleep bleep. Oh, it most likely would have been like Scott's dozen other games, but it came out at a time of overreacting panic being at its peak in YouTube. Oh my god, I've always fucking hated that shit. God damn it! I didn't like PewDiePie until after he got out of his horror game bullshit. I suppose lore that was present and not written quickly as games went. Wasn't the lore more just like the fans making shit up as they went? Yeah, and in Sun and Moon, if in the same battle, Wild Sableye will attack Kirby? Really? Bro. I sounded like such a surfer just then. Bro. Really? Bro. That's sick, man. I have problems. I wish they had stuff like that going on in the other 3D games that they had, like the Switch games where they interact in the overworld. It would have been nice. No, they just stand there, doing nothing. Really riveting. Also, I'll be having a job. Oh, maybe I can stop being a couch potato. Good luck, Azrai. What's the job for that you're interviewing? Game Theory made almost all the lore, I think. Well theorized. I can just imagine like Game Theory and other channels coming up with a lore, and then the game developers going like, "Oh, yeah, that, yeah." it's totally the yep. I definitely thought of that nuanced, deeply evolving story. Not making this up as we go. Thank you, since Viper also attacked each other in X and Y. I think I do remember the X and Y one, because I did actually play X and Y. Thunderbolt! Get him, Cinder! There was lore there, but the lore is tiny crumbs spread around and creator refusing to actually confirm anything, leading to wild speculation. Maybe the Durant and Heatmore? I think I do remember the Durant as well. I remember trying to catch one or the other, and then the other one murdering the one that I was trying to catch and being like, fuck! This freaking lore, the children's style coloring book! Not even fans making it up, was confirmed it contains lore, and answer to questions in the game series. Ooh, someone's a fan. King Prawn got a bit upset at the implication that there was no actual lore. Ooh, rage baited. I'm a fan of Game Theory, and they definitely just didn't look too deep into it. I dislike the lore of FNAF with how it's built, how they went about it. I really don't like tidbitted lore. I like at least some of the lore to be in my face, because it's more fun to interact with, in my opinion. Part of my gripe with Power World, actually, is the fact that, like, the story needs to be a little bit more in my face. I want a little bit more of, like, if I interact with the world's story, shit actually changes or happens, but as it currently set up, nothing changes or happens, really. It's just... just all kind of keeps going the way it already was. It's like, okay. I hope when they do their 1.0 release that, like, there's greater interactions between characters stuff, but as it currently is, it's still, it releases in 1.0, planned in 2026. For full release. So I'm hoping when they do full release, there's a bit more interaction story-wise. Oh wait, I need yippee! I need Cinder, because we are in Ball Town. Someone to catch. Oh. Dusk Blim. Duskull Drift Blim, you say. Oh, I don't have the paralyzed thing. I thought that was the paralyzed. That is not the paralyzed thing. That is the may murder the Pokemon thing. Oh, never mind. It's fine. Why do I have easy catch rates for Pokemon that aren't super cool, and then the super cool Pokemon are really fucking hard to catch? Oh, I remember who I wasted all my balls on now. It was that Moltres fusion. I remember. Exclamation mark, a ticket to become Duskblim. I just fucking spagged everywhere. Sorry, chat. You get a Samus sprinkler experience. My bad. According to the job description, a paint checker? What? Paint? What the fuck does a paint checker do? Like, you're not even a paint matcher? Someone who matches paint colors? A paint checker. And what? You just open the tin, sniff it, go, yeah, that's good paint. And then, like, put it back on the shelf? Is that what? Is that the job? Get high for a living? Let's go. But the lore is that sometimes I give middle finger to the fans. Oh, there is supposed to be rumors Scott rewrote part of lore due to fans predicting it too soon. What a sore loser! I hate it when companies do that. I was like, well, they weren't supposed to figure it out. I was like, shut up! Your ego is getting in the way of a good story. That sounds like Oda getting mad at One Piece speculation. I don't think it's better than Pokemon, but it's better than Ark Survival. The actual game it's based on. What little I played of Ark, yes, it's definitely better than Ark. Better than not get picked, boss! I got a burp. No, I'm not. I lied. I want something sexy. Well, wait until we get more bunny earrings then. Go! Kumar. Basically a retail job, but for paint. Oh, why the fuck did they call it a paint checker? Like, are you just like a checkout chick at that point? It's just, better than modern Pokemon, not even close to something like the Gen 2 remakes, though. Make you feel more important. It's like the fucking, what is it, Subway, a sandwich artist? Stupidest thing I've ever seen in my life. I remember once going to apply for Subway, see that they changed the name to Sandwich Artist, and going, fuck that. I ain't doing this. No, thank you. Piker! Welcome to the family, Piker. And go to box for now. Piker, Piker. Piker, Piker, Piker. Piker, Piker. All right, let's see what could have been. Let me cry over what could have been. All right, never mind. I'm definitely not crying over that. Hell no! Bitch slap it a few times. And again. Come on, Cinder. Oh, coward. Link, your breath is rank. Ah, called it, 50% chance, and still failure. Sorry, you just gotta do better. No! Okay, never mind. Looks like I got a dog hair on my tongue. Looks like there ain't much better in this area either way. Hello? Okay, it's just shield kids. Shield kids everywhere. You get a shield kid and you get a shield kid. Everyone gets a shield kid. Nah, modern Pokemon still has more stuff happening, to be honest. People are high on Pokemon. Yeah, there's more Pokemon. I just wish that they would give themselves more time to work on things. That Pokemon has the money and no excuse for the lack of love. Yep. They keep making them make shit on a tiny little budget. Bollocks. Alright. Omega. I have so many plump Pokemon. Is this gonna be the fat fuck run? Fatty. Could be a fatty. Chunky. Round. Fatty. Fatty. I mean, maybe it's the chunk round. The round of chunk. You still haven't learned any new moves that are gone. I'm disappointed in you, and I'm also too broke to... I'm too broke to teach you any new moves. Mommy's piss poor, chat. Mommy can't teach you new moves. I'm sorry. Please don't be disappointed in Mommy. And for the damn deluxe size, thank you. You're fat fuck. Don't argue with me. Alright, we're winning. Alright. Who am I gonna put up front for some more lemons? I suppose it's a miracle that we ran into Piker. Rum and a bottle of rum. Ball. Junkie! Yeah, you think? I have a high chance of being a starter Pokemon, but after that, it's a giant dip in the middle. You got a sagging middle there. Got a sagging middle there. I wonder if there's a job called a Rubbish Demolisher, but it's just picking up trash. This sounds like a Sims job title, honestly. Sounds like a Sims starter job title. Rubbish Demolisher. Hello? Where were you when I needed you? Hello? The fuck? Figures. I've been taunted. I'll see. How goes the non-death run? Don't look in the corner. Don't look in the corner. Wait, is Zali still here? Zali! Are you still here? You tried to summon yourself, but you were already there. Please don't call yourself mommy without adding an awoo on the end. Are we trying to traumatize Lobster again? Rip. Oh! That's got up. Alright, I don't have the thing. Out is mouse! Mouse! Out is the what? How what? Ah! And a hand? He's got a normal little flipper, hand water cone? Or is that an ice cream cone? Is that a Mew? Wait, I just realized that's a Mew. I think it's an ice cream cone. And it's a Mew. It's a Prenew. It's a fucking Mew. I hit us. But did you see my DM? Do I don't. I'm very chance I might have cleared it and not read it. Please blonk it so that it pops back up to the tip top. A lump on my shoulder. I want to scratch. Catch it? I can't! Oh, sorry, I was zoned out. Oh, figures. No, Flan. Not very effective, but it's doing its job. Are you really gonna beat up a gent on his vacation? Hey man, have you not seen the big fat bald man in Lilo and Stitch? Yes, I'm gonna beat up a man on vacation. What the fuck? That's Deoxys. What? The legendary's popping up now? Hello? I don't like his bulge. It's giving Labyrinth of Magic or whatever the fuck it's called. I'm uncomfortable, chat. Ow! Ice Cream Man was the best, right? He's my favorite character. Got legs! It were gonna put me on the cover of Vogue, but my legs were too long. Oh, these people won't leave. I can't finish packing up until the guests leave. 9 p.m. Are they guests in your house? Can you not just go, ha ha! Shit to do! I would do that. I would do that. I'd be like, if I've got shit to do and people are still loitering, be like, I've got stuff to do. When are you guys going home? In a very obvious way. You bitch! What a man! You've seen the face of God, and he is dark. I just noticed a PG-13. Only PG-13. I'm allowed 2 swear words per hour or something like that. It's still hot as shit in this building! It's a fancy-ass party hall. Oh, you're gonna be there till like 1 a.m. then. Enjoy! Ping, thank you! Sorry, yeah, sometimes I clear off DMs to get rid of the ping and then I don't read the damn thing. Now do I want to level... No, I wanted to level Daragon. I'm still piss broke. I ain't got no money. Varen! Give me smash! Thank you for smash, Varen. Oh, hell nah. I'm gonna pack shit up by 9:30 regardless. Start packing them around and make a point. I don't know how many times I've packed up a bar around people to be like, look, fuckers, it's closing time. Peace off. Got shit to do. I got cleaning. Oh, wait, how much money do I have now? No, I'm still broke. Okay. It is dangerous to try leveling a baby Pokemon in an unknown zone, so let's not do that. Okay, time for me to go to sleep. Good night. Have chat fun. Have fun chat. Yes. Good night. Thank you for Darago. Thank you for your assistance and joining my team. Thank you. Thank you. Thunderbolt. This bitch. When I worked retail, I vividly remember my boss locking a customer out as they ran to the door 3 minutes before we were closed. Deserved. Fucking deserved. Aaron's smashing. He's smashing everyone. He's a slut. He's a little slut. Streaming. If he's streaming by the time I end, I'm gonna like raid in and we call him a little slut. Want some smash? No sexual harassment, please. It's a joke. Oh, good. Just wanted you to know. Thank you. So are the ears like ghost ears or bow? Oh, they are spirit ears. Ghost ears. Same different ones. Now, where's my freebie that I know is around here? Ah! Oh, these ugly little things again. Begone! 1 step is all it took to run into Yoxus. Quagsis. Is that how you say that? Quagsis. You got to Quagsis. Were you referencing the Let Me Smash button? Yeah! Becky, let me smash. They made way too many episodes of that, bro. Becky, let me smash. Was it Brad? Was the other one that he didn't like? Fuck Brad. I forgot to say, yeah, Australia wasn't the site of the newest horrific spider-related discovery. You aren't the site of a 1,100 SGF. What? The what? Spiderweb? Goofed? Ben! But Becky is smashing Ben. Ben is a hoe. Fuck, I didn't teach anyone Smash. Do I have Pyko on hand? I did threaten to use Pyko as a little HM slut. Come here, Pyko. Yeah! There you go. I lived up to my promise, Pyko. Ben is a hoe. I was such an earworm for so many years when that came out. I remember it. It was deplorable. I could never get it out of my head. What the fuck? It was like a... No, I'm not going to say that. PG-13, 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 PG-13. We are PG-13. So is that meant to be an 1,100-foot spider web? No, please clarify the... Yeah. Damn, oh, you're gonna get... You careful, Azurite. You're gonna get your ass banned by Twitch Autobot. Autobot, roll out. Banned. Banned. Three legendaries in this cave. 3. The Oxus Mew. And the Mew! I like the little Chansey Raichu dumpling. It looks tasty. It's very squishy, very round. I like it too. There's a spiderweb in a sulfur cave between Albania and Greece. That is 1,100 square foot of spiderweb or in non-moon units, 102 square meters. Is this a single spider though, or several spiders? And is it one actual web pattern, or is it an amalgamation? Is my question. Hello, yeah, Funkle Drunk, how you doing? Your name is so fucking fun to say. Funkle Drunk, Funkle Drunk, Funkle Drunk, Funkle Drunk, Funkle Drunk. Another stem to stem to. It's like reachable. I love that word, reachable. Steaklang. Scramble out, Dragon Rage it. Hey, whoa, looks pretty cool. Oh, look at that. Fuck you, sturdy. God damn it. I can't remember if it's ground type or rock type that's super effective against steel. Let's find out. Ground type. Finally, I could be free from this mouse if it happened. No. I am your earworm that you can never get out of your ear. Slay! I had no idea what the hell that is. Sonic is higher level than my starter. That's blasphemy. Send out Jackal. I love non-moon units. No one else made it to the moon. Me. That's the only thing you have to flex with, buddy. Regice? Wait, what? When did I encounter the Regice? Was I zoned out? I enjoyed the trend with the Let Me Smash Bird videos. Got Kingdom Hearts titles like Let Me Smash 0.2. Fragmentary Passage. I only went a couple of episodes deep before I stopped. What the fuck? Kiss it, Jackal. Kiss it some more. See? Condom dog. No, Catarin. No. Also, Flint, stop mumble grumbling over there. Laying flat on his side, just mumbling. No, no, I don't. That looks kind of epic. Not gonna lie. Flint. Oi. Flint. No. Enough. Get up on the bed. Up here. Come on. down here. Up. Stay down. Okay. Look, there's a spider on my leg. Oh, it's a jumping spider! No, I can't kill it! Oh, I gotta kill it though. Sorry. You guys are so cute, but must die. It's so sad whenever I gotta kill a jumping Spider-Man. I'm grumbling! You're just a fucking grumble butt! You're just a fucking grumble butt! No. No. Who's died so far? Just Charizard. I don't remember what Charizard was, but Charizard's dead. Sending you the picture. Yo, I'm getting pictures. Rep is nasty, boy. Hey, it looks like the entrance into like a boss dungeon. Oh, it's an accumulation of spider webs. I see. Have you seen what happens here in Australia every time it floods? Oh boy. We get pretty similar to that. It looks like snow. It's not snow. Not snow. There's no snow. No one has died except for Charizard, so if you suspect you're dead, you're probably in the box or don't exist yet. Oh, Woofy, you're in the box. You were that Gliscor cross, that's right. Why he look like that? I don't like his face. Alright, let's swap up who's in front. Nope. You can't use soft boiled on yourself? Sadness. Aragon! Come up front.
Aww, he's dead baby! So cute! I love him! Up with the baby? Is it up with the baby?
Since this dog's been quiet for long enough, I can't say it out loud because it will trigger him. I have this waiting for him in the freezer for when he's been quiet and a good boy for long enough, and then he gets to have this. I actually had it since last stream, but I couldn't give it to him then because of the storm and rain, and he's not allowed to have it inside because it's banking. But if he acts like a good boy, he'll get it. He has to behave. Behave. Founded in the 1960s, y'all were still recovering from the emu. Well, look here, buddy boy. I wasn't even an afterthought in me dad's scrotum at that point. I don't know nothing. I can't be held responsible. Sorry, I was getting too busy into the jam. Snow is falling! Time to get some in my mouth. Catch the snow! It definitely won't bite! Don't kill the jumpier spider, he's just a little guy. They're so cute, they waggle their little hands at you. They're so cute, look at their big eyes. Big beady eyes, and they look up at you, give you puppy spider eyes. They're just babies. I don't exist! Damn straight you don't exist. That's steel type bitch there, so I can't pull Jackal out. But maybe Sonic, yes. Markiplier! Who's Markiplier? Who's that? You know, I've never actually watched a single Markiplier video ever in my entire life. I know he's like mega famous and all this shit, and he's like even in heaps of games and stuff. I have never ever watched any Markiplier content. Ever. My well, y'all, but I've never seen him. Oh my god, I'm not the only one. Thank fuck. I was starting to worry I was the only one because he seems so fucking popular. It's just everyone knows him. Everyone knows memes of him. And I'm like, who's the other one? I see memes of him all the time. This scrawny looking guy. Oh, I think he's more of a streamer than a YouTuber. Fuck, I can't even remember his name. I literally only learnt that he existed because of Krelly streams. I think she had a fair few emotes of him. Fuck, what is his name? Germa? I think it's Germa? Yeah, I know nothing about Germa. I didn't even know that person existed until Krelly. Wait, am I dumb? I don't know. Are you though? Gemma is the rat son, is he? See, I'm learning things. I don't know his existence. And I didn't know about Rat Song until Krelly either, now that I think about it. And I'm father to be, oh, we're dad buddies, that's right, you both expected. You're both papas! Aragorn, can you, like, get some moves already? You've literally learnt nothing. All you can do is splash around like an idiot. Ah, what good are you? Yeah, I'll put Jackal in. Rats, we are the rats. Who? Yeah, that's exactly what I said. Who? Who's Jabba? People were talking about him like he was famous. I'm like, I don't know this person, but yeah, sure. My beautiful wife is great with child. You better feed her all her cravings or I'll reach through that screen and beat the ever-living shit out of you! Aragon, can you learn something, please? Something that is not baby doll eyes and flash, you useless twerp. Ah! Please! Oh, that's called... Oh, I thought it was called Burpee then. It's Breppy. I thought it was Burpee. I still am struggling to get fire types, chat. This is not Gucci. We are not Gucci. Where are my fire types? Ah. You have no idea. Non-woman! Don't you complain to me. Feed your wife! Humor is the mean guy Crowley would enjoy. Seems their humor is just wild. I know nothing. Now I know that he did rats. Not did rats. Rat song. Yeah. Get out of the way. Wait. Can I go upstairs now? Oh, there is no upstairs yet. Okay, never mind. Alright, let me get some berries. Then we're gonna go back in the cave. Do I have any escape ropes? No, I don't. Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy. Okay. Aragon is still fucking useless, but that's fine, I guess. Probably level Pyko a little bit. All right, let's get in here. I want my wings back so I can actually, when I bounce, something fucking happens. I ain't got no titty bounce. I ain't got no wing bounce. I ain't got no tail swish swoosh. I've just munted myself. Oh, that's the Reggie Ice. Right, I was too distracted by the phallic shape of the creature that I didn't realize it was a Reggie Ice. My bad, my mind was elsewhere. Fire types are for losers, yeah, but they're useful sometimes. This is Java says, hey, so I made some cookies. Honey, it's okay. Better be! It better be good cookies. Don't you dare tell her that her cooking is shit right now. You put mushrooms in your food. It's funny, it's just a running joke between me and my partner right now, is that we're gonna put mushrooms in each other's meals. It's like, you better fucking like, I'll put mushrooms. Put mushrooms in there. I think poison is super effective against fairy. I think. So I'm gonna just swap out. Munted myself? Yeah, I'm munted. I am not full power. I've been munted. No complaints, just lots of work. And work is good to make it the money.
Must feed the baby and the wife.
Ooh, buddy. The most unrealistic part of these sprites you made, Mouse, is that we... Oh, no, you can't run. I can run just fucking fine. Thank you very much. But I'm a better speed walker. We're gonna fight Mew again.
Mew mew.
Oh, it's got Metal Claw? Oh, well, it's not super effective against Jackal, apparently. What is going on there? Oh, it's an ass. Okay. I couldn't quite tell if it was an ass or something else, and I don't even know what that something was. Are you trying to be PG? I'm trying to fix my swears, all right? I got a potty mouth for days. You'd think I've been sailing the 7 seas my whole life. That ain't. So I'm PG-13 this mother. Kinda looks like Sir Etching from Metroid? I'm gonna try Metroid at some point. I hear people say that, like, if I enjoy, like, the Hollow Knight, I might enjoy Metroid, so maybe I should just try the damn thing.
Give it a try.
Is that a probably not? It's a swimsuit! A diaper. It does look like, so I thought, I'll be honest, what I thought it was like a full diaper that were bouncing, and it was just like a meme about the fucking, the furry diaper that we had on the front page. I thought it was a meme. That's what I thought, it was a full diaper being bounced. I thought it was a poopy diaper. But I was wrong, thankfully. Everyone gave me mushroom suit today. It was great. Ooh, I hope she hasn't been foraging for those mushrooms. I gotta do the same, to be honest. Yeah, it's like, it's pretty bad. And now you're gonna have a little one on the way. You gotta curb that because they will parrot that shit. That's stuff.
Oh, he's got the ponytail. Lovely, lovely.
I don't know, throw a rock at it or something. Probably not, but with shooting things. Maybe, but probably not. Yeah, that's my main problem is I don't enjoy shooting. Fucking hell, burping, sorry. I don't enjoy shooting games. Mousy Pirate Arc, when? Put it this way, I've never played for a single song in my catalog. Unless it's a custom commission song. That's different though. Oh, he's got Pursuit. I'm kind of too scared to run, so I'm just gonna... What did I just say? Pirating, that's right. I have not paid for a single album in my entire life. Unless it's a custom commission song, which is different. The front page diaper fur was insane, right? I so hope that whoever approved them got fired with that last batch of people that got fired, because what the fuck?
Dragotico. Dragotico, dragotico, dragotic.
Badam, bam, Dragon Rage, 40 HP. Nope, 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 nope. Get the fuck? Cinder has the most HP. Let me put Cinder out. Ain't fucking with that, no sir. I brought it. Metroid Zero Mission is Zero Mission? Is that one of the remakes? The old one was way better, but Twitch didn't like it. The old Metroid? Or the old emo? The guy in the diaper will make more money on this site than I ever will, and that saddens me, right? Like, fucking hell. Funny funny because they do say in their TOS like you can't have kinks and stuff, but then we just gotta pretend that a diaper fur isn't obviously a kink or a fetish. Like, come on now. Everyone knows about age play, whether they want to know about it or not. I would like to use Jackal, but Jackal's HP is a little bit low. I need to soft boil him. Don't send me on it. You're fine! You're still alive. What are you fucking complaining about? Wait. What did I miss? King Prawn, you don't know about the diaper fur? Wait, King Prawn, where have you been? Did you not know about the diaper fur? It happened around the same time that Emiru got fucking sexually assaulted at TwitchCon. And Twitch stuck their foot in their mouth 6 times, saying that they did the best they could when they actively did nothing. I saw on the front page of 2 3D furry models rubbing up together and clearly making sus sounds. They were in bathing suits. I swear it's getting worse and worse. I saw also the other day, a VR chat mute streamer that was literally, I don't know why they can get away with it just because they're in VR chat. That was literally in like a swimsuit with under tit and everything, and she was just bouncing her tits in the screen. Probably not even a woman piloting it, let's be honest. And that was literally their whole stream, was just them bouncing titties at the stream and like acting as, pretty much doing one of those dead wife montages, but in VR chat with her yitties out, and she was on the front page. I was like, yeah, of course, yep, okay. Sounds about right. Maiko, you need some levels, buddy. Also, Cinder, please soft boil Jackal. Thank you. Everything he was doing was against TOS, but they also unbanned someone who SA'd someone twice, well 3 times technically speaking, twice very egregiously and the 3rd time not by much. But in that case, she also gets a free pass because she is a she. Which drives me absolutely insane, because if that was a man that did exactly the same stuff, he would have been cancelled completely off the internet. Wow. It's just getting worse and worse moderation-wise. Dan Clancy needs to be yeeted, and like the whole, a good majority of the team needs to just be replaced. Not with AI, mind you. Arr. What am I fighting against you? I kind of don't want to... No, I don't want to do a Dusk Blim against Dusk Blim sort of situation. Let's get Scramble up. VR chat should not be... Yeah, because I remember them having the whole argument of the nudity with like the hips out and stuff. They complained that they can't control other people in VR chat. And it's like, well then you can't play VR chat on stream. I'm sorry if you... If you can't even be bothered doing a private, because I know you can do private lobbies in VR chat to control that sort of shit. It's like, if you can't be bothered doing that effort so that you can continue streaming it, you shouldn't be allowed to stream it. Lane and Cipra! I was exploiting the rule of Twitch allowing loads of sus content being present in games when game isn't exclusive. Yeah, it is literally that, King Prawn. It's just taking advantage of that. Like, but VR chat is a game. It's like, no, it's fucking not. It's a social media. You can use softboil outside of battle? Yeah! At least here I can. I don't know if normal games you can. Oh, and I'm still scooching around in me gym jammies. Right. What's your... Ghost flying? Shut. Never mind. Never mind. Bro, that and the weird furry thing a few weeks ago, yeah. 98% of mute VR streamers are dudes, yeah, I can guarantee that. You can normally kind of tell as well by what they do in their streams. Generally, if a woman, even if they're doing, like, Guna bait, they pilot differently. They do things differently. I feel like when guys do it, it's got this weird whimsy to it where it literally, like I said, it's dead wife montage stuff with a slight sexual tilt to it. Well, not a slight, with a very sexual tilt to it. Whereas when women do it, it's just outright sexual content. Whereas when men do it, it just gives dead wife montage every time. I'm just like, yeah, that's a guy. That's definitely a man. Hang on, let me just move my mic. Ah! Oh, give me a second, chat. Hang on a minute. I just get my microphone. Are you okay, chat? Ow! Fuck! I just crushed my finger. I'm trying to move my mic and I accidentally just pulled it out of the arm. So I'm deaf. Sorry! I'm sorry! I was trying to move it so I could fucking see and, you know, couldn't. I did it wrong. Okay. I saw Dan Clancy. He's greasier in person. You saw him in person. Oh, beautiful. Wyman, I'm sorry. He's a gooner. He knows he's greasy. He's just, oh god, I don't know how many. He creeps me out. I still remember that one stream where he was like, I think she was a musician or a music streamer, and like he quote unquote tipped her in person, and the way he did it was like he kept looking over at her awkwardly and then like threw a $10 bill or something on her keyboard whilst looking at her with this weird look on his face. I was like, ew, 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 ew. Definitely giving grandpa that wants to hit it. Sorry, it's just, he can't hide his gooner. He just can't. He's got those beady eyes on him. I have to get off here. Have fun. Go, Azeroth. A woman knows how to tease. She's practiced. I'm offended. I would never do gooner bait. I'm sorry. You do me while seeing what you were doing? No way! You half this. Ever wonder why I don't notice like how much HP I have? It's because my fucking face tracking on my mic is in the way and I literally cannot see it. Gotta do these ones. Try and see anything. Alright, we awesome. Your Wii is awesome, man. Weeping Bell Blossom? Still don't have a fire type, so let me send Pyko out to have a play, I guess. A night frost! I deafen you in preparation for sleep so you can't hear the world around you. You're welcome! Oh, fuck's sake. Who gave birth on stream too? Yeesh. That was some weird shit, man. Makes you wonder how long good old mate Dan Clancy was sitting there watching Miss push something out her poos. Like, how long were you lurking there, buddy? I have questions. I don't know if I want the answers. You're nasty, Stealthy. That should have been banned. You shouldn't be allowed to give birth on, right? That's just so Because again, that's, I can guarantee that's fetish content as well. 130%. I just figured you were dumb. Wow, thanks. Appreciate it. It makes sense why all those bikini hot tub streamers were able to rule Twitch for so long. I still remember as well when they brought the artistic nudity thing in, and at the same time, they like, it was, you were allowed to do strip teases and stuff as well, like stripper pole stuff, and all of the art channel was just people with their fucking bare ass cheeks twerking at the camera. I was like, for fuck's sake. That was the same time as we had the nude VTuber models, and I swear every single VTuber that did that should have been perma-banned because they were pretending they did not understand It's like, no one is that fucking retarded. I don't even regret using that word because no one is that stupid. No. Don't play fucking pretend with me, buddy. It's just like every 12 months we have the trend of VTubers breaking the attire TOS with like under boobies and their hips out and stuff like that. It's like, this has been in the TOS since I've been an affiliate, and you just keep pretending like you don't understand. Like, shut your fuck ass up.
But they don't normally follow the rules. They don't discipline everyone that doesn't matter. It's in the rules. Don't pretend like a
Like, well, technically it's in the rules, but like they didn't discipline that one streamer that one time. It's like, yeah, that doesn't matter. It's in the rules. Doesn't fucking matter. You're not a special little snowflake. Most people just act like it's literally, it drives me insane when people pretend that they're stupid. It's like, don't. You cannot play the whole I didn't know act, because when you signed to become an affiliate, you had to read your affiliateship agreement and it was right there in black and white. And if you don't understand it, you're clearly too mentally retarded to be able to sign a contract unattended by a knowledgeable adult. So you shouldn't even be here. You are practically below the age of consent at that point, and you should not be streaming on Twitch. I said what I said. Welcome to Twitch Matches! The black bar meta? I remember that one. See, the black bar meta was being cheeky about working around the rules, so I found that actually really amusing whilst that lasted, the black bar. I was just like, that is a clever workaround of the rules. You know damn well that you're gonna get in trouble for it, but technically, like, your hips aren't out, your yitties aren't out, you're just naked behind the bar, you know? That felt like a clever little workaround, and I did have a giggle at that when it lasted. I'm paying attention, 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 I'm paying attention. Can I soft boil myself? Again! Yippee! I'm on board her, she's ranting! I'm gonna continue ranting, fight me! Can I thunderbolt you back? Oh, yes I can. Someone with autism and ADD! Yeah, that shit was retarded. Yep, 130%. Rules don't apply on Twitch unless you have the wrong thoughts. Should electrocute my dog on stream to find out if I'm in the good guys selection. And I start zapping Flint on stream. Am I in the good boy books? Am I friends with Dan Clancy? Let's find out. The whole have the kid on stream. Yippee! It makes me just sad for the kid. Congrats for the moment you were born. You weren't a person. You're a parent. You're an accessory for their streaming career, and you can guarantee that it's going to be their whole life, and they're going to have mental health issues growing up. And as soon as they're legally able to say "fuck you," they're gonna leave the family. Guarantee it. And then the stream will be like, I understand why my kid does it. Cool. Oh. I see it. I predict the future. I should place my bets now. I hear that you can do that these days. Well, I don't pretend. I'm just stupid. Stealthy, it is better to go. I didn't know, like lawyers say. I know, but it's just so on the nose, so obvious. It's like, come on now. Like, I can't read. It's literally a sign saying don't touch wet paint, and then you touch the wet paint and then claim you didn't know because you can't read, even though you're like, I don't know, a fucking English major or something. Like, come on. Come on, buddy. Shut your yup. Joke's on you. I only pretended I was retarded. Same with all the other ones. It has helped out a lot. Yeah, legally speaking. That doesn't mean everyone else doesn't, believes you. What happened, Katarin? Why are are you suddenly colorblind or did you find out you were colorblind? Right, now it's just cancelled. I remember the green screen gameplay on the ass and tits. That was so funny though. It felt like a clever workaround, man. Hey, Fred, Dr. Boards! He used to electrocute me all the time. It's just payback at this point. It's just a little bit of payback, man. Who have... How many tiny mushrooms? I got one antidote. Use. Why am I wasting my antidote? I'm so close to the exit. I might as well just goddamn exit. Watch this kid turn as soon as I step in front of him. Let me put someone in front that's not going to instant die. Come on. Ooh. Okay. That poor kid, her life is gonna be rough. Yeah, it's just... Man. Like, do these people... They're so wrapped up in content all the time. Do they not see? Because, like, now a lot of the family blogger children are grown up enough now to call out their parents. Do they not? Like, do they only pay attention to the stuff they want to and not pay attention to that shit? It's like, this is going to be your kid in a few years. Please pull your head out your ass and look around you for like 2 seconds. Think about someone that is not yourself or your content or your stream. Can I send you one of my new bit alerts? It's relevant to Thunderdog. Okay, alright. Do it. I don't like Shield Kid. Go away. Oh god, I keep burping. Sorry, chat. Beautiful mouth noises. Again, why is Pikachu riding my ass? Because, Scrambler. Oh! I could make him ride your ass. Got a problem with that? Take it up with the manager. Who is the manager? I don't know. Oh my god, it's actually called a drying pan. Wait. My trusty drying pan. When my frying pan becomes a drying pan. What is that from? That's from... I want to say Tangled, but I don't know if that's right. Oh wait, I'm at work. The bus. I don't have it right now. Wow. Cock teased. I'm telling Apple. Nice to know I'm a waste of an time. Don't worry, you wouldn't have died anyway. You don't die from poisoning in this game in the overworld. Only when we're in a fight. Separate your child from your work once they are older. For their own sake, it should really be done while they're younger too, because children really need lots of interaction in those early years, especially first 3 years. They need face-to-face time. Hello, there's been a whole study about this years and years and years ago, please. Stealthy, when you're pulling several Benjamins, it can be easy to ignore the negative long-term effects of having on a child. See, I don't get it. Like, I just, nah. That's a whole human life, buddy. That's a whole human life. The same reason, like, maybe it's just the autism, but like, I worked a job during the height of COVID.
Stealthy Mouse can't even manage her own Pokemon, let alone HR. If you have a problem, deal with it yourself. Go down to the Froggy Queen instead and enjoy the chaos. I'm not your HR representative. Ribbit.
It's just like, she ain't gonna help you. Like I was saying, it might be because of the autism, but during the height of COVID, I got a job that was essentially, I was in charge, one of the people in charge of Australia's paying people money so they could survive during the shutdown. So when people weren't able to work, they would receive payments like a small stipend so they could at least still to afford to pay rent and groceries and their electricity bills and that. And I got the job that I was on the phone and I was in charge of rejecting or accepting people for that. But they did sweet fuck all. Well, they meant to have done like a whole 2 weeks of training, but during that 2 weeks of training, we had no access to our accounts on the website and on their software. Not only did we have no access to it, but on the training modules, we were trained on the wrong program, the wrong software. So when we got to actually start taking these phone calls in the real world and potentially rejecting claims for people that could affect their entire lives so they can't afford their rent that week or for the weeks thereafter, for however many months it takes them to reapply, we had pretty much no training. And the people around us also didn't really know what the fuck they were doing. And it was just, I tried for about, let's say 2 weeks, and then I just went, no, I can't do this. Because like, they weren't retraining you in the process. It was like, oh, just throw some shit at the wall and hope it sticks. Meanwhile, my choices were like changing people's lives. And during this time as well, people were like, they were committing suicide if they were getting rejected because they couldn't afford their rent and stuff like that. And I'm like, I cannot morally do this. I can't do this. Knowing that like I am putting people's mental health and their livelihoods on the line, I cannot do this without the training and support that I need, which I didn't have any of. It's like, if I'd had the training, I would have been fine. Because I didn't have the proper training behind me, I was like, no, this is just like morally defunct. I can't do this. Like, hell to the fuck no. It was good pay too, but I was just like, hell no. I literally had a breakdown, walked out one day, and then I was just like, I can't come back. I left like a scathing review
Thanks
of like
Kurt
why I
Belpans
quit.
for gifting Dora_Goran a sub. Now Dora_Goran can never leave.
Thank you guys for gifts out to Dora.
Very fun! Why I would never be a full cop. Glad to know that stuff is universal, yeah. There's so many people were still, like, of my cohort, there was, like, about 50 people that they hired in my cohort. Only about 10 of us made it through training, because a lot of them quit during training when they realized how much of a clusterfuck it was, because they kept messing things up. And then afterwards, I think only about, I don't know how many people were left after I left, but about 5 were still there by the time I gave up. So I don't know how many people made it the whole way through. Yes! We don't do bans for the bit! No! I'm gonna ban you, Doro! We don't do ban bits! Only timeouts! Okay! I'm pretty certain that fucks up something really bad in the analytics and shit. You have to earn it! No! Doro.
Thanks Kurt Belpans for gifting him Banned Everyday sub. Now in Banned Everyday can never leave.
Did you just say in your own stream only a little while ago that we don't do bans for the bit because it can fuck shit up? Hang on a minute! I remember sitting in your stream and you saying, no, don't ban. We do not ban for the bit because it can mess things up. I swear I remember that only a few days ago. And you're like, not my stream, I can ban. Bro, what does it mess up? I can't remember. I think it consecutive people that subscribe consecutively, it'll mess that up. And I think it can also flag a user as a suspicious user in other people's chats if they get too many like joke bans and stuff. Because I've had people jump into chat that have like suspicious user flag on them, and it's because they were joke banned in another streamer's chat. So it can fuck them up a bit. Alright, I've been too busy yapping, I haven't been fighting at all. We summon you back! I'm like the 7th Kurt Belt Pants? I'm a confusion. They can make you suspicious if it's done manually. Tier 2 ban program is different. What? How does that work? Andromius! The ban thing if you are a streamer too? Is that why everyone fucking hates me? Oh, by the way, Doro, unban me in your chat, you wank! I haven't been in there. Did I get unbanned again? Look at people tier 2ing me while I'm not even there? Bitches. Oh, I wasn't paying attention. That's a poison type. And now I'm bound. Oh, okay, let me throw a rock at it. Figures I'd fucking miss. This is a bad matchup. That's poison and grass. My water pulse. I was waiting till I streamed so others could see it. I'm gonna turn him into fucking fertilizer. Minding my damn business. Wait. Hang on. Can I show this on the stream without? All right, let's see. Oh, hang on. Let me finish this fight real quick. I wasn't paying attention. Fuck, Scramble, come in. Make it quick. What the fuck? Don't you bite at me, bitch. Alright. See if this works. I don't know if screen capture works for Discord anymore with... It does. Funny as fuck. I need this. I need this for like a gift bomb. This on so you can hear it.
It's the same reason as to why America, Kaya, please just fucking...
I need that as a gift bomb. Yoink. Ah! I'm gonna hit play again. This is funny as fuck. Only for 150 bit? No! Oh wait, screen capture, get rid of that. This is why I can't be trusted with fucking DMs. Where am I? Acorn, like acorn. Is this a Nuzlocke? Yes, it is, Naramis. Don't worry about the singular dead body. Don't worry about it. Leak DMs. Ah! This is why I can't be trusted. This is why I normally tell people to delete shit if they send me something, like any private information or anything that's gonna be secret. I'm like, send it to me, I will save it elsewhere, and then delete it. Just fucking yeet it. I don't know. I think I've leaked my DMs like several times during subathon. My first subathon when I was sleep deprived was the worst because I was out of my brain and I would not realize I had my DMs up open and I'd start playing a game. Meanwhile, chat's just like reading the DMs. And I've accidentally left up on the screen like, whoops, my bad. Luckily, never leaked anything of any particular importance, but it's the thought, you know? Oh. I don't have an awaken thing. I guess I'll use this. Michael. So many. I give my information to scam callers for the thrill. These days, I bet.
When the aliens come down, all they really want to see is the pyramid by the river down in Memphis, Tennessee. Made of glass and some brass, it'll knock you on your ass, make your damn jaw drop. What's that? It's our Bass Pro Shop. Duh, what you think it was? Doesn't every city have a big ass pyramid by the mud? Yeah, some people wipe their eyes because they think that they're on drugs. But they're really at the best place to shop. It's our Bass Pro Shop.
centuries. Like a million
Gotta
centuries.
finally make the pyramids into what they came to be, and now everybody see what we got. We got a Bass Pro
Bass
Shop.
Pro Shop. Hell yeah, we're cutting on this
Makes me wanna
bitch.
shake my ass and it makes me wanna
Makes me
fish.
wanna
Yeah, I have
fish.
some prophesize in all the hieroglyphics. It's a bluff city non-stop. Party at the Pro Shop. That's a big ass pyramid, man. Party at the Pro Shop. Why is it a Bass Pro Shop? Party at the Pro Shop. I don't understand.
Are you happy now? Oh, look, Nina's out. I don't feel like Nina is sitting on someone. Was there someone else there already? No. Oh, you guys killed the game music. What the fuck? The game music is dead. Oh, there it goes. It's back now. A rare bone. Speaking of bone, all right. Who wants to? Actually, I'll make a poll so I don't have to say the words and trigger the little baby. You get 1 minute to vote, chat. Does the doggo get the goodos? Does he or doesn't he? Then your breath stank. You stanky boy. Did I die yet? No one's dead. Except for Charizard. Charizard doesn't count. What happens if we 50-50? Then I murder you all and leave stream. Cross smash! Turned the music down earlier? I turned it back up again. It just was taking its time to come back. Did I miss? No, that's Apple's job. For legal reasons, that's a joke. For legal reasons, that's a joke. Payback. You have a throne. Can I add a Bass Pro Shop guided to it? I gotta have to include the whole, like, you gotta pay for my passport, and you gotta pay for my visa, and my plane tickets. All of the above. And medical insurance. Oh my god, can you imagine if my ulcerative colitis flared up while I was in fucking America? I'd rather die. I'd rather just fucking die. Yes! A unanimous vote. You just might. I just very fucking might. They'll be like, oh, she hasn't got insurance. It'd be literally that SpongeBob meme. I get wheeled out into the street. She ain't got no insurance. Fuck her. You want that medical insurance? Go to the Bass Pro Shop. If you come to the States, I expect a visit. Well, you better come to the part of the States that I'm visiting. I probably wouldn't go to America until I was rich enough to know if I got stuck in the hospital for a week or two, I would be able to afford it and wouldn't be broke and in debt for the rest of my life. So I don't know how long it's gonna be for me to be that rich. Anyone want to buy me a lotto ticket? Preferably a multi-million-dollar lotto ticket. If you go to Memphis, Tennessee, then I'll stop on by. We can finally do the whole, you know, I still remember I said this years ago, if I did a meet and greet, I wouldn't do like a normal meet and greet, it'd be more like a battle, set up a pole over a pool that's all slippery, everyone gets a noodle each, and you gotta like, it'll be like a 1v1 until, maybe like a top 5 situation, and whoever survives the noodle war and doesn't get knocked off the pole, can do the meet and greet. Mm-hmm. It'll be a war! Fight to the death! A fucking ninja warrior cross to the screen. You wanna see me on the big screen? Kill your brethren. Drove through there once. It's ultra sketchy. The Bass Pro Shop itself? Damn. That would work. We would all just hit you with the... I know. My whole screen would end up in the pool and just like fry the whole thing. I know you creatures hate me. At the power when I got to like 1.5 billion. Hot damn! At least here in Australia as well. There's no tax on Powerball winnings. You can gamble to your heart's content. There's no extra tax on gambling winnings. It just goes to, I think they call it, it goes to like standard income. So like if you happen to go to the next income bracket or whatever, it just gets taxed as normal income. So, gambling is a viable job, chat. Yippee! Thank you for the follow. Satan loves fruit.
The fruit. Fruity. Are you fruity?
All right, I am going to go give Doggo his good stuff. Quick BRB, all right? I might throw a 3-minute ad break on as well to delete those pre-rolls, just because, you know, 2 birds, 1 stone, and a dog and he's fine.
Be right back. Meep, meep.
Why is the music like multiplying on itself? Weird. It's a bit weird. Upper Dog has his stank ass frozen bone and he's outside having a good old munch. Gambling is a viable job, the most Aussie thing I've heard tonight. I don't know if you've been to Australia before, but like we have literally pokey and slot machines fucking everywhere. Why am I getting double audio right now? Anyone else getting double audio? I'm even getting it with the menu sound, so it's not even the music. Maybe if I save and close out.
Now, Bobbin!
Alright, I'm just gonna like reopen the game.
I'm back.
Wait, where'd it go? Hello? Oh, there you are. Alright, sounds like it's gone now. I was getting like the normal audio and then a delayed audio underneath. It's gone now. Okay, I don't know what the fuck that was. Weird. I still don't know what the hell this is about.
One day I will learn of the strange prism.
Ew. Why is it called a wooter?
Wooter! Wooter!
Weird ass goddamn. Alright. Free stuff. 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 No free stuff. Ah. Aww. I'm so sad that Breloom is not a better Pokemon. Breloom is so cool. I love Breloom, but Breloom does not love me. Sadly. Owie. A shadow snake, you say? User extends its shadow and attacks the target from behind. This move always goes first. 40 damage. Priority ghost move. Yep. Can you soft boil it, mate? Thanks. Oh wait, did I take HP from yourself? What? I didn't realize it took HP from Cinder. Okay. Nose hole is itchy. Oh. What are my other guys doing? Tharagon, can you please get some new moves? You're kind of embarrassing me. You're embarrassing me, Tharagon. Are you allowed to show you're a wooter on stream? I don't know, man. It might get me cancelled. Breloom has been really good in the past. Not no more is shit. Is shit. Relevant. Okay. Wait, was it ice and normal? I will send out a jackal. Yeah, I'm decisive when I need to be. Don't ask baby me though, because I was one of those kids that would spend like 3 hours in the toy section trying to decide between 2 toys. When family members would come and be like, oh yeah, we'll get you a Chrissy present. 3 hours later, regret and tears. As I'm constantly walking back and forth between 2 toys and I can't make up my fucking mind. Ah! Kiss it. Ah. What the fuck was that? What was that? I completely missed whatever that attack was. Just got flashbang. And no sleuth, no thank you. Jiggly-nut. Present? Oh, I didn't realize it flashbanged you with the present. Throw a rock. Stone him to death. How dare you show your ankles in the main street? Down with you, Jiggly-nut. Keeps tickling me. Done. You're a witch. Burn you at the stake. Alright.
La la. La la la.
Everstone. Never gonna use that. I'm just desperate for free stuff, can you tell? Ow. Dragon Rage! Insta death! Ah! Beautiful. That's what I like to see. Alright, it's nighttime. I can scare off the Clefairies. Give me your moonstone. I collect. Probably will never use, but I collect. Oops. Wait. Armory. I have no fairies on hand at all. Okie dokie. Nope, can't fight you, apparently. What do you got? Free loot! Everyone likes free stuff. Food tastes better when it's free. Clefairy ears. Yeah, no, not for $2 grand. Jesus, Grandma. They're made of steel? What was I looking for? I came here for a reason. What healing items? Potions. Honey? My dude! 97, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the garden. Find a nice sunny position and don't get too comfortable because you'll be next in line for the sacrifice. Free, you say? Fresh water is good to buy, but I have potion. Wait, no, fresh water is 50, not 20. Never mind. I don't know how broke I am though, so I don't... I'm fucking broke, man. Gotta be to buy it with my liver? You think someone would pay for my liver? Anyone
I want a munted liver, not liver, intestine. Anyone? Sell my intestines in the black market. They think they're getting a good deal, but in reality, it's diseased. Enjoy the ulcerative colitis, bucko.
I don't know why I thought Cinder was fairy type. Apparently not. Not yours, no. You would never know. It looked like a big, fat, juicy intestine, and they think it's like extra strong, but actually it's just inflamed. The reality's a little bit different. Don't poop me. Grandma trying to make a quick buck. It's like it's not gonna last much longer, but you're having me liver.
Oh.
Free stuff? No free stuff. All right, we got trainers coming up, so I'm gonna just get Daragon the fuck out of the way. Get Cinder up front, ready to heal herself first up. There's some tribe for some sort of sacrifice, my word. It's like, here, cannibalism? Donate to your local cannibalism cult today. Is that Goth Crowley? Yes! I have Goth Crowley as the female Team Rocket members. I do. Hi, Bat. Oh. You thick. E dragon? Alright, I got this. Don't you bite me, cause you're dead. Yeah, get him. Yeah, look at her. Look at them juicy thighs. And hips. Always can grow another liver-free money glitch. Right. Just regrow it. Oh shit, I wanted to interact with the rock for free stuff, not with white boy over here. That's more like it. It wasn't so hard now, wasn't it? Hey, yo, Krelly is into beating up on people. Mm. Oh yeah, those hips are against TOS. This is before they finally completely cracked down on it, which is also weird because I know Krelly has spoken to Twitch staff and some Twitch staff are like, yeah, it's fine. And other Twitch staff are like, no. It's like, can you people just come to a fucking agreement? Oh my god. I literally was going to have my hips out on one of my parts of my 2.0 design, but because of the whole weird hip thing, I have to put like hip guards on instead. Got padding on. You don't know, see no hip. Julio, the hip. Alrighty, I'm thinking let's put Sonic up front. Did you say I was distracted? I was busy thinking about other things. Hang on. I feel a little bit dehydrated over there, Piker. Don't forget it's November. Nope, put him up. What's an agreement? Everyone's always arguing with each other. Some people think that the nappy furry's okay, others don't, you know? It's just disagreements. Don't look at me meanly. It made me sad. Okay, I'm gonna have to swap out Sonic. Oh, fuck you, curse. Die. Super nerd, Miguel. I don't know why I thought he had 2 Pokemon. Apparently not. Elevator music. Krelly, you fucked up. You fucked up, Krelly number 4. I love they said they collect every moonstone here, and I've like collected 3 on my way through. These guys need to go on to Specsavers. You should have got your glasses checked, buddy. Nasty. See, someone. Oh, yeah. Actually, I know it's heading into summer, but it's actually been quite cold so far this year. We've barely hit above 20 degrees on any single day. It's actually been relatively cold, but humid. Like, between 80 and 90% humidity, but below 20 degrees Celsius. So you're still kind of sweating and clammy, but it's not hot. So it's really weird. Now I'm thinking that old lady singing to the hip, hip, the hip, hippity hop, and you don't stop. I do not know that one. I was thinking of El Dorado, the lovely, lovely, Aztec, I don't know what the hell it's based off of, lady that's just like, Julio, the hip, trying to scream at him how to play the game.
How could you, Crowley number 4? We had a gray bad.
Son P is dead. Alright, I know you guys are gonna vote for Lord Helix. I'm not even gonna cast this to a vote. I know you people. Cold. Cold for a summer weather, alright? Normally this time of year you're reaching 20, 30 degrees. We're barely getting 20 very, very, very rarely currently. So yeah, cold for this time of year. It's almost the first month of summer. It goes into summer in December and I've barely gotten out of my Udi. Another gear grind, wee. Fast forward, missed it. Wedding singer, oh, Adam Sandler, be why I don't know what you talk about. Fuck Adam Sandler. I can never enjoy any of his movies, bro. Xenos. You're in front of my PG-13. Get out of the way. Go sit next to Selene. Rip Selene. You don't know what cold is. Hey man, I visited the snow. Funny enough, when you actually go to areas that are like always cold or like get a proper snowy winter, because the fucking buildings are properly insulated and the clothes are made for it, it doesn't feel as cold. Because here in Australia, houses are built to allow a breeze. So that doesn't matter where the fuck you go in winter, you're freezing your tits off. And your heating doesn't help because it just blows straight back out the building again. So that's the difference. When I went to Japan for my ski trip, when I went there, it was fucking meant to be freezing cold and it was snowing heaps and all that. I was fine and dandy. Fuck being here in Australia in the middle of winter. God damn. Houses made of plywood with free breeze blowing through. They are. Why you have the PG? Because I'm definitely not swearing. Ever. Most of these movies ain't all that funny, but I love the old ladies so much. Mouse, please teach us how to set Goth Crelly as all opposing trainers. Just all Goth Crelly. Oh, buddy. You're down bad. Got negative 52, negative 54 degrees Celsius. The 1 year for 3 day. Where the fuck is that? The only places I've heard that get that cold are literally the top of mountains that also get like huge gust of winds. Are you sure that's degrees Celsius? Because last time I said that, you said, I didn't know what hot is and I'd like to keep it that way. Japan has next to no insulation in their building. In their traditional buildings. In their newer buildings, yeah, it's insulated. It's actually a little bit hot inside the buildings, to be perfectly honest. I was sweating. I was like, why is it so fucking hot in here? Because there's no breeze at all, and you're dressed for the cold weather outside, and then you go inside, and it's like, fuck, you're stripping your clothes off as quickly as you can. It's like, damn, you walk around in shorts in this building. Doesn't swear, she just uses creative language. Exactly. You guys need to open your mind. You stole me wig, you bastard. Sentence enhancers, see? You get it. You get it. Now, how broke am I? Can I get balls? I would like some fresh balls. Fresh off the rack. Hello. Do I have have a Johto thing? Yes, apparently I do. Here, take this. I love that he donates his hand-me-downs for me to buy. Beautiful. Love it. I love going to the op shop. No fusion balls yet. I see that'll come after the gym. How to tell you without dox myself? He lives atop the mountain range. Above the tree line. Elsie, I don't think you're gonna find some fresh balls anywhere. They're all used. Damn it. Means they smell funny. Alright, who... I wish I could use Daragon as my catch Pokemon, but he is useless! Meow! Ow! Okay, you're also not going to be any good for that. Maybe Jackal with the Draining Kiss and the Water Gun? I think Jackal's going to be my best option, but... Alright. Oh, shit. Jackal, you're up front. Stop licking things, J-Fit! That back! A drink with the monks. I sent Cinderace in a group chat with Calamus screaming in his ear to drink! Calamus! And there you drink too! Or I'll sick your wifey on you. Alright, Jackal, you're up front. Nope. I'm laying in bed right now. Oh, it's nap time. That's what I was doing before I started stream because my butt was cold. I was like, tell you what, I'm gonna curl up in a ball on my bed and Flint's gonna curl up behind my legs and warm me booty. Exactly what happened. Another fucking ghost type. Alright, at least I can swap you around and turn you into a fire type, but god damn it! Why is it always a ghost? It's the ghost run. Also, it's another thick boy. It's a pumpkin. He gonna be thick when he gets big, he gonna be thick. Oh, look, I have a great ball. Where did that come from? Oh, I thought I was gonna get it in one shot. Yeah, you pump fetched. No, rude. I'm scared to, because you're level, I'm scared to hit you. Please don't make me hit you. I don't want to hit you. Don't make me hit you. What's weak against ghost and flying? Ghost? Flying. What do you... Wait, Not me at all. I just want to know what you're strong and weak against. Can someone tell me? Anyone? Electric? I don't believe. Grass would be not effective. I don't have any grass! Where's my infinite fusions thingy? Listen to bug poison and grass. I don't have any of that, for fuck's sake. Oh. Immune to, well that's not me. Not help me! Nightshade is 17 damage. It won't get any stab damage because he's a ghost type. It won't get multiplied. Sure that won't get multiplied. I don't have any status affecting moves either. Wah.
Nightshade is one of the damage equal level, right? If Nightshade kills it, you also killed her. Duh, your life is on the line here. Alright, Pyko it is. Pyko and Dur's lives are both on the line. Okay. Alive. For now. Ow! Oh my future. No, sorry. There it is, my infinite dex. Alright, drag it! Yay! I'm gonna go broke, stock it up on balls again, I can feel it. I can fucking feel it! You get to live another day, Boyle. Alright, exclamation mark ticket to be bump fetched. Wait, I'm stupid. Pumpkapoo is grass type, isn't he? He's not fire type at all. He's not fire type at all! He's ghost grass, isn't he? I was thinking lantern because of the fucking candle he's got in his goddamn hand. God damn it! I'm back. Welcome back. I'm back. Fetch wields a burning torch with graceful precision. In battle, it strikes with a sweeping axe and repeats the motions as a ritual practice. Oh my. Let's see if you're any good later down the line. And the fire fetched who does not evolve and is. I'm so sad. I was excited to finally have a fire time. It's not a fucking fire time. So, having a meltdown. Hello, Shadow Wolf pack leader. I was reading that as heckled, but that's pack leader. It's a plant. All right, okay. They gave it a candle. They gave it a fucking candle, okay? Look at the. Oh, you can't see the sprite, but the sprite made me think fire type. All right, leave me alone. You're being mean. I was so waiting for Durkajot to lose that draw. I was like, he ain't gonna get that. He not gonna get, but he got it. Another ghost for the box. And Venomoth has wings and isn't flying. Pokemon is weird. Precise. It's a bug. Yeah, but it's a flying bug. Oh, look at the little guy. Pitiful little creature, truly. Oh, wait, of course it doesn't work. You numbat! Ow! Alright, never mind. Fuck. Wait, you're not ground type, are you? I forgot what your typage is. Oh, you are ground type. Hang on a minute. Let me just just swap out for a minute, eh? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I just forgot typage for a second there. I'm so tired. What the fuck is that? It's just a little Gator Patootie. Who's learning dig? Who's this? You're learning dig. Okay. No, ne, no. No, ne. No, 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 ne. Yeah, that one. Well, Jackal got their ass wiped a little bit there. Let me just swap you out. Ludicolo and Love Disc, I think. I thought there was an additional. Oh, fuck. He okay? I don't think he's okay, chat. I really don't think he's okay. Garbodor and Kabutops? Apparently. Oh, fuck your poison gas. Oh, I like your damn poison gas. Owie. One more. Alright, Calamus, close your eyes! Close your eyes! Wings in the air. See, Dropout Stratos gets it. It's got wings. It should be flying type.
La 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 la.
Alright, you've got that thing, don't you? No, ma'am. I need to do 2 more fusions. Beep, beep. You're kind of useless, sadly, but I will unfuse and then refuse you.
La 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 la. La 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 la.
Come on, here we go. Why he got the high beams on? What the fuck? Ooh, what's that? Can I look now? Yeah, it's safe now, Prime. The penguin should be flying type? Yes. Always. Is that a dandelion? A dandelion. Right. Ooh, you get to have pickup. Maybe I'll keep you on hand just to pick up random shit for a little while. Fine, why not? Give her that. Trick or treat. The user takes the target trick or treating. This adds ghost type to the target's type. Okay then. No. No, we're not learning Leah. Oh, itchy e-hole. Wow, 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 wow. Pick up! I love that! He used to be my little collector. Oh, why is the sprite fucking munted? What happened? He looked fine before. What happened to the sprite? Oh, I think he's the wrong size. Whoever uploaded this sprite uploaded him at the wrong size. See, he looks fine there. Yeah, he's the wrong size, buddy! You fucked up! You did the wrong size sprite sheet! I should know, I've done that before. I fucked up like that before. Runga! How dare you? Its claw is a moldy banana? I don't have enough fusion sticks. Alright, did that count as a... Oh, okay. I need to unfuse and refuse one more mon, but I also only have 1 stick left. But I'm also flat broke. Ugh. Do I have anything to sell? Oh, I've got Stardust. Okay, so I have got stuff to sell.
Get it. La 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 la.
Do I have any revives? I do not. Wait, I wanted to buy stuff. Hang on. Look at me, I'm not broke no more. Woohoo! Feels good to have money, chat. Even if it's only in game. Hey, Fuzzy! Hi, Stealthy in chat. Who dares censor your harmless cleavage? Me! Trying to actually just censor my language, but that's beside the point. I've noticed it fucks up in the box sometimes because the box is not... But he's... I don't know. Bro, I don't know. What was I doing? I was gonna fuck around with someone's fusions. La 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 la. La 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 la. I don't want to mess around with any of these guys' fusions. Maybe I'll wait until I go across the bridge. I'll cross the bridge first. Bitch. Now, do your job. Oh wait, your name disappeared. Oh. You're Farkaboo now. Hang on. You're meant to be Thur, not Farkaboo. My bad. I stopped talking is because I'm really zooted. Yo, drugs! Legal drugs, chat. Legal drugs. Pain medication going nyam. I can't handle being on pain meds, man. I hate being fucking zooted. Hate it. Any strong painkillers that messes with, like, my mental, nah. Can't do it. It freaks me out. Don't like it. I need to have my me about me. I need to have my me about me, you know? You think we're safe to just, like, fight the rival? Fuck it, let's find out. A little bit smaller for some reason. Do you mind? Don't think I'll leave the box. Look, you buddy. I just, a Farkaboo. Hello. Big boy. Oh, for fuck's sake with ya fucking fuck. Fuck you. Have some rocks. Fuck you. Gonna give you rocks again. Oh, shed scan. Nice scramble. Hell yeah. Maggie Turtle. Magikarp. Oh, that's the Magikarp. Oh, wait, they kept their starter this time. What the fuck? They normally delete it almost instantly. Well, in that case, Cinder will come and wipe the floor with him. Take a look for your Huskat! Go, no. Oh god, he's got that cartoon face. I hate cartoon face. Kill it! Done! I have a stem growing out of my brain. If it sneezes, it makes me seize. You having seizures? That's not okay. Bestow. What does that do? User passes its held item to the target when the target isn't holding. No, thank you. Delians. Don't know what that is. Scramble. Oh, you poor soul. Poor soul. Throw some rocks at it. Ow. Nice scramble. Volksire. Oh, fuck off. Why does it look so cool? Why does it give Godzilla vibes? Why do I want it? I want it. No, it's not in pain. It's beautiful. Did they delete it because you reshuffle? No, I don't reshuffle. Between, I very rarely reshuffle, so I don't know why it was deleting it. Maybe it was specifically the randomizer version I was using. I'm using a different randomizer style / method this time. I like the Pikachu was holding off a dear life. Two of your mons, yep. He's struggled out. He just wants to be part of the team, part of the family, you know? What did Dig do from out here? Nothing, apparently. Like, nothing. Jackal, you need some levels. Go front. Don't die. Takes really heavy pain meds to do anything to me. Also, I'm about to DM. Oh god, what? What? I think the Pikachu a little bit of... Rip. Done fucking dead, dog. Alright, what is the bug trainer gonna throw me? Ah! He's got a little collection! I love it. Oh my god, that's so cute! I love that name! I gotta stretch it! And with the testy thing, I'm gonna test you later, afterwards. But I'm not streaming. I need to throw some gifts at you and I want you to tell me if they give you a headache or whatever. Or whatever you call it. bridge and get the other 2 encounters. Yes, a Rooney, we do a Rooney. Where I'm going. I call it eye pain. Yay! Shit, I was paying attention. I gotta stop spamming enter and just read. That's an auto-gen sprite. That is not a custom sprite. I need water. Fucking ow. Jesus. Well, now you get to die. You're welcome. Hey, Drio. What's that? Oh, a dragon. Of course it is. Ugh. Right back at you, fucking. You thought. You fucking thought. You thought wrong. I'm so glad my neighbor's like an old lady and really deaf. All of my jeebus. I always stream with my window wide open too for fresh air. Can you imagine? God no. How embarrassing. How do you like that? I love it! Oh, hello? Is those morning glories? Gotcha. Rustine is a beautiful name. I love it. It's so cute. And yet majestic, despite the reasonings behind the name. That's dope, and it's dead. It's fucking dead. I wonder if they'll trade with me. Hang on. Very rarely you'll get a trainer that'll like swappy. Fuck! Wrong person. It was the bug. Okay, I'll backtrack to the bug trainer in a second. Whoa! Another cool one. What pulse? Now I know he has some grass type moves hidden in there, but water gun. Nice. Ow! 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 Temple pain! Ow! What the fuck? Ow! Oh, bloody hell was that for? Ow! Why me? I'm having an aneurysm. Oh, they fucking hurt. Someone's just trying to, embalm me. I go. Air! That's what you were. Okay. Okay. Hell yeah. I love that when I smash the rock with rock smash, it actually smashes the rock and, you know, is super effective against the rock type. You know? Good stuff. He's adorable. Smash it. And again. Ow, not yourself, you wanker. There we go. Alright, sir, will you trade? I did my best. I have no regrets. Okay, no. They wouldn't. No. They refused to trade with me, chat. Rude. Okay, they all just have no regrets in life. Oh. 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 Okay. Fuck your king shield, dude! Oh. Yep. Yep. Fucking. There goes my water type. Let's pray that I get a water type and a fire type. Overhead would be nice. A fingy ding. What the fuck is that? Oh my god, it's a Feebass Goldie. That has got an amazing final evolution. Holy bejeebus. I wish. I'm a ground type. 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 I'm a ground. Get out. Fine. Jackal is done! Yeah. Fuck's sake. Why is it always my coon dog that dies? Huh? does this run have against furries? Oh, look, you have an item. Thank you. Yeah, antidote. Yoinky spoloinky. Alright, I'm sorry. Little guy. Wait, hang on. I'm gonna just... Hang on, I'm gonna manipulate his dead body a few times. Let me unfuse and then refuse you real quick. I'm just playing with a lump of dead flesh to get my numbers up. Love it. Alright, we'll go this one. And I'll set his dead body free in a form that he can't even walk. Like, he got no legs now. Also, what the fuck? Anyway. Yeah, sure. Sure. Anyway. Good luck out there, little guy! Gonna be a tough life for you, I'm sure. Alright, I need a salute. I need to make a salute for my 2.0 just because I have so many opportunities that I need a salute to say goodbye to the lives that were once here. Get another one, eh? Shut up, Canadian. Wait, I didn't heal. Meow. I went to take a dump and someone died. See, it always happens. You guys are not allowed to go away. Okay. I need to make a rule that everyone, when I am streaming a Pokemon Nuzlocke, your ass does not leave the fucking seat. Do you understand? Or if you are going to need to get up, I have to be on a portable device and come with you. No shitting alone. Okay? Every time someone leaves and goes and does something else, doesn't matter how supposedly innocent it is, someone dies. So, take one for the team and take me to the shitter with you. Kapishka? Gotta go see your mouse. You're always a great vibe. Bye-bye, Gummy. Have a good day. That thing makes me want to time out Cinder again. What is that? What the fuck? That's not a custom sprite. I don't think it's supposed to look like that. Why am I poisoned again? Pico, why are you always getting poisoned? You're hopeless. You wanna watch me shit? No, I wanna smell you shit. It's different. Oh! Just cooked again. Nuh-uh. Doinja. What the fuck is that? Okay, then. We just... Rightio. Now, I have a very not well-rounded team right about now. Calamus, look away! I need to round out this team so bad. I do not need all these fucking ghost types, man. Ay, 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 ay. Please don't get poisoned this time. Calamus is high. He doesn't know what he's doing. That's part of the problem. That's why I tell him to hide his delicate little eyes. I did nothing. Ow. Alright, that's useless. Your attack is a little bit too strong for me at the minute. Cinder, help! Hey, questions. Can we hang on, let me kill this thing before it kills me. Can we trade fusions? Because I see a path for fire type moves. Granted, it takes a while. They won't live long.
Hey, up shut, you yup. And yes, but everyone that you trade with has to agree to the trade. So one must coordinate. Alright. Now, yes, so that I can get all that juicy, juicy fucking money. Yes. Oh wait, I want the female rocket uniform on. Thank you. Yes. Thank you. Alright, I'm all dressed. Looking fancy! Time to catch some Pokemon and hopefully no one dies. Alright, here we go. Come on! This is where we just restart the run. This is where we just restart the run. It's a whoopee cushion. What else could it be? Ah! Fine. Well, it isn't Ghost at the moment. Fucking level 7 too. Fair bit. Oh, I didn't get many balls. Hang on, I didn't restock on balls. Uh-oh. Don't make me use a great ball on a fucking whoopee cushion, please. Oh, they fucked. It's a gas bag. Ghost mode. Oh, that's the dog crying to come inside. Exclamation mark ticket to become a gas bag. I'll be right back. Ow. Hang on, get off. I know exactly what you're about to do, and I don't want you rubbing your face all over my sheets. Straighten up your dog blanket. Alright, here you go. Good boy. Now you can rub your face on it. Good boy. He's cleaning his little nose. He's getting all the meatiness off. He's always got to do it on the bit of the bed that I lay, so it always ends up stank. Yeah, you clean your little nose.
La 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 la.
Alright. You good? You having fun? You look like you're having fun. Xenos! You're a whoopee cushion. You're a fucking joke. Oh. You want a pink or a red whoopee cushion? Pink or red, buddy boy? Red it is. Yeah, you go into the box. But thanks for the thought, I guess. You rolling? Alright, I need balls before I go any further. Balls! Wrong place. Balls are down here. Oop, nope. There's another one. That'll do. Anyway. Alright, next zone. With ghost fight? I don't want any more fucking ghosts, dude! I'm so done with ghosts! You gonna go to sleep now, Zenos? Good night! Yoda Stick song. Yoda Stick. Yoda's got a stick. Alright, up we go. Don't have to die to this child on the way through. He has ended a run before. Oh, never mind.
lost, baby. Damn it. What are you doing, friend? You clean your nose. You're nice and clean. Why the fuck do you get a... Can I have it? Please? Pretty please? Ow. Tycho, you're always getting status conditions. Clint, I can smell your meatiness from here. You're nasty, boy. Uh-oh. I don't want to get rid of Nightshade because it's the only move that I have that's good for catching Pokemon right now. But I need Rock Smash still. Houston, I'm in a sticky spot. I can always reteach Rock Smash. Shinoit! Let's just shop it cross. No, it's not. It's a shackle. Never fuckled with a shackle! Right, now I'm stuck in a payback. Now I'm paralyzed. And now I'm being rolled out. This is fucking stupid. And I don't have my water type anymore. I was like, oh, it's alright, I'll get Jack. I don't have Jackal no more! Alright, we're alive. Ew, that was scary for a moment. It said I couldn't view this stream channel. I think Twitch is being a bit weird recently. I think there's like a server that's being fucky wucky. And this child, Pyko, is not up for a battle right now. What are you? Bug fighting. I don't really. What are you? I think you're okay to come out. Attack! Get out of here! Fuck you, detect, dude. Bulldoze. Not very effective. Figures! Alright, Dragon Rage. Doesn't matter. He's dead! No matter what way you slice it, he's dead, cunt. I mean, mate. The Steve song is over. Using cheat. It's not a cheat if it gives it to me. Wait, I didn't talk to Miss Ma'am after playing with the dead body. Give me the EXP share. Thank you, madame. Now, there. I give to there. Where is it? There it is. There. Take the EXP share and be good. Good little there. Using cheat. Oh, it's not! Bite me. Do we say the... How do I... Oh, fuck. Oh my god, it's cute! Look at it! I love it. I don't know if it's... try that. Alright, that works. The yellow ray attack. Finally, something fucking useful. Oh wait, no, it was the other Pokemon that had nothing useful. You were right, you were right, you're right. Mouse, do you think that's a half-decent idea? What? What? The Mouse, what do you think? Jackal's died! I know he's dead! Did I miss a whole bunch of messages from there, or am I tweaking? I did miss messages. My thought is, if Omega is fine with it, I'll take the Tyrogue. Pumpkaboo has a higher defense, so chance for Hitmonchan is higher? Hitmonchan learns
Fight Punch, Ice Punch, and Thunder Punch? Nah. Oh, I gotta be fluff with that. Sublucha. Oh, hello. Yeah, figures. I got a little lag on my headphones again. I gotta stop using the Bluetooth on them and just plug them in, but then I can't walk away from stream and take it with me. Oh wait, that's the wrong move, stupid. You dumbass! Aerial Ace, let's go there. It was a bit early to be learning Aerial Ace, but okay. Typhlosion Feraligator. What is that? Water fire type? Hoo-ham! Cinder. I do believe it would be my safe bet. Ayo. Get him, Cinder! Where is he? Sleep, nah. Am I done? Fuck! We got another creepy-ass fairy-looking thing. Get him, Cinder! Get him, sir! Alright. Oh, his name is Knob. Oh, you poor soul. Oh. I'm supposed to be able to catch a Pokemon just off the... Oh, it's the lily pads! That's right. Okay. Why is the timing so bad? Oh. Oh! He's a little goth baby! Aw! You little baby! Figures. Baby. Figures. And now he's yawned at me. God damn it! Why is it always yawning? Oh no! No, it's so bad! Oh, damn it! Knock off. No, thank you. Around this guy. Ah! In the bringer of nightmares, stop mocking me! The tiny baby screams at you. Oh, you look fancy! Come on, Pico. Oh my god, and you got a status effect damage again! Wow! Doseta, I don't know what that is. Oh, that's actually pretty cool. Nice. Rain be helping me out. Oh, I can actually go around him, thank God. You watch me not get anything out of these fucking lily pads. Come on. Ah! I have to go disappear and come back again. Nidoku! Oh my god, what happened? What happened to my boy? Oh my god, Pico, your attack damage is ass. I'm sorry, buddy. You are fired. Only thing you're good for, Pico, is catching bugs because you're weak as piss. Alright. Bastoid Dash. Hey, yo! Ride one of them into battle. Now see their special attacker. Will they become a better physical attacker? Oh god, not this.
Also become unparalyzed would be good. Oops, I wasn't paying attention. If never paying attention, always bring out Cinder. Watch Cinder die. Nope, we're still fine. Thunderbolt. Owie. Alright, we good. Razor Leaf! Grass type. Get rid of Astonish. Leech Seed at 20, that'll be good. Polyp! Well, you're not gonna do a whole lot of damage, so I'm gonna just soft boil myself. And then electrocute you into oblivion. Begone! Purged from this earth! Oh my god! Just let me out! Sweet baby Jesus, ayo! You're a normal type, I can't hit you. La 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 la. What are you again? Still normal. I choose to not die by draining all your vital fluids! Yippee! Metal Claw. I keep instinctively going to use Confusion on every dark type I send Sonic out to. Why do I have some weird muscle memory to get my Pokemon killed? God damn it. Very cute. Ugh. Oh, berries. Nothing. Oh, just Squirtles. Thank you. Oh, wait, that's right. They match my outfit. Yippee. Any other good stuff around? Nope. Okay. Now let's go release this man's from his fetish. Yep. All right. Go fuck shit up. Yep. Okay. You goddamn monstrosity. Stop doing this, please. You're taking it too far, my guy. And the Rhydon's gone. Did I just murder a slave trade Pokemon in the name of getting a fucking ticket on a ship? Is this what I've done? Sex pests everywhere. All right. Give. Get. I'm stuck. Let me lure this guy out. He's not gonna be lured, is he? Bastard. You absolute bastard. I'm mad. Oh, I didn't mean to me. Ouch! That fucking hurt. Please don't use Pursuit. Please don't use Pursuit. Please don't use Pursuit. What is he? Whatever the fuck that is. Random? Fairy type! No! Oh, it's fine. Mistake! Muscle memories! Mistake! Oh, sweet lord. I return. Oh, hot chocolate! I wish I could enjoy hot chocolate. I like the idea of hot chocolate, but I don't actually like hot chocolate. Alright, Cinder, you're gonna have to sacrifice some HP for Pyko. So that he can be less useless. Thank you. Alright, now. I'm gonna have to go back in that building and come back again. Praise be to the hot jockey! We love a good old jockey. Yay! Finally! What do we got? It's another fucking ghost. It's another fucking ghost. It's another fucking ghost. It's another fucking ghost. What? Why is it always a ghost? I am now just a ghost trainer at this point. Is the game trying to tell me something? I'm feel like this game is starting to just have enough of me and is trying to tell me something. It looks cool, but it's another ghost! Exclamation mark ticket to beat this dead Pokemon. Ah! Am I just gonna be a ghost trainer? I feel like I am. Look at him. He's got an axe. Oh, he's got 2 axes. He's ready to cut down trees. Tree murder! So he's the haunting of the trees? Oh, okay. Go to PC for now. Whoa! I wonder who's gonna be this Pokemon. Whoa! I've also got a fuck ton of steals. Ah! Wow, it's killers. With is an axe murderous. It checks out. Alright. Alright. I see. Just, oh, berries! It's just my fate. Should I just stop denying my, my calling and just become a ghost trainer? Should I? Do I give up? I'm fighting the fight that should not be fought. Just have a full ghost team. Get wiped by a single whatever fucking type takes out ghost. Ghost. Psychic. Ghost. He was also a ghost until I swapped him around. Galvas! Man! But no! You're just jealous because there's finally a Raichu that's doing well in my team and you're not it. And you ain't it, buddy. Wait, I gave you an EXP share. You can't pick up items with an EXP share on you. Read it. Alright, let's take a look in Infinidex. Infinidex! We got Buy Shop. And then Trevenant. Whoops, wrong buttons. Trevenant. Alrighty, if we swap you around, you also have better stats, so I might have to do that. Okay, we're gonna have to swap you around, killers. You're gonna become Grass Steel type. For better stats. And, yeah, I'd say better weaknesses and stuff. The pincer one is so retarded, though! You're lost, Raichu. Why is it they're getting deleted? Because she looks like this, and Prime wants to look like this. It's so ugly, ugly! Because he wants to be this so bad, but he just isn't. Alright, killers, split your body into you! That crunching noise. Alright, and then refuse you. Hey, he's frisky. Ah. Not deleting the messages too. You are a jealous bitch. Accept it. That'll be the first time you've changed my form. Oh look, you have a skirt on this one. I know you've got multiple sprites on this version, so. Oh, we got multiple sprites. Hello. That one's blurry as fuck. That must be the auto-gen sprites. You got pants, shield, skirt. What do you want? Hey, yo, this is nice, right? You want hairy pants, look kind of like a hairy scrotum, I'm not gonna lie. Just how they've done it. Just gonna put it out there. Shield, skirt. What do we got? Them legs. Which one do you want, buddy? I do like that one the most, even though it has a slight scrotum knees. I don't know, man. The shield one? You'd prefer the shield one? All Scout's like, ayo. Ayo. The shield one? Hello? Give him the skirt! Put him in a skirt! They could have got more creative with the skirt, but more grass. It's killers! I was gonna go with scrotum knees to you. Scrotum knees it is! He said! Just think of his hairy legs. Fresh art fed with a strong sense of honor for the forest, attacking those with disrespect it without mercy. Tree hugger! The wood growing on its body is strong enough to rend metal defiant. Stats are lowered, its attack increases. The Pokemon can check a foe's. Let's go defiant. Oops. Ah, you sure? Yep. I don't know, skirt. Combine. What? It's the same fucking thing. Astonish, you say? I got a weird taste in my mouth. I think I'm due for matcha number 2. Nickname. Rename. Killers. Oh look, you have a gender now. You're now a little boy. You're just a little man. I give you the EXP share. Please don't fucking die before I can make use of you. Also, we're about to fight the water gym, so you'll be kind of useful. You and Dur both. Please don't die. Actually, I'll probably be using Cinder and Killers. I'm pretty certain it's a 2 Pokemon gym. What do I think about it? Sure is a pity there's no Calamus to join, seeing as, you know, it would be almost the same as if we were having the Peak collab, you know, I'm gonna have Cinder and Cinder and Killers, but no Prime. No Prime. It's a kimono, isn't that a long dress? No. Port Turtle. So it's a war turtle and the grass turtle middle evolution, whatever the fuck it's called. Bit breezy in here. Alright, let's get some levels on Killers. Oh wait, I can go. That's right, there's a special encounter. Hang on. Yeah. I have enough balls? I do have balls. Alright, we're good, we're ready. Special! Oh, it's because I'm not wearing my hat. Really? Just because of my hat? Bollocks. Rocket uniform, yes. But with my glasses. With the glasses. I need the glasses, I need the glasses. I love that I can double up. There we go. Perfect. Hat positions, glasses in front. Wait, where the fuck? All right, there we go. Now I'm dressed. Okay. Who goes there? New recruit. There we go. I like to think that that guy out by the bridge just carries a fuck ton of different Team Rocket uniforms and just stands there with them all in like a bag, different sizes. Just ready, you know? Oh. Alright. Here we go, special encounter. Killers wears kilts for the practicality. Gotta air it out, you know? I don't know, man. Stealthy dress me. Don't pass the buck! Coward. Water Pulse, my favorite start. Water Plus, my favorite starter. Omniboost, when it kicks off, is great. Where do they all come from?
All right, let's just speed through this guy with his bug fear. Hello. Yeah, you're right. You pay me, get the bugs. Yeah, I'll get the bugs. I get the bugs. Yeah, I get the bugs. Watch me get the bugs. I'll get those good. I get the bugs. Pay me! Pay me for the bugs! Alright, catching these guys was a pain in the ass if memory serves. Oh, I gotta turn the speed down. I don't even know what triggers them to move. Like, is it a specific pattern or what? Alright, so I smashed into this dude. I can get him. Come here, fuckhead! Come here! Come. Oh my fucking... Come here, you pain in my ass. Thank you! Ah! It's adorable! It's another electric type, but it's adorable! I need it, I need it, I need it, I need it, I need it. I will sacrifice a Pyko to get it. Worried it was gonna be Struggle Town because of the evolution. Wow, we good, it's mine. Hell yeah, we got a cutie patootie chat. Who wants to be a cutie patootie in me balls? Anyone at all? It's so fucking cute. Oh my god, there's a fairy floss version. Ah, you need a fairy floss version. Oh, they're both just as cute as each other. What the fuck? Exclamation mark ticket! Anyone want to be cutie patootie? Cutie patootie has a cutie patootie. I think everyone here already has a Pokemon. Everyone actively in chat already has one, or it's Calamus who's sulking in the corner because he's not, because he's not Raichu. No Raichu? No Raichu? How sad. How very sad. Can't time me out in my own chat, motherfucker! I wonder who's gonna win it! This man is zooted. I don't know what he's doing. He's off his rocker. He's fucking gone. Pure Hoscat! What do you want to be? Do you want to be the cutie patootie with the Leafeon head? Fairy Floss pink or Fairy Floss green? What do you want? Choose your poison. Vindication! I'm in! This humid weather is giving me fleas, man. I'm so itchy. Leafeon head, yeah! Let's go! No custom entry, very sad. Oh, my body, obviously, but who's getting yoded? Though, you're being very useless about picking up items, so you're probably gonna get yoded, to be perfectly honest. Especially for this gym. Get the fuck out. Get the fuck out. Oh, what the fuck? What? Okay. Instant evolution! It loves me! Broke the game a little bit because it was already level 16. Wool from a Liafi feels like the softest grass, but is prone to static electricity. Petting it is a risk versus reward. See, yeah, that's me. You gonna learn a new move? Charge? Okay. Give her a tail whip. Wow, it's so cool! My existence is pain. I have a leaf growing out of my head. You are a host for a new disease. Razor leaf, let's go. Nice! Let's see if you've got any other sprites on this version.
Yeah, I didn't think so. Oh my god, he's got no eyes! His eyes! Alright. Killers still needs to be the one with the EXP share. Because he's only level 10. Do I feel like Hoscat might be better for the gym because they actually have moves that would be useful. Come here, fucking! I guess now that I know what you are, I can easily swap out with a Pokemon that'll kill. Baby doll eyes me. You're an illegal Pokemon. You can't even be level 16 in that form. I guess I'll put Sonic up front. Getting more tempting to make a Sprite. Control yourself. Now, where's this fucking thing? Oh, there we go. Come here, fucking. Where was it when we get to have 2 mons? Third gym badge. After the 3rd gym badge. Hey, Sybil. Not very effective. Oh, baby cat. What time is it? 3:11. It's not your time yet, cat. Up you yup. In here begging for food. It's not that time yet. Yep, get it. Now, Jim. Alright, and you're working towards the the tood. Yes, I'm working towards the tood right now. I love that clear body ability. Ain't no one messing with your stats, Sonic. Based on the sprites, I don't think I want to. There's a really good one later on. Ooh, so Leafeon gets an even cuter sprite? Hoscat's gonna be even cooler or cuter or whatever. Now pay me. Give me the money. No money? I only get money after it. Oh wait, what did I name myself? My mouse was stealthy. Oh, fuck it. I'm just gonna call myself Waddle. Safe bet. Nugget Bridge. Fisherman. Oh, that's right. I gotta go scare the fisherman off. Nugget Bridge. Blah, 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 blah. Yep. All right, cool. Hello, Mousy. The reverse of Pure looks better and has better stats. Still the same type as well. Let's take a looky. Leafeon and what are we now? Mareep? No, Flaffy. Flaffy is what we are now. Flaffy. Oh, it does too. Whoa, way better stats. What the fuck? Damn, all right, you're gonna get reversed. Those stats are way better. Hang on. Let's not kneecap you, but oh, that's not where I want to be. Whoopsie daisies. Let's not kneecap you before it's necessary. Wait, if I unfuse you with an EXP, oh, I'm scared. Let me take that EXP share first. Called yourself stealthy, you normally do. Sometimes I call myself mouse, so I just like automatically get confused. All right, refuse. Use this version. Wait. Okay, I freaked out for a second there and I thought the type edge was different. Check something. That's all the same. Okie dokie. Look at you, you're beautiful! You got your little gemstone back. Leaf guard. Ooh, I feel like static is better. Am I crazy that static is better? Thank you!
static's better. I don't know. Wait. Are you... Ooh, let me look at these stats again. You are...
La, 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 la.
Your special defense isn't great to begin with, so I don't really want to boost it. You shouldn't be fighting a fire type anyways, let alone one in sunny day. Yes. No growl. Thunder Wave? Oh my god, a Pokemon catching move, yes please. Oops, I didn't mean to get rid of tackle, my bad. Whoopsies. Well. Oops. No. And you are now male. Welcome. Alright, join the team. Get your EXP share. Nice. Alright, ready to go. I don't know, I changed my name to Static for a month. Not important to the conversation. I mentioned it anyways. When do I evolve? Probably not for a very long time. I'd assume till not like level 30 or something. I'd assume. My assumption. I'm terribly sorry. Ew. What do they do to you? Ah, damn. So Pikachu gonna be riding my ass for a while. Yep. He must ride you into battle. Alright, bit of a mixed bag around here, not gonna lie. Ouch. We want to learn Crunch. We can learn Crunch, I think. Do we want to learn Crunch? I don't know, Rock Slide's been a little bit too useful to get rid of. Oh, but it's 80! Ugh! Oh. Fuck, fine. Not everyone can instantly evolve the moment you're captured. Jealous? Alright. I gotta do the job. Oi, fisherman, you ain't even got a fucking rod, mate! Oi! Where's your rod? Oi! Built there for holy. Oh, these eyeballs. Dude needs to go to the vet. Someone help him. My ear is itchy. Alright, I'm scared. That Pokemon right there is a fairy. Oh, this is a yucky matchup. I don't like this. Hang on. I'm too scared to swap out at the second, so... do that. Aha! Oh, I wasn't paying attention. What? Quick attack. Okay. Get rid of... baby doll eyes. Sorry, I heard the bling as you started getting bitch slapped. Weird timing. Sonic, you're so fast. Oh, you're so fast. Don't believe it. Alright, job done. Boss! Can I get paid, boss? Fuck off.
Oh god, he's inside me. Oh god. Oh, this is the poor guy that I gotta beat up. No. No, I'm not gonna nickname him. He's gotta die. My boy. You'll die today. I love that it stays in a Zubat though. He doesn't get swapped out. All right, put him up front. I'm pretty good at killing Pokemon. This is like my profession. I could totally be hired by Team Rocket. This is how it went. I could totally do this job. Let me just commit crimes in front of this Professor Oak helper. Oh, Zubat! Helping hand! Over and over and over and over again. La 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 la. La 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 la. Okay, never mind. This Paraslee is fucking useless. I'm just gonna run because the guy is not doing any damage. Useless, I tell you. Oh my god, another one. Seriously. All right. Fuck this. All right. Let's go this way. Ah, it's only a level 7. Why am I running into... Oh, here we go, here we go, here we go. No bubble beam, bad. Never listen. Please, Venoros, please. Yes, there you go. Just do damage. Thank you, Venoros. Come on, Venoros. Venoros. Venoros, please. No, don't. Come on. Venoros. You're fucking useless. Oh my god. So many useless wild Pokemon right now. Ah! What are you cooking? This Mime Frisk is gonna be just as bad. Yep. Okay. Alright. I'm good at killing Pokemon except for when I need to kill Pokemon, apparently. Oh my fucking god. What is my luck right now? Go away! Please leave us alone! Team Rocket Grunt! Feats. Got a little feats. Guys, this would have been the most beautiful fucking waifu. It would have been a Militic Gardevoir! It's a fucking Militic Gardevoir! A chicken burger? Wait, what? How the fuck you got a chicken burger on a timer? We won't say anything if you don't. We're gonna cheat code the waifu? Oven? Yeah, I would have just done it in a frying pan, but maybe that's just me. Oven's too slow, both. Please. Feats, please. Feats, feats. Thank you. Thank you, Feats. It's just a big... I'm now just picturing a chicken obelisk instead of an actual chicken breast. Survives the hit, I get to throw a ball at it. It didn't survive the hit. Never mind. Wait, it didn't even have 22 HP? God damn. I suppose it was only like level 9. It's breaded chicken pack! How the fuck do you eat processed chicken? You nasty. I fucking hate those processed chicken patties, man. They're gross. I sent you something, please respond. I send you pics, please respond. What the fuck? Are you okay, Columbus? You're a little bit too high. You need to come back down here. Come back down here. Calamus, come back. You're flying away. Calamus. Come back. Come back. You're $10 for a bag of 12, and I use them for my work lunches. I just hate the flavor. They just don't even taste like chicken. They taste like chicken flavoring, and my body cannot fucking handle that. It's disgusting, man. All right, let's go get rid of this dead body. Huge power. Not no more. Release. All right. And we bring killers back. Kill. Back down here. It's a minimum wage. How much is chicken breast where you at? It's expensive? Chicken yitties are like $10 a kilo here. A whole kilogram. Make a fair bit out of it. But this is probably also just me being a picky bitch because I fucking hate that artificial. The only artificial chicken flavor I like is the McDonald's chicken nuggets, and that is it. That is it. Everything else is nasty. If I go to a shop, I am literally so Karen. If I go to a store or a restaurant or a fucking anywhere and they say that they do chicken burgers, I will literally ask them, do you use real chicken or the mushed fake chicken patties? And the amount of times I have people tell me that they don't know the difference, even from the people that are making the fucking chicken, they're just like, I don't know what that means. I'm like, are you fucking stupid? How do you not know the difference between chicken mush patty and an actual slice of chicken breast? How do you not understand this difference? Is it made out of nugget meat or is it a piece of fucking chicken? Ah! The IQ grows lower every day. For the person who doesn't like mac and cheese means nothing to me. Yeah, I don't like mac and cheese, and everyone that does like mac and cheese has problems. It is literally just pasta
An anonymous
and
user
cheese.
gifted a tier 1 sub to John_Monaval.
Thank you, Anonymous, for the gifted sub. Thank you for the fact that you have never once gifted a sub here ever, because it says you've gifted a total of 0 subs in the channel, even though I know that's not quite right. And yeah, and it's gross. It's literally just a slimy, mucky mess. Yucky. Oi, did you skin your nuggets? No, I did not, because I liked the combo of the textures. I couldn't handle just the slimies of the chicken. Could not handle it. Also didn't like how the chicken patty meat smelt. Not smell very pleasant. No, too good. This is Australia. We don't have fucking Reese's cups. And the one that I did try wasn't very good, but it also just tasted like old chocolate. It had been sitting there for too long. Holy shit, you finally have a base food tag. The real chicken. Yay! See? Chicken. Chicken, man. I'm right and you know it. Alright, Cinder. You come up front. You come carry Pure Host Cat through a couple of little guys. Giant Man, be right back. You go get your fake chicken. Get your fucking chicken. Oh my god. It's not a water gym! What the fuck? Why are the types mixed around? That ground fire? Types are not supposed to be mixed. Ow! Oh my fucking god, not arena trap. Oh my god. Okay. I don't think I can thunderbolt you. I'm pretty certain that's ground, not rock, right? Oh my fucking god, I gotta quick attack it to death. Earth power, man! This is ridiculous! Ow! You're right, your partner. Something clank. Bullshit, man. You have any grass moves, fucking killers? No, you're useless. Armor. I can't see. Fucking ancient power bullshit, dude. A bell ball. What the fuck is a bell ball? A steel type of a steel fairy. It's a fucking steel fairy. Of course, it's a steel fairy. All those. All right, we're good. Why was I the lead? Hey, sure, I got caught in the crossfire. Mate, did you just piss off again? I am going to butcher you if you literally just left. And this happened. What type of the game is borked! You're not supposed to be a fucking water... You're supposed to be a water type. Why did you change? I'm taking your stuff. Give me the oval stone. I look away for 1 second and she kills another one. I was looking at my phone. Yeah. So you were away. You were AFK. You piece of shit. You're going to become fertilizer in my garden. Cinder. What the fuck? What is with this shuffle? Why is he barked? Cinder, my little powerhouse. Alright, let's find out if it was a ground type, Jim. Bramble, you go up front. Wait, who is this? My brain just melted for a second there. The second Pokemon was a Steel Fairy, so it doesn't have a type. But that's not what my shuffle set. My defense, this run is fucked because the shuffle settings broke, okay? This is not fair. I gotta refund it. H2O, get back here. H2O! Whoa. Hello. Slightly scary. Ow. No, my shed scan! That was a ground type. Well, what the fuck are you people? I'm confused, Chad. I don't know anymore. Kellerman's get to bed, you old bolt. That's it. I have no choice. I'm just gonna go for it. I don't know what the fuck this gym even is, to be honest. I have not the foggiest idea what the gym... Yeah, water type my fucking foot! I can only have 2 Pokemon! Ah! Fuck it. Okay. Ow. There nothing. There is literally nothing holding these types together. They are just random. Crunch. Ow. Fuck. Get him, Scramble! Fuck yeah! Wipe the floor with her! Mop the floor with Shy Lily's dead Pokemon. Ha! Oh, thanks for the clip. All right, we got a Wonder trade. I think I'm gonna trade the whoopee cushion. You cracked his back. You're falling apart there, Calibus. How old are you? An old man. All right. Wait. All right, let's get rid of the whoopee cushion. Xenos, come here. You get swapped out. You goddamn... Bonsoir! Hey, Brother Barry, how you doing? Oh, no. All right. This is redonkulous. All right, get rid of the whoopee cushion and pray for something better. I pray. No, for fuck's sake. It's another ground. I don't think I can unfuse this either. It's like stuck that way. He cracked his back so hard he possibly... That's it, we gotta put him in nappies. Will it let me unfuse? Okay, maybe it will let me unfuse. My confusion just increases with every passing day. Oh, look, you got an Ultra Ball. Give me that. Thank you, Darkojod. And... gotta keep Pika on the team because they're one of the few ones that are in the level 20s. Maybe it gets cooler. It's still a bug. Oh, hello, sir. You gonna give me my flute? Oh, wait. Wait, no. I've done the gym now. Now I talk back to this guy again. Fuck off. Get out of my way. Alright. Oh, that's right. I gotta rob the little girl. Trust me, it doesn't get much better. This is one where I gotta dress up. Okay. Around here. Extra careful. Alright, I gotta go change my outfit. Whee! I love that I can just go to the shopping center directly in front of her. No suspicion at all. No, I don't want a hat. No hat. No hat. Clothes. She's a schoolgirl. Yes. Yep. Thank you. Let me out. Okay. It doesn't. I was hoping it'd be like a Godzilla bug. Unfortunately, no. I'm not surprised. Haircut in the hotel. That's right. Yes. Bye. Where is the do? I think she's this one. Now I need to change the color. What the fuck? What?
Oh. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, what the hell? I can go heaps different colors. I didn't realize that was an option. I can go green hair and shit. Bro, that's weird. Okay, hang on. I didn't realize that was a possibility. Oh, now my hair is bright fucking pink. Hang on, let me try that again. I didn't realize you could do that. Hey, excuse me. Wonder if that'll get me in trouble. Alright, let me get rid of my hats. Hang on. Remove. Confirm. Remove. Confirm. My eyes are still glaringly bright blue, but that should be fine. Yeah, it's not like... I'll admit, you might be true. It might be true on that. All right, I'm close. All right, we got this. We can do this. All right, let's turn down the speed. I don't think you can be successful in actually yoinking the Pokemon, only in him having to catch it afterwards. Yeah, okay, so she catches you immediately. All right. There is no winning. No! This is the rare oh, fuck. This is the rare Pokemon we're desperate to capture. Chat. Isn't it beautiful? Isn't it stunning? Thank you for the blessing. Get him. I mean, I can make it happen, but it's... Oh, I just read that one. Get him, Sonic. Brass whistle. My eye! Oh, 55%? Bugger off. This can't be happening! Now take the unconscious body and run! Thanks for the Pokemon. Whee! That's the gym. That's the gym. Get out of the gym. Alright. Save. Wait, I want to change my outfit back. I want to go back. Let's scooch around in the onesies. But I need my hair back. Doesn't look like me without my hair. It looks wrong. Give me my hair back. Oh, wait, where is it? Oh, I gotta repurchase my own hairdo? What the fuck? Swap color, swap color. All right, we're in the blonde zone. Bollocks. This is a ripoff. Hey, did I not get paid for that job? Motherfucker. I did not get paid for that job. All right, let me just hit save.
Aridos Tyranitar looks pretty red on the bright side. Should I get you that far? Okay. I haven't done that job yet. Alright, sir. You amulet coin, yoinky spelunky. Give that to... Oh, I'll give it to Scramble. Alright. Hello. Wait. Alright, give me a letter. Thank you. Normal type. I already got one on me. Let's not with that. Thank you. Let's go play Cupid real quick. Oh, breeder! Oh, stuck. Miss Ma'am! I have a special gift for you! Hope you don't find me creepy! Get him, Scramble! Lock him up! What level does Scramble evolve? Does anyone know? Holy shit! Damn! That is a cool design. Hot look at the damn. Get him, Scramble! Get him! Bite him! Rip the head off! Okay. Jinto. Let's give Hoscat a try. Come on, Pure! Time to play! Oh, that's a hi-oh! That's not what I was expecting. Why does that ho-oh look like it's seen some shit though? How the fuck do you breed a ho-oh? Can I have one of your Pokemon? Damn it! Why will no one trade with me? Welcome back, Scramble. Alright, Sarah, I got you. And get some love balls. Spread the love. Alright, they should have fusion balls in there. The shop now. Fusion. There they are. Yeah, I'll get 20. Oops, 20. I get some super potions. Get 10 of those. And no more because I'm gonna be broke. I spent my money. The only downside to my Pokemon is I'm already at the highest evolution. Yeah, you don't get any more fancy changes. Just the one. Oh! I get an egg! What the fuck? Hang on. Have I been playing this game this whole time and not realized she gives me a fucking egg? Wait, if that happens, does that happen if I talk to every breeder? Egg! Unmarked egg! Yes, God King! How you doing? Hope you have an amazing day and a wonderful year this year. I don't know my year being wonderful, but I'm having a good day. I got egg. Did not realize I could get egg from Miss Ma'am, but apparently I can. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the garden. Find a nice sunny position and get comfy. Okay, you do have a food channel in the Discord. I do. Oh, tracking guide. I can't make it happen, but it's I keep reading that same message. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. It has been spammed. Are you sharing your shitty chicken meat obelisk with me? Is that what it is? Let me go find it. Let's go hunting. No, the meat obelisks! Why? Oh god, Jesus fucking Christ, so many photos. Alright. Bagels! Alright, you get points, extra points for the bagel, even if it's fake cheese. Oh, tomato sauce, never mind, points back off again, what the fuck? Cream cheese, cheese, fucking tomato sauce? What is wrong with you? Or is that honey garlic? That better be fucking honey garlic, buddy. Even so, why is it red? Why is your honey garlic red? Is it honey garlic tomato? Which is probably even worse. Not cream. Is that... That's not... mayo? Butter. Butter or mayo? What is it? Oh, now we've got mayonnaise. Chipotle mayonnaise on top as well. What is on the bagel then? What? Is that whipped cream? What the fuck? I got bagel, whipped cream, ketchup, honey garlic flavored sauce, fucking chipotle mayo, a slice of Kraft cheese, and the fucking chicken. All right, you nah, bro. All points that you won with the bagel just got lost. Follow Edge Discord. No link Discord that way. Only the point reading. Mayo, cheese slice, ketchup, chicken, honey garlic, barbecue, cheese, spicy. God damn, boy. I'm a little bit crazy with it. Buddy. Oh, buddy, I wonder how many ingredients are on the back of that. Show me some of the ingredients on the back of that chicken. Show me the ingredients! Let me see it. I pray some of it's in English. Let me see it. Come on. Come on. Like the I was like, whoa, bagel! Processed chicken, icky. And I thought this was cream cheese. I was like, oh, fuck, it's just cream. We got the cheese. Fucking tomato sauce. I was like, why isn't it just fucking ketchup? The processed chicken. Honey garlic flavored barbecue sauce. More cheese. Ah, and then the mayo. I'm gonna sue you. You're sued. No yellow. Where's the green? Go on, show me the ingredients. Show me the ingredients list, huh? Huh? Show me your definitely chicken list of ingredients. I hate this. When I go back upstairs, I'm eating fine. Show me your definitely chicken ingredient list when you're done munching on your monstrosity bagel. That's a saucy. I can imagine if you don't eat it quick enough, it'd just like get all mushy. That's a mush. Bulldoze. And again, get him, Scramble. Nice job. Wait, this is a new route? You can get a Pokemon from here. Okay. Lost cat. Ooh, a revive. Wow. I could definitely use that. Oh, it goes hard so it doesn't get... Oh my god, if this fucking thing self-destructs, I will have a meltdown. I will have a fucking epileptic fit. I don't think I can paralyze you. Oh, I can't. Wait. Oh, fuck, it's gonna use rollout. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Great ball. Uh-oh.
Row, Raggy. Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy. Oh, come on. You took the other hit so well. This run is fucked, man. God. You gotta be shitting me, man. I see. I'm sorry, Oscar. Now he goes the fucking ball! Whatever. Oh, this run is cursed, man. All I'm gonna say is if run 15 fucking dies, I'm having a break. Oscar, how do you feel about being reincarnated instantly? Oh, never mind, you don't get a choice, chat. I ain't doing that. Hey, if they catch it, you can be. Hey. H2O, you're entering for a non-water type? 104 kilograms, holy shit. Is he made out of lead? That's twice my weight. Buh. I'm just storing PC because I have to go pick it up anyway. Alright, fitty shot. What we got? Wait, isn't Entei's Pokedex said that it's a Pokemon that died and was because it's a cross, because it's a fusion, they work slightly differently. Pokedex entries are kind of customized. At this rate, it might not be a water type. Oh, hey, Charizard. How you doing? Oh, look, Hoscat got reincarnated. Dude, a second. Yeah. I'm just gonna put Hoss here because writing the whole name is gonna take up too much space. How fitting! Don't worry, I still don't. Apparently not. Hey, Jackal! Don't look at the headstones. I got hair on my tongue. Damn it! God damn it! God damn it! That! Hair on my tongue. Stop it! Fuck's sake. Alright, let's get back upstairs. I think this run's doomed, to be perfectly honest. I'll be real with you, chat. My hopes are not high. Hoscat, I love you. Bye-bye, baby. You fucking thing. What have you got for me? All electric moves. Take a look at something. La 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 la. To a Voltorb or US to a Voltorb. Voltorb. Oh my god, your other version is literally just your head. That is terrifying. It's just a head. Ow.
What's its is literally just a floating head. No, we pet the cat, but you can't see the cat. See, it's just a head. Same typage, just a head. What are you looking for? Spoilers! No! There's no custom sprite. What the fuck? How dare? How dare I have a custom sprite for the baby form, but not for the evolved form? What the fuck? I can make one. Go ahead. I'm not promising that it's gonna still be alive in 5 minutes, man. I ain't promising shit. All right. Let's see what you got for us. There's some good stuff. Okay. We got some good shit. And mythical fire of great intensity. It may also leave the target with a burn. The lower the user's HP, the less powerful this attack becomes. Okay. No. Imperfection! Let us learn eruption. Sacred fire is Sacred fire is Ho-Oh's move. I don't know. I've never had a Ho-Oh, so I couldn't say. I lurk while eating. Enjoy your munch. But I still expect pictures of the ingredients list. Wonder what's in this egg. Your ability, static. I suppose, anyone know what Entei's ability generally is? I feel like static will probably be the better choice. Oh, I haven't given you EXP share. Should I do some leveling before I skedaddle? Probably. It's Ho-Oh's signature move? I suppose it makes sense to give it to... Was it Entei? What the fuck is that? Raikou and... What the fuck is that? Aggron? What? I don't know what this thing is. What is the fish part? Whatever. I didn't heal. I forgot to heal. Either way, finally have a fire type Pokemon. Yippee! Oh, the sacrifices I made to get it. Yay. It was totally worth it. I'm gonna just start rare candying it. I probably will, but I'm gonna use brain power to figure out how it works with the game updates. I hate that. I actually fucking hate that. Kill it. Kill it with metal. No. Bag. Am I still among the living, Sepulta? You're not even in the living. What do you mean? Put in a new code? Oh, okay. At least these Agfish are giving me half decent EXP. Ow. I think you have very difficult time leveling, buddy.
gonna be a slow level. Oh boy. Dare up front. Is this a new run? This is run 15. When was the last time you were in the run, Sabolta? I don't remember.
Hey, look! It's a librarian.
Relays? I'm lowering my attack! Bullocks! What's the sad bolt? It's not that bad. It's not even that bad. It's not even that bad. You're overreacting. Overreacting. Was that last run? Was that 14 or 13? Oh boy. I keep having to refresh at such a rate these days that I forgot where I am and where I've been. Oh, you're not learning raw. Fuck off.
Hello, Doc Dicky. Dicky.
How's it going? Roll call. Who's still kicking around? Who's just hanging in there? Crickets. Absolute crickets in the fields. Razor Leaf. Get him. Fuck. No, you ain't doing no damage, man. You useless. Absolutely useless. Ah! We should try to hatch that egg just to find out what's inside it.
Thanks CuriousCat98 for gifting Dominic12057 sub. Now Dominic12057 can never leave.
Thank you for gifting the sub to Dommy, Housecat. Thank you.
Do your emotion. Yeah.
Get some stuff on the level caps. I can turn on level capping. If I do the rare candy cheat, I could probably just turn on level capping. All right. I am gonna put this in fucking hyperspeed. Whoops, not through the grass. Thank you. All right, let's hatch this motherfucking egg. Time to get dizzy. Yippee. Anyone motion sick yet? Well, I mean, at the very least, chat, because so many Pokemon keep dying, there's still a high chance that you're gonna end up in my main team because the main team keeps fucking dying. So at least there's that, right? Egg. How's the egg going? Getting dizzy. Oh my fucking god, alright. It's a slow egg, whatever the fuck it is. Give me something good from the egg! Yo! Scat's got that custom chateau! I really gotta start working on them again. Maybe when I need to finally take my break from Pokemon Infinite Fusions when... I mean, if run 15 fails. I'll work on shadows for several streams to, like, refresh me brain. Forgot to make a stone for a stone? Yeah, I just labeled it Hoss because I couldn't fit the whole name in there. All right, we're almost there. We're almost there. Egg. I've been saving up for so long. I bet every time you saw Prime Sat telling me to raise the price, you were like, shut up. Shut your fucking up. Egg, 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 egg. Give, baby, Pokemon. Egg, egg. Yes, egg. What do we got? What do we got? Fairy. It's a fairy! A Clefursa! I wonder if it... Okay, so if this egg was randomized in that... Okay, I wonder if this egg is randomized. The only way I'll find out is in another run. But...
What?
Was the fairy? Will you be fairy? Clefursa? I hate that name. What, Huss? Don't like Huss? What we have is something that has been caught with its hand. Why the fuck is Jock? Why does Jock get you auto-modded? But and Balto is now broke. Sounds like an STD. Hoss? Hoss sounds like an STD. Or Clefursa. I mean, Clefursa does. Alright, Clefursa definitely sounds like an STD. What we have is... Oh, I just read that one. Numbnut. 8 crime by automod once more, not ja. Clefursa. It do kinda. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. It's a 1 in 100 chance. So, I mean, a 1 in 1 chance. It's not how fucking statistics works, you absolute numbnut. Balto, welcome! Welcome, Sabalto! You his little fairy. Oh. Do you want a moon on your head or do you want to have a creepy ass smile? Those are your choices. Moon, creepy smile. Moon, creepy smile. What are we going for? Don't point and laugh and then just leave, Catherine. That's rude. Your mummy teach you better. The creepy ass smile? Yeah, yes, sir. If that's what you want. If that's what you want. Pretty little guy. Very normal. Magic Guard. The Pokemon only takes damage from attacks. Oh, so you can't... Wait, does it mean you can't take poison damage and shit like that? Also, I'm gonna move this to Sabalto. Boy, I gotta figure out how to code in the fucking... The rare candy cheat, because hot fucking damn it. I'm hungry. I want munchies. Oh shit, wait. Oh, that's cool. I like that. Warblade. What is that? War Turtle! New blade! Alright, I got it now. Hang on. I'm just gonna plug in my iPad before it just goes kaputska because it's going flat. Really wish this fucking thing had a better battery on it, but, you know, whatever, I guess. Either way, your hustle. The P is gone. You're Huscat the second. Either way, you're in danger. Let's get you the fuck out of there. Sure. Go, Pine, go, go! Blow a wind at it! Yeah. This is charging, right? This is, okay. It didn't blip blip at me. Normally it goes blip blip at me when I plug it in, but it didn't blip blip, so I was paranoid. It is rare candy cheat, and you can do that with a debugger, and I have that for you, magic boots. Oh. I thought it changed with the update. Now you've got to use the code. You can't use the item anymore. I thought. 6, 7. How accurate is no? Wait, it just keeps going. It just keeps going, and it just keeps going, and it just keeps going, and it just keeps going. Okay, okay. I gotta
at these. Anyway, it should only be used if you are stuck somewhere because of a glitch. Inappropriate use of this item can lead to unwanted effects and make that game unplayable. Alright, let me risk corrupting the whole fucking thing. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Yes. Ah! Use. Oh, okay, that's what it does. What the fuck? Oh, it's sending me to it sent me to the Discord. Alright, hang on. Shit's everywhere. Oh, we're fine. Okay. Oh, mouse magic boots, not the pogo. Why? How did you even get your little mitts on the magic boots anyway? I legit just did it. Let me try something. Might be interesting. Hang on. Save. Let's try something, chat. Get. Yep. Oh, you're invisible. I don't remember how do I do this again? I don't remember how to do this. You just use? Yes. Debug mode is now active. And go over to the other save file. I don't have to save, right? Oh, save, okay. Okay. Look, I'm hacking, chat. It's the hackening. Oh, look, it updated your thing. Debug. Battle options, item, I think. Fill bag. No, thank you. A, B, C, D. All the way to the bottom. All the way to the bottom. P. Oh. Red bone, red candy. Hello. Whoa. Okay. Hopefully I didn't just break the whole thing. This is fine. This is fine. Wait, you fucking thing. Get over here. I wonder if I can retroactively apply the level caps. Probably not. Oh, there you are. Farm. A drink. Thank you, Gold Thanks.
It work. H2O saving the day. Don't use drugs, kids. Large beam. Bales get rid of rollout. Oh, it says I don't know why I read that as Swift Swim. I'm like, why are we learning Swift Swim?
No, I Swift.
Alright. Please get y'all up to level 20. Let's not hit the level cap before we've even moved into the next patch of grass. That feels like gee. Leech seed. Hydration is key. If hydration was key to winning battles, I would have never lost. 60. Alright, Bolter, come here! Drugs! What level cap are you at for the next gym? I don't know. Gym 3, whatever their level cap is. No copycat. Doesn't this feel great? Feels well earned. Now evolve! Not level up. Oh, I haven't got the speed up. Oh, look at you. You got a streak in your hair. Do you feel fancy? I suppose you technically got tiny little pitiful little nub wings and eye bags. Honestly, on brand. Having eye bags as you get older. Feels about right. No, follow me. 18, 19, 1. No. Yeah, nope. 20. Alright. Getting roided up. Wait, should I? Do I bring it out? Do I whip it out, chat? Do I do the thing? Do it, chat? Yeah, I like killers. I think I'm gonna bring killers into the fold. Fuck off, Pico. Sorry, buddy. Okay, 26 is what the cap is. Killers! What ingrain do? Let's not. Torment. No. Misa Tinks. Killers should have moves to relearn. Welcome back, Scrambler. I am not using steroids. The growth hormone is different. Very, very different. Alright, come here, killers. Guillotine, a vicious tearing attack with big pincers. The target will faint instantly if this attack. Fucking hell! Is there any way to up my accuracy more than that? Damn! Insta kill move. Iron Head? No burst. The user retaliates with much greater power against the target that last inflicted. Damn. Okay. Get Iron Head first, I think. Hormones, goodness! It's like even some you didn't need them. You're perfect as you are. Only those that were lagging behind. Alright, what else we got? Got Shadow Claw. Horn Leech. User drains the foe's energy with its horns. User's HP is restored by half the damage. Okay. Oops, sorry, I didn't mean to punch you in the face, chat. I'm sorry.
punch the mic. Even using rare candies, it won't let you get past 26. Yeah, that's why I activated the cap. I figured that's how that'd work. Otherwise, why use it, eh? Alright, let me go heal, and then I can move forward. I'm still in baby form for both months. I'm so sorry. Well, I mean, you can go look up what either Pokemon evolves at for the first time. Even though both of them are late evolutions, I'm pretty sure. you can still look and dream, you know? You can have a dream. Excuse you? It was candy, okay? It was candy. Stop complaining. You know you like the candy. Alright, hang on, I have to move some shit around. There we go. I had to move my face tracking to a different spot, and it's kind of made it so that I can't see my keyboard at all. Alright, this feels wrong, but sure, we'll do it this way. Volvus! Volvus? Do I need Google? Do I need Google? What the fuck is Volvus? But hello, demon who speaks one word a day. Oh no, they've run out of word count, chat. Fuck! Their word count ran out. Holy shit! Hello! Tyrantrus. You got sides? You got a toilet? No, I didn't think so, bitch. I am slightly scared because rock type, but also like steel type. The 30% plus IV different. 2 seconds. Sorry, I was offered caffeinated beverage, and I was confirming I do in fact want caffeinated beverage. No more words! What in the world? 35! Oh my god, 9 to level 35? And 45 for Trapinch? Oh boy. Oh boy. At 30, 35, 45, and 55. So like, you won't evolve at all, and then you evolve like every 5 levels. Bruh. So if it's like 3 minutes until midnight, they can use another word in 3 minutes. What time zone are they? We'll never know! Unless they speak another word in chat, and then we'll find out. Oh, fuck, do I risk? No, I don't risk that for the best. I don't think I do. Sonic! Help! I'm scared. Oh, he's using Bite. I'm even more fucking scared. Magnet Rise. Fuck you. Ah, figured. Oh, great. Now he's floating some... No! Oh, I'm so glad I missed. I've never been more glad that I've missed a move. Fuck! Oh, god damn it. Fuck this guy, man. Ow. Okay, I should be able to get him with this. Maybe not. I'm too scared that I'm not gonna be able to take him out, so I'm just gonna heal real quick. Ow. Alright, good thing I did. Paranoia paid off. You wanna see what 6 feet under looks like? Come to Australia. Ow! My spine just crunched. Thing looks like an apple. It's terrifying. I was scared for my life. I don't have Cinder anymore. I can't feed her eggs to my other Pokemon. Cinder come back! I need your menstrual cycle! I can't believe I just made that joke. I'm sorry it was there! I need cinder eggs! What the fuck happened to the Lapani? He a little bit too much time on the Sonic. You know? Let's get you to level 22. I think 22 is a safe one. Ooh, fire spin. I don't know, it always pays off! Always. Sometimes I wish I was a face cam streamer just so you can see the fucking stupid ass faces I make. Because even with the fancy tracking, it just don't cut it, but... How many fucking moves do you want to learn? Damn! I don't know how fast we are, so I don't even know if Electro Ball's worth it, but here we go. That was a joke, I guess. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. All right. That joke would float better in an all-female environment, all right? I don't want your sweet scent. Fuck off. Oh my god, and no, I don't want... Wait, can Wake Up Slap be used? Oh, it can be. Okay. Fury Swaps. Hey, where's love when you need a quota? Technically, Calamus can, but he's zooted off his head. And I think Durka Joe noped the fuck out. All my mods are so done with me. Even Doru's gone, man. They're all gone. They've all left me. Alright, we're done. Everyone's at level 22. I'm gonna make a version of the model with an empty face so you can screen your face on it. It's just like project my face onto the little green screen on the model. Oh, I got fleas! Damn this humidity! Yeah! Sorry. Had to let it out. Alright, we're gonna feist. Feist? Yes, we're gonna feist the twins. Is that a tentacle that just went into I need to find a way that these quotes can also attach to whatever game I was playing. That there looks really cool. I like that. I like that a lot. The fancy markings and everything. Wow. Excuse. Oh god, they're both 5 PP moves. No, the PP is so small. Oh shit, let's not do bulldoze then. Okay, never mind. Never mind. Hey. Whatever. I do want to make a sprite for that Entei. I feel like an electric Entei would be dope as fuck. So you want to try the Voltorb version? I feel like the Voltorb version would just be inverted colors though. Get it in me, gob! That's just me having a snack. What's so wrong about that? You never had a snack before? Alright, we got another twinning. I can see your booty hole. And I'm pretty sure that one there was Calabas's Prime's ass. If memory should serve me. It's so rainbowy! I love that move. Great colors? Oh, with like lava coming down its back? My god, keep you alive. I have ideas. I know promises, mate. That just looks like a different version of a chicken. Wait, I can electrocute this one. I want to throw an electric ball at it.
Why is it giving either Has Been Hotel or Undertale? Like really heavy. What the what? I'm getting heavy, going through edgy teen phase designed by 14-year-old vibes. Washed up punk rocker vibe. Artistic vision will keep Oscat alive. Let them leave. No promises. I'll throw a zappy ball at you and I'm gonna crunch on you because crunch should be super effective. Ow. Ma'am, will you trade with me? Ma'am. No, I don't want a rematch. I just want to trade. No, I don't want a rematch. I want to trade. No one would give me the legendaries, chat. Little greedy little fuckers. And of course you have a female Pikachu humping skirt. Look. Compulsory. Compulsory. Oh my fucking god. Can I please have the Lucian? Can I have it? Please, 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 please. I'll give you my left kidney for the Lucian. First, I gotta kill it, though. Oh, wasn't paying attention. Who's next? Darkrai. I don't know. I just use Eruption again, I guess. Get paralyzed! Ah! Loser. Level up, Oscat. Alright, can I have it? No! Everyone's rematches. Not fair. All right, let's play with killers for a little bit. Scramble has been reminded. Don't worry, Scramble. When you're level 30, it might move to be on your head. Maybe. This guy leaking or am I tweaking? I think he's leaking. I'm in danger by type matchup. Did I give Durr a chance? Let's give Durr a shot. Come on. Prove to me your worth, buddy. Airlace. And again. Get him. Abram. Abram. Rotom? Maybe? Thing I can think of. And that's Sonic. Smell food and it's making me fucking hungry. Oh, Absol Zekrom. Okay, that's not quite what I was predicting. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, figures. Was worth a shot. Heavy hitters. Everyone's got fucking legendaries around here. Kinda tempted to put Scramble out, but I'm scared Scramble. No, his HP is too low. Oh god, you got a shit move line. What the fuck, dude? Why is your lineup so ass? So Bolter, I'm disappointed in you. Oh, went too far. Went too far, went too far. Bruh. All I know is Sonic can't stay out. But if Dirt comes out, he might get electrocuted. Lord Jesus. I feel like Sir Balto is the one to take least damage, question mark? I confuse? No, I can't. I can only use physical type. Right. Ow. Oh, okay. Do that again. No! Thank you. I love the whole legendary just got taken out by this fucking thing. No! It's so greedy, chat. No one shares. That is not running yet. Are you standing here suspiciously? No, thank you. Drink water, monster! Are you trying to hydrate Calibus vicariously through me right now? Cinder? I don't even know if he's conscious right now. All my roids have paid off. All those reps. Oh, that reminds me. Speaking of roids and reps, reminds me, I've started doing this thing slightly less than a week now, trying to like improve my energy levels, and because I haven't done much exercise since I got sick, I have started, every time I get up from my desk, is I have to do push-ups till failure. Sad thing is, I'm a prissy little princess with noodle arms, so I can only do 1 to begin with, but I'm already at 3 every time I get up, and it's been less than a week, and I'm proud of that. I'd call that a good improvement to go from only 1 push-up every time I get up to 3 or 2, depending on if I can handle the 3rd one every time I get up. I'd call that an improvement. Can you do, like, lunges? We got lunges? Lungs or lunges? But that means I have to get out of bed to make tea. I mean, water is always an option. Alright, time to go fishing. We got a new mon to catch, Jet. I no longer have my paralysis Pokemon, so I think Sir Balto up front's gonna be my best choice. Hey, I'm proud of myself, it might only be 3 itty-bitty little push-ups, but Noodle on me is proud of it. I'm proud. Hear that, lunges? I have to look up. Hang on. Is it what I think it is? Because I don't know the names of lots of different things. They just do the thing. Oh, it's that thing. I haven't been doing them. I occasionally swap out. I gotta start swapping out just doing push-ups. Like push-ups one day, and then I was gonna do squats on the other day with like a weight, because just squatting with my physical weight doesn't really do much for me. And takes too long. The whole point of doing the push-ups was because it was like a strength exercise that I could do pretty quickly. Remember you're trying to do that? Gotta decide if I do. I think I can do a lunge. Reminding that I'm only lightweight, so like anything that relies on just body weight, especially in my legs, doesn't really take too much effort from me because, one, females don't really need to put as much effort in when it comes to like leg exercises. We're just naturally built more to carry with our legs. Things like push-ups though, I'm not fucking built for that shit. Hell no. Slow the speed down. Wait, with or without knees? Without knees. Doing the manly man. The real push-ups, not the knee push-ups. Wait, how fast have I got this running? Why did it get away? Oh, I had it on high speed. No wonder it fucking got away. Go. Fine! What the fuck happened? Is that... Everyone's two shitty Pokemon rolled into one! Anyone? Not the Love Disc Stunfisk combo deal. Bro. I'm gonna catch it just so I don't have to ever deal with it again. Throw it back. I love it. How useless do you wish us to be, boss? Are we gonna allow a re-roll, chat? Does chat want a re-roll? I mean, if chat tells me to, I guess I kind of have to, right? Right, yeah. Chat bullied me into it. I gotta do what chat tells me. No, stop it. Shut it, killers. You only say that because you already have a body. Like, got the man's boot in ahead of time. Let's go. Alright, let's go to the other spot. Go to this spot for now. Okay, maybe the universe is telling me no fish for me. Oh, come on. I've always had such bad luck with this. This is why I hate fucking fishing mini games. And fishing IRL is boring. It's stupid. I got fish over here. Yay. It's gonna be the same thing again. I knew it. Anyway. Oh shit, I didn't mean to do that. Here we go. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Anyway, next route. Don't worry about it, don't worry about it, don't worry about it, don't worry about it. Never happened. Yeah, we saw nothing! I don't want... Oh. Hello, Mag Boss! Hello. My sweet kiss you, are you just gonna commit Harikiri or what? I feel like he's just gonna off himself. Oh, he's definitely gonna off himself. Alright, we'll give it a try. I fucking missed, never mind. Can you stop missing, Balto? Thank you. Num 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 num. I feel like if I have you in... Oh wait, no, I'm stupid. Oh, I should be fine. Can I hit you with electric? Like, oh god! Okay. Come on, buddy! Alright, now he's paralyzed. Perfect. Come on, don't be a dickhead! Can I redeem a ticket for Nags if we get this? Sure, why not? Come on! Oh my fucking god, dude! Just get in the pool! Alright, maybe he wants some love. Hang on. Right, he's battling a little bit more in the love ball, so maybe he wants some love. He just healed real quick. Before you end up goddamn dead. Oh, no. Okay. It says the Max Pass! Oh my... Yeah! We got the Max Pass! Alright, yes, you are permitted to enter for Nags. Alright, let's go back. Get in there! He's in the love ball too, it's even better. He just wanted some love, chat. He just wanted a little bit of love. A little bit of loving.
puffs can sniff up dirt and separate the minerals within its body. It then exhales these minerals in a fiery blast through its large nose. Perfect. Hey, Sippy. I wonder how many of these people are actually nags. Huh. Be right back. If someone dies, I blame you, Scrabble. Buy a rock. It's not a bad combo, right? Add to party, I think. Because I feel like I am going to throw someone out probably there. Though he has an item on him right now. La 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 la. Hang on, I'm gonna scratch my fleas. Ah, my glasses fell off. Oh, and then I smudged them when I caught them with the bang. Worst day ever. And me. Cinder! What will it be, Cinder? Reroll it! Red! It's next! X-Pass! Perfect. It was never Mag's Pass to begin with. It was always Nag's Pass. You just never knew. Wait, I got this man's boot. Let me give him his boot. I don't have a bomb. Hang on. Oh, high speed, high speed, high speed. You're the boot man. Yep. I got a boot. Thank you. Here you go. I get a Pokemon from this guy? Oh! It's an AA Bulbasaur! Guys! Oh no, what a Prime is dangerous right now, chat. He's high as a fucking kite. Don't trust him! I don't know what it looks like yet, but let me just get this roar going. I didn't realize this guy gave me a Pokemon. Exclamation mark ticket to be Arsaur! Arsaur! Fuck! Sorry, Scramble. No steal for you. AA round. I'm a ban everyone. This is just zooted more. You're an angry drunk. Hey, Sippy. Killers is mean, wants me to time out Cinder. I thought you didn't like Cinder. It's just because she looks. Oh, what the? You racist pig. It's because she looks different now. You racist. I'm calling it out. Ain't no way a modern mind is racist. Green woman is gonna put something in her boobs and jiggle her. What? What's going on in that chat? Right, Unlucky Jackal, welcome back. For an unlucky Jackal, you seem to get in here an awful lot. Batting flan, yo! We get the pudding. On the pudding. Alright, I'm gonna store the PC and then I'm gonna take a look at you. Oh, I got some hair clips. No, thank you. Awesome, okay, I guess. Alright, you want crab legs. Yep, I'll do that. Yep, and what do you want? Fire and water. I don't think I have that this time around. Funny, almost every time I've seen her, I happen to have a fire water type. Just coincidentally.
Now let's go to the PC. I want to see what a roll will look like. What the jackal look like. Oh, that looks so cool. I like it. I like it. Steel poison. Nice. I sure wish the gyms followed, you know, the typage so I knew how to prepare. I got so many fucking steel types right now, man. Steel type out there, rock type here. Bro. Scrambling is saving. Moveset. Clearly you were supposed to be a whooper. La, 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 la. And this bear's bouncing stuff on her ball, but good. She's making use of the what her mama and papa gave her. Good. Taught her well. Heaven knows fucking I can't. Look at this. Ah! I cheated myself out of it. Nothing. Man, I don't want to swap Sepulto out because then I'm going to end up too monotyped. Fuck! Why do all the cool Pokemon have to be steel type, huh? Oops, I didn't mean to. Why am I bald? Luck struck full. Why? Head game. Good. Why? Does a new chatter have to come in while I'm fucking bald? Right back at you, buddy. Right fucking back at you. Oh shit! I didn't heal anyway. Hang on. I need to heal. Ah. Also, you need steroids. All right, hang on. We gotta drug nags real quick. Yes, here, the Skeptic Man. Ah, Chloe! I will summon the scribe, or in fact, the scribe. Where are my shadows at? Right down the bottom with the D's. No, I won't say that. PG-13. Dude, now I'm sauce as fuck. Where are you usually what? Sauce as fuck. Booyah. Alright, hold up. We need to bribe Dags to hang around or something. No, we're not learning rest. 17, 18, 19. Oh, Spark! Fuck. No. Clear smoke? Throwing a clump of special mud. I'll show you a clump of special mud. Anyway. Little Blenito! Here we go. And rock slide. Can you see the cogs in my brain fucking working? A click, click, click. Here we go. Look at me. Look at me making... Dags, you're just fucking learning a new move every 2 seconds. Can you calm down? Jesus Christ. Dogs are spinning very clunkily. They need some good old anti-rust stuff. What's it called? Blend 20. What's the... Look at the cat hiding behind the headstone. She can't even see him to pet him. Ah, what's it called? WD-40. That's what we need. Oil me up. Alright. Numon! What's it gonna be? Let's put
with someone up front that's not going to instant murder, which will be, once again, Sir Balto. Being the sacrifice. Is that a double bay leaf? Yeah, it is a double bay leaf. Okay. If I just throw a ball at it first, hang on. I'm having flashbacks to that one run where the double bay leaf kept me fucking alive and I want it. Get in the poor bay leaf. I'll be like this. And I'll put Oscar up because then you can get paralyzed by smacking him. Come here, little bay leaf. Don't be like that, bay leaf. Ow, I'm poisoned. Bastard. What if he wants some love? Hang on. It looked like he might have wanted love, but I ain't so sure now. Come on! Playing with balls kind of sus. Yeah! You're the ones playing with balls. I'm just collecting. Different. Not a toy, Mom. It's a collectible. He won't snap out of he won't snap out of being poisoned on his own, will he? I have to use an antidote for that. Can you, like, physically attack him, please, Bayleaf? I would really greatly love to paralyze you. Please and thank. And I feel like if I hit you, you may die. I'm scared. Alright, that's it. I'm gonna have to hit him, aren't I? Fuck you and your fucking poison! Alright, spark it is. Alright, that's fine. Aha! Success! Wild success! Alright, fine. Fuck your synthesis, dude! Watch, I'll antidote myself and he'll re-do me. AL. Alright, I can hit him several times without death. Boy, he's trying my patience though. Come on, get down to the red. Down to the red. Thank you. Alright. Okay. Ah! God damn it. Alright. Fuck you can't poison this one. Fuck it. Yeah, now you're running scared. Once you saw the fucking Sonic character, you're like, oh, hell no. Anyway. It's a collectible with a toy inside. It's just that the Americans couldn't be trusted not to choke on it. The Kinder Surprise. Like, god damn it, you don't eat the toy too, you stupid guy. Alright. Let the 5-year-old have the gun. Whoops. Come on. Alright, there we go! Exclamation mark ticket if you want to be Bayleaf. Double Bayleaf! Hey, Mila! What the hell? Wait, that's not your first chat. Mila, when were you here? I miss your messages, I'm sorry. Like that one Star Trek captain completely bald. Upshut you yup before I upshut it for you, buddy. I'll do it. Exclamation mark ticket if you want to be Bayleaf. Bayleaf. Double Bayleaf. Oh. And different color versions. I do like the dino version though, I'm not gonna lie. Has been here. Have you? What? Mila, I'm so sorry. Mila, no, my baby. Oh, I did read the first message, and it was he said no. I did read the first message. I just didn't see the username attached to it. I was here from the start, just sleeping. You sleeping on the job, you lazy. No sleep. Only bear witness to my beautiful fruitation as the best Nuzlocke streamer in the West. Or the South, I suppose, because I'm quite southerly. Like, yeah. I mean, technically, I'm also in the East, because, like, you consider Japan and China in the East, and I'm, like, directly below them, so that kind of, like, makes me East, too. It's just that we have, like, a Western culture, which makes it really confusing. Yeah. Yeah. We live on a globe. Did you pay for that title? Cause whoever gave it to you got scammed. I might have paid for it. A couple of organs. We talk about monetary value here. We just accept titles and recognition. Loud. Alright, my brain just walked out my ear. Hang on. Close the giveaway. Close giveaway! Draw winner! Sacred Gamer! Which skin do you want? Pinky, normal, or dinosaur? Oh god, I heard that burp come all the way up. If I remember correctly, you lost another run and I just went back to sleep. Like, ah, fuck this. You didn't give up on me, did you, Mueller? Ah, spine crunch. The scared gamer. Pick your skin before I pick it for you. Pull it off your flesh like a fucking taffy. Don't be scared. Damn! I missed the ticket by a second. Too slow. Google face. Like message? Oh no, it was just slow to load in. Huh. Alright, so I guess I'ma pick it. Alright. Oh, head spin. I like the dinosaur. Wow, I lost again. Why am I not even surprised? Wow. Here we are again. Grass types. I mean, grass steel, so maybe I should swap killers out. I don't want to have a fuck ton of steel types again. Ear gamer is in the game. Get isekai'd. Oh shit, that's right, you're poisoned. We have barrier to undo poison. Yes, I do. Stop pulsating at me. Makes me uncomfortable. Scramble up front. Oh wait, no, that's a bad idea if there's bay leaf in here. Never mind, let's not do that. Let's put, Nagspuss. I was gonna call him Nagspuss then. Whoops. That's not Nagspuss. Nagspaws. Only get picked once a blue moon and then you kill us! Look man, maybe have you ever considered yourself a death flag? Maybe you are a death flag. Maybe that's a problem. You should seek help with. But don't trauma dump in my chat. Rock smash! Alright, he was getting to smash for a little while so I can do the thing that I need to do. Sebulto, you look perfectly smashable over here. Let us get rid of... Pound. Good morning, hello, Guama. How you doing? I did not just wink at you, I did not just wink at you. Do not read too far into the wink wonk. That was my model being weird. I am not flirting. Munch. I don't need help, you need skill. No, I'm perfectly skilled. No one saw anything.
Alright, chat. No one saw anything. Speaking of not seeing anything, let's try fishing again. Let's try fishing again. Oh shit, I'm in high speed. Hang on. Man, the fish really hate me. Either that or someone's really in love with me and wants me to get that fucking love letter. Oh, hey, hang on. Hold the fuck up. Oh, you're gonna be a bitch. You're gonna be an absolute bitch to get. Hang on. Fuck. Okay, hang on. Let's... He's not going to use any physical attacks, is he? Damn it. Okay. I can't put a single hit on this Pokemon or he'll die. Not a single hit. I cannot hit him even once. Oh, I don't think I'm going to be able to get there. Oh. And he doesn't have any physical moves, I don't think, so he's not going to get paralysis off me. Oh, buddy! Oh, buddy, boy! Okay. Maybe our only choice, and then we just pray he doesn't fucking die. Wait. Did I miss? Okay. I missed. Okay, please, 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 please. Come on. Come on. I throw a love bomb. Want my love? He doesn't want my love. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on. Yeah, I think we fucked. Don't be like this, Rayloom. Don't be a little bitch. Rayloom, please! You'll die! Would you really rather die than be with me? Apparently, yes. Come on! You two guys trying to murder each other over it when it was such a low chance of me catching the fucking thing? I'm gonna do a take two. I don't give a fuck. Give me some fucking balls. I'm gonna go broke for it. Balls! Fucking. Watch me never encounter one ever again. No one here has something that I can use. Not a one of ya! Useless, that fucking lot of ya! Bruh. Well, excuse us for believing in you, looky.
I'm going for a round 2. I don't give a fuck. I'm going for a round 2. I don't give a fuck. Take 2! It never happened! Motherfucker! I'm still in high speed this way. Oh, you know what I want going! I don't care, I'm breaking Nuzlocke rules. Fuck! Wrong button! Not the love letter again. Not the fucking love letter again. I break rules for 1, waifus, and 2, Rayquaza, because it's my favorite Pokemon as a kid when I used to play the games. My favorite Pokemon to have in-game would either be Rayquaza or Absol. Fuck your boot. Like, literally, fuck your boot. I want it all crunchy. Yeah, I'm never getting it again. It's gone, chat. It's gone. It's fucking gone for life. Yeah, the Shuppet thing looked great. This is bollocks. Must have been a relatively rare pull. I don't want your love face. Is it the time of day that's the problem? Is that a thing? I fucking... I didn't actually want it anyway. I just didn't want it. Them's the facts. Water is dry. Just give me boots and moldy love letters. Oh, I got a bone. At least the rocks give me a bone. Water certainly fucking doesn't. Go away, no one likes you. Bone in a hole. Come on, mate. Rainbows. It was probably a 1% encounter. That's not fair. Oh, come off it. I don't even want the Pokemon here. Go away. Be gone, thought. Maybe when I get a better rod. I need to upskill. I need to get one of those pumps. Must be harder and longer. Nom, nom. Another bone. What? What? We have that the quotes. The quoting mod is not present. I'm safe. I am safe. Another rare bone. Not very rare with how much I seem to pick these fucking things up, I tell you. Hello. Thank you for the pickaxe. I need to get cut before I can proceed that away. I suppose I gotta go fish here for no particular reason. Fish here for no particular reason. Fish here for no particular reason. Fish here for no particular reason! Ah, never mind. Yeah, you check my damn ticket. Oh shit, sorry, old man, I thought this was my room, I'm sorry. For once, I actually accidentally entered the wrong room. And it wasn't entirely on purpose. Sacred fire! Burn in hell! Lay nice, what'd that do? Normal type. Loses will to fire, lowering its attack. No. Wait, who is it? Oh, you used to have the XP share. Give me that! Give it to Sacred, Scared. I keep fucking saying Sacred Gamer instead of Scared Gamer. Give it to Scared Gamer. Wait.
Shatter one yip.
Shatter one yip. Yip, 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 yip. Thank you for the subscription. Thank you. Fine Crunch, I appreciate it. Scared gamers. Oh. I don't mind the design. I don't mind it. Hi, scratch me. Come on. Come on. Alright, he's dead. Alright, who's next? I misread that. Lavion. It's gonna be water type, whatever it is. Eh. Oh, what the fuck? He's got a cutie mark. He's got a little cutie mark. And the tail. I would love it. Let it die. Must die. We need 3 buttons and 3 badges. I have new sub badges to release with my 2.0. Don't tempt me to release them early. No. Oh my god, everyone trying to learn fucking Reflect? Stop it! Please use my prime sub for you. You're my favorite. You're my favorite. Oh, my favorite child. Thank you, I appreciate it. Wow, love this but I think they seem to increase the encounter rates on Pokemon that are relatively new in-game. Love this is one of them. Alright, ma'am, you gonna fight me? No? Beep, beep. I wish we left alone. Get out! Or if you stay, at least have the decency to have another. No. Get out! Fine. And by the way, he's not even alone. He's in there with his wife. Why does my character take 2 steps in instead of 1? It's Granny! Meow. A little meow. Burn it to the ground. Let it scream in pain. Azuli? I don't know what that is. Oh. He's seen some better days. Oh, I can still burn it. Hang on. You can do it! No! I will not reveal my 2.0 sub badges. I finally commissioned someone else to do my sub badges, so I'm never satisfied with my own. So I'm like, you know what? Fuck it. I'll just commission someone else to do it. I got some nice pixel art ones. Nice hairdo. Wait, can he use a rupture or will that murder everyone? Oh, it only kills them! Let's go! And then you can, like, I don't know, just hang out in the corner, I guess. Noted. Oh, hurt! Oh, hey, yo. I like it. I like it. Good. Hang on.
Where am I? I can't see what's highlighted. Faint attack is. Get it, dude! Alright, so Pure Horse Cat do be hitting like a truck, I will admit. You get some points for that, horse. Just don't die like my other trucks did. Please and thank. Alright, let's check your trash can. If you fuck! Hey man, that's only a part of, I'm sure that's only part of a quote. Doesn't count, it's only part of a quote. Meow. Not a battler? Get out of the fucking... Oh. Okay. Nothing. I don't rip me. Sorry, I didn't mean to go for the jugular or anything in my quotes. My bad. It's a Chanrachi. I will conch the Chanrachi. Once it stops bitch slapping me, please stop. I will bite you again. Incest! Incest! Wow! I wasn't... What did I... Yeah! I forgot dig for agility bar! I wasn't paying attention! I was distracted by incest! Low axe. Oh, hang on, I'm below 40 HP. Nope. Do you have any fairy type physical, like, I didn't press the right button again. I'm having flashbacks doing something like this before. Ay, caramba. Wake up, Schlep! Good enough. Be fun to touch. Oh my god, it took a shit! Watching it line up, wild. Like having a, what's it called? Erogi? No. Maybe swingers party. There are always oldies that do it, so I can see them shit themselves by accident. That'd definitely happen. Me, a scared gamer. Hi, Panda! Hi, Dinosaur! How you doing today? Oh, it's a Pikachu cross. Okay. Poison it. I just choked on my saliva. Alright, let Nags pass have a play. Come here, Nags! Come here. Flame burst. Ow. And I was distracted by incest. Let me see if I can figure it out, because I forgot how to do it. Yeah. Well, it helps if I spell thing. Oh, wait, no, I think I remember how to do it. Hang on, I gotta do quote. Base add. I think that's it. Yeah, there we go, okay. Someone pull it up, make certain I did it right. I'm a pussy. I mean, I have one, but I don't know if I am one. Pretty sure I'm a mouse. I must have been high at that point. Can't trust past stealthy mouse. Yeah, I did it right, let me go. These guys have anything good in their trash? What's that pointy? Oh, it's Candy. His eyes tell me that he is in pain. Look, he's got one pupil here, one pupil over there. He's having a day. Oh boy, he's having a day. That's a fairy type. Hang on, Scramble. Get the fuck out of there. Hold up, Scramble. This is not your fault. Who am I gonna send out? I'm gonna send out Pure Horse Cat again. Damn, there's a sound effect. Oh, right. Okay, he forgot he breaks open like that. Kill it, give it mercy. Yeah, build it. I don't know what that is. I don't think it knows what it is. What the fuck? I don't know. I don't. All I know is it's the evolution of Stuffy and something. He's seen better days. Hold on. Perfect. This sailor has been performing like experiments out at sea. Oh, he's blind! You blinded my boy! Alright. Alright, safe. They're scared! Not safe! Fuck! A scared gamer! Get the magical mystical leaf up your ass! Ooh, sturdy enough to not get completely sliced in half. Itchy head. Entei just shits a rainbow. Hey man, it's just how it is, you know? That Paris on the left just mimicked my exact movement. What the fuck was that? I'm scared. I also need healing, so I'll come back and fight the other guys later. Meow, meow. Second door. Alright, I'm healed. Now, going down here again. Was this where I was up to? Maybe? No, next door. Berry! Hello. It was completely worth it. I hope you don't fucking have medical bills when you get home. Oh yeah, you're the one with the tortoise that got thrown into the fucking water. Torkoal. Not only is it fire type, but it's also, you know, a tortoise. Oh, that's right. I gotta come back after the gym. Ooh, double battle. They're ready to sandwich me between those big bellies. Let's go, chat. Hell yeah. Oh, dude tried really hard to dye his own hair and it didn't really work out. I'm sorry. My guy just... It didn't work. Nice try, though! Oh, you're rock type as well. Uh-oh, this is a bad matchup. No, not fire. Let's go fangs attack. Ow. Oh, we're fine. We're fine. We're fine. They made stupid choices. I sure wish I could see Scramble's HP right about now. Alright, okay. Nags is in danger. We're gonna swap Nags out because I ain't fucking with that. Nags, get out of here. What is it? Poison. Sonic! Help! Rainbow a spectrum of questions. Get him. Dead. Oh, excuse me. Oh, I got another burp. Don't mind me. You love those sound effects, I know you, chat. Think about that. What? Go, Tanks. What do you want? Alright. I don't know which one of you big fellas had the hydrogen thing. Anyone want to trade? No, I don't want a rematch. Fuck you. No. God damn you people. You're battle obsessed. You didn't hydrate? I hydrate with my matcha. It counts as food at the same time, right? Link, get your foot out of your goddamn ear. Because I know you're gonna lick it like a lollipop when you're done. God damn it. Digging for gold.
Oh, this is the side quest. Right. This is where all my viewership dropped off last time because I made the mistake of doing a French accent. Chat, please don't leave me. I promise I won't do the French accent, even though it is irking. Like, it is literally trying to break free from my body right as I read all of this right now. Well, no, it's just much to repeat, okay? I know, I won't do it. We won't repeat the same mistakes. Oh, wait. Okay. Here we go. We're gonna go fucking maid outfit. Here we go. Alright, yep. Oh, there's a butler? No. Maid. No. Oh, yes, really headdress. Yes, thank you. Yes. Thank you. Alright, now I'm dressed for the party. Oh, man in the bed! I'll know if you... Hey, what the fuck? I'll know if you kill... Hang on. Hold on a minute. Oh, that's still glitched. Why am I scared? That fuck-ass guy with his goddamn skull on still. Alright. I can do this. I can do this. Ex-waitress, let's go. Confit. Confit. Salad. Confit, salad. Cinnabar. Confit, salad, cinnabar. Confit. Salad. Confit. Salad, cinnabar. Confit. Salad. Yeah, this is why you normally have a fucking notebook. Salad. Nope. Cinnabar. Confit, salad, cinnabar, confit, salad, fucking the bar thing, cinnabar, salad. Okay. Alright, what we got? Confit. No, not yet. Salad. Cinnabar. Salad for the sir. My hands are full, okay. Confit. Wait! Where'd my other confit go? What the fuck? Alright, fine. Alright, I need to go get another confit. Because fuck you, apparently. Confit. I could have done with it. No, confit. Salad for the sir. Salad. Alright, and then it's just the cinnabar and the salad. Cinnabar, salad. Look at me! Look at me! Cinnabar and salad. Look at that. Look at that. I'm a fucking professional. Alias. Cake. Surely are natural. Why is it so emphasized? Così se io diceva Patima Bonesse. Baby. Bit of money for helping. Oh, I got 12,000. Damn, I need to get this waitress job. For like 10 seconds of work. So very difficult. I think I wanted to taste a new dessert. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. It gave me the Pokemon? What the fuck? It didn't do that last time. Oh, so if I get a perfect score, I get it. Okay. Parasect Houndour is my guess. Yes. I get to have it. Whoa. All right, hold up. I gotta do another one. Hang on. Mila, wait. Wait, be patient, Mila. Exclamation mark ticket to Parador. Reminder that soon we'll be opening up drawers to allow double draws. So if you only want the Houndour or the Parasect, if you're a psychopath, you can do that and swap it around later. Soon. No! No it! Only no! How many bodies do we get? Maybe 3? Maybe? Maybe 4? Did I have my first one again? Yet again? Look, man, the water type's been limited, I got a stretch. Ow, my hip just popped. I'm a fucking old head. Sorry, trying to finish up my matcha. Will we? Will we? I mean, hopefully. That's it! That's it! Wait, I gotta do the full name. Definitely won't be a bad omen. No. I need the pee now that I've chugged that matcha. Wait, I should matchy. Hang on. Where's it? Here we go. Now we match. Whoa! Who's throwing great balls in the trash? Alright. Shit, hang on. I wasn't ready for this! Hang on! Oh, fuck. Okay, I gotta make the sprint for it. Ah! Sprint. I wasn't ready! Not fair, I wasn't ready! Wait, fat man, wait! Fuck! I wasn't ready, I thought it was the other fucking cook that gave me the food, not you! You bollocks! Alright, try again. Literally half a second, that's absolute nonsense. Quick, grab your matcha addiction! Grab this matcha. Alright. Yep. Oh, wrong way! This is fine. It's much slower now. I can handle the speed. Look at I got time to spare. It's perfect. Look at that spare time I have. I can walk up to him. That's better. Nums. You're welcome. Last time mine got sacrificed because Mousy gave up the stream after I got... Look, buddy. Look. I cried. I was in pain. Have some decency, okay? And let me murder you. Alright, let's go visit Mr. Man with a fucking skull on his head like a goddamn weirdo. Please don't cosplay out in public unless there's a cosplay event, chatters. It's weird. Yep. You're on! Do not feed matcha to cats, please. You don't even get a choice when you murder us. Hey, man, if you had a choice, it would mean that I was doing it on purpose. Still pissed off that I accidentally deleted dig for agility, and not gonna lie. He's a full water type, and I'm a ground type. Let's not play that game. And everyone's almost at their level cap, to be perfectly honest. Let's put Sonic up, because he's only 22. The cat is filled on Matcha. He does not need anything else to razz him up with the schizoid behavior he has sometimes. Ow. Sonic, for the love of Jesus, you have not landed a Sonic goes to bed and his Pokemon just shits the bed. Bruh. They're too well synced. Useless creature. Ow, right, fire type, my bad. Whatever. Cat needs matcha to live. The cat is fueled on the matcha. No, I'm fueled on the matcha. Chindragon. I don't know what that's crossed with. Oh, it's another water type. Lovely. Yeah, no. Gamer, help! I really need a pee now. I should not have chugged that. I need a pee so bad! But I don't want to. Oh, Miguel. Alright. Alright, guys. 1 for a root and 2 for a chlorin. Which do you want? Root, 1, 2, claw. Give me a check. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. There is no 3. Bye me. So I got 2 for 2, 1 for 1. How ironic. 4 is a 2. Oh god, everyone wants a claw, no one wants a root? Wow, bunch of virgins in chat. I'll train even harder! The next time you see me might seem to be unbeatable! Touch the butt. Apparently not. Apparently chat's too shy to touch the butt. Alright. Give me... item... Move. Let's give that... No, actually, I want to give that to Sonic. Ah, wrong button! Over there. Thank you. Okay. Ah. Wait. Those old people had little green things over their head. Does that mean they want to trade? No, I do not have a shelter, madame. I also do not have a drowsy, sir. Oh, they put the dirty dishes in front of the bed? Wow. Fuck those guys, apparently. Olive! Hello, sir. Brandon must be the trash. Hey, oh god, I forgot about the Crelly fucking gay relationship going on in here. Caught red-fucking-handed, Crelly! I'm telling green, Crelly. And Coco. Hey, Coco! Did you know? Oh, God. Oh, boy! Are you okay? Not the sleep powder. Ooh, a flesh roll-up. Oh, my God, that's the grandma titties. Do you wish to be reminded of the grandma titties? Why are you wearing a maid outfit? Because I'm doing my waitressing job, and apparently their outfit is maid outfit. Who's learning jump kick? What are we... Oh, you're learning jump kick. Hello? like Magnet Rise is a little bit too useful because of the levitate for me to want to get rid of, so I'm just gonna keep that. Oh, we're gonna get a fresh Connie! I'm sorry, explain! You don't remember the Connie? It's not my fault, it was I didn't even know what Connie meant at the time, alright? Fuck you! I caught a Cubone Lopunny, and it was a Cunny. That's literally what Pokemon was called. It was called a Cunny, and I was like, oh my god, it's a Cunny! And everyone was like, what the fuck, Stealthy? And I was like, what? I googled it, and I was like, oh. Oh. That's a Cunny. Ah! I didn't even know what it was! Murder the child. I stand by that. Is that happen has 3 Ps? You didn't have very good... I can't remember what he had. He wants my fucking... he wants my intake? Get the fuck out of here. Alright, I'm gonna risk... I just want to see what he has. Oh. No thanks. The one guy that wants to trade and he has ass Pokemon. Figures. Would you go? Chocolate and shit are the same. They are. They are. They're all brown and nice when they're fresh. Well, nice. They're both brown when they're fresh, and they go a 40 shade of white when they get old and get crumbly. Same thing. This guy is built like a fucking tank. Ah! And brown and nice is not a census. Ah! Should be for, I mean, for Jockey it is. You're saying Jockey is not brown and nice? Nice. I didn't mean to say it in that way. Look at ah! Look at you, mate. Semantics. You know what I was trying to say. You're just trying to twist my words around. Make me sound like a degenerate when I'm not. Disgust me. How I feel about you. Alright, I need healing, and then I'm gonna go out on the deck, and I'm probably gonna run into a Kyogre again, because it always seems to be my fate, and then he won't trade a Kyogre to me. He'd be a dickhead about it. I'm not! See the shit you send in DMs? What? Like what? What did I send in DMs? That's a mighty accusation you are placing upon me there, killers. Wow. Oh, Pepsi? No, that's a win. All right. You've seen a lot of... sent a lot of draw tests. What? I ain't nowhere near it. No. It doesn't count when it's your own titties, killers. They literally belong to you. What do you... Don't you try to pass that off. Evidence of your own body. I wasn't reading again. The last ones were yours if I was showing Yetis! Yetis were definitely not where you're supposed to be looking. Where were you looking? Ripping my balls off. Balls! A perfect lineup. It's getting smart. Fuck this. Yes! go, thanks. You guys are combining your power for the wrong things. Mind you. Green ball. The captain's key. Red ball. Paralyze heal. Got a bed, Scrumble. Found my phone. Now I look and go to bed. Good night. Have a good sleep. Hope you sleep well. Didn't actually wink at you, I promise. Don't need to be scared. You don't need to be scared. My eyeball is itchy, though. What, lobster? What's your problem? The fuck do you want from me? You're promoting falls awareness here, apparently. Oh, I've been informed. I'm not the one doing it, but I've been informed of it. Did I already fight this old man? Yes, I did. Last room. Shouldn't have looked in there. Hello, child. Lorb's like, I'm down for bottles. Always has been. Alright, here we go. Time to square up with the rival. Jato-san! Boop, 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 boop. That's, I mean, that's definitely a thing. That's, yep. Ow. Assault propulsion was useless. Wasted? Wasted. I don't know what happened with my words there. Polly-lee. Polly-lee. Polly-wag. What? Whatever. Either way, I need to swap out. Scared! Help! Oh, him only. Okay. Ow, ow, ow. Get him again. Get him, scared. Fish fucker! A Pokemon of sorts. Oh, that was playing. Was it called King of the Tower or King of the Hill or something? I gotta play that again. Yarra Turtle! Double water, you're about to die so bad. Look at him. Every time I see him, he's got a new face. Ow! You bastard! I need him. I'll keep using Thrash. Good. My ass hurts in my back. Was it all the ball? Oh my. What have you been doing, Calamus? Get behavioral! Look at the vibe the bang. Hey man, you said it, not us. Anyway, good night. Sleep well. Very determined type of power. No. No. Yes. Relucha. Your ass can't help. He cracked his back earlier and sharded on it. You fool. Erupt. I'm erupting. And Hosscat's erupting. I ain't cleaning that. Fine, don't shit myself. Yourself. Yourself? Hey, oh, you can't shit me. What the fuck? I ain't into that. You rub your back, make you feel better, old man. Thank you. Teach me to cut. Yes, very emo of you, very dark, very mysterious. Yes. Oh. No, I don't want to wear the hat. I'm a maid. Have you ever seen a maid captain before? No. What? Nothing? Need healing. I didn't mean the brown and nice, alright? I was gonna say the brown and shiny, and then I was like, brown and nice
and shiny, and then I went brown and nice, and then fucked everything up. It's not my fault. Not my fault. No. But speaking about brown and shiny, a little bit fresh. Be right back. Would be right back. Enjoy the 3-minute ad break.
Right?
Let's see.
What are you doing? What is that?
Shit yourself! Shit yourself!
you what, fighting the pipe, let's try again. Old piping and housing is a pain in the ass because I have to fight the toilet flush for supremacy over the water flow in order to wash my fucking hands. So all the water flow is going to the toilet, and then I turn on the tap, and I turn it on some more, and I turn on some more, and I get a little bit of water. A little bit of water, because I gotta fight for supremacy over the fucking water flow between the toilet. Like, come on, let me wash my hands! I don't know what that means. I suited. Good night. Good of it! How do I get Pokemon badge? I want Totodile. I'm pretty certain you can only get them during a limited time if you were gifting subs shortly after was it CA launched, and I think that time period may be up. Ruh-roh. You may have missed your openings there. What am I doing? Trying to get cut so I can go back to the other place. And fish? Maybe I fish too, for reasons. Maybe I fish. I fish? And no fish. Fuck, that gave me a I'm surprised you didn't see it! Wait, I've got cut. I just need to teach cut. Bug. Alright. The Voltor's become my HM slave. He's kind of useless for anything else right now. I will admit. But I don't need Rock Smash anymore, so I suppose I can delete that for cut, at the very least. Roll in your undies and smack you on your ass! Yeah, that's them earwigs. Them fucking earwigs. You ever had your ass cheek pinched by an earwig? You don't know nothing. Get a surprise earwig in your undies. Turn it on back. Yeah, it's gone forever. None for you. Hee hee. Flame burst. Got him. Alright. Now. Oh, fuck. I didn't mean to go there. That way. Go back. Go back! Okay. I wish to drop off some things. Yes. Some fossils. Yes. Words are really hard, Chad. Yeah, it's gone forever. Not for me. I thought having to end the other two. Got them all. Alright, yeah. Take one. Oh. Oh wait, I gotta do the Amber quest first, do I? No, that's alright, I gotta I'm stupid. Wait, what are you trying to teach me? Oh, metronome. I'm stupid! I can't do that until after the gym! Blind like a thief. I do have this kid's revive though, that I did sell it. And I'll give it back to him now though. Oh, maybe I already gave it to him. Do I have a full... No, I do not. And I also... Do I have your mushrooms? I do not. Alright, whatever. Whatever, boy. I didn't want to be in this dropkick town anyway. Earwigs don't pinch your ass, or else it'd be called ass wigs. Well, apparently they're ass wigs too, okay? I don't know about you, but I've never had an earwig in me fucking ear. I don't even know why they're called earwigs, to be perfectly honest, but... Why are they called earwigs? Nobody knows! Lag. Alright, to the gym! Oh, wait. Hello, ma'am? Oh, that's right, she gives you the sunstone. Thank you, madame. So this old man, this old coot wants to yap. Yada, 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 yada. Yada, yada, yada. Now, thank you for the bike voucher. Yes, appreciate it. Alright. I have several hanging off my lobes right now. I've had it. Do I need to know something? Alright, I do so wonder what fucking Pokemon I'm going to encounter, considering that randomizer is not doing what it's supposed to do. I might have PG-13 on my chest right now, but I need to say there is a fetish that is bugs crawling on genitals. I did not want to learn about that, but I can blame that one friend I had that had schizophrenia. Blame him. That I had to be educated, and now I had to educate you. You're welcome. I hold no responsibility. Anyway, Scared Gamer, come on out! Why do you know that? Did you not listen to what I just said? Go! Randomizer broken, gotta restart! I hate Mimi Butt, I hate Mimi Butt. Leave Mimi Butt alone! He did nothing to you. You have something to tell us, Stealthy? I had a schizophrenic friend that had spent way too much time in Kuma circles, alright? That's all I can say.
Magical, mystical rainbow leaf, go! Get him, Scared Gamer! This is taking forever. But that's okay. They are earwigs because of superstitions of them crawling into your ears to laying eggs. Because of their wing shape. Oh, they can fly? What?
Oh my god, they have wings.
Yippee!
This is not Yippee. This is not Yippee. This is like the day I learned that cockroaches could fly by one flying at my fucking face. Trauma.
I want to go home, Mum. I don't feel safe here.
They don't fly. Oh, thank fuck for that.
No, they can fly! What?
You lie to me. They do fly.
You fucking liar!
They just don't fly very well, but it's flight is bad enough, alright? If they can take to the air, they can get me anywhere. That is a shopping center. Hello. What the fuck? I mean, a Pokemon center. Same difference. Not Neowig, by the way. Uh-huh. Sounds like you're spreading misinformation so you can jump scare people better. Can you stop eating your fucking eggs? God damn! I'm so glad my neighbors are deaf. Wait, when did Hoss die? Well, we've got a second pure Hoss cat, so it doesn't matter. Don't worry about it. What matters is we have a replacement, for fuck's sake, Blizzard. Alright, that's it. Pure Hoss cat the second, come here! Fuck their shit up. Get him. Shit the rainbow. Fuck! Would you run out of PP already? No, you just got rid of your now you're burnt. Suck a dick. Come on! Get it! This is a war of attrition. Yeah! Oh, I've run out of PP. Hang on. I ran out of PP first. No! Your PP is too short. Run out, right? Baton pass? No. How many fucking stop?
Wow, you surprised me. You annoyed me. No, need to go heal. I gotta come back in. Ugh, gross. Who said me in the PC box all together with Turnip? Oh no, not the short PB. Hey, it's not the length, it's what you do with it. Also the girth. Just saying. Why am I not dead yet? Because you're in the box. Hello. Yeah. What the fuck is that? I think that's gonna kill Nag's Pass, that's what it is. I got a sneeze. It's right in my right nostril, and as soon as I said something about it, it disappeared. Ow. Ow! Fuck me! Damn it, Tucker! Is that really necessary? I love that it's gonna be a lucky dip on who the hell I take to the final battle. It's like, I don't know. Anyone, I guess. Just pray for the best. Not like I can pre-plan or anything. Alright, let's go Murder Colas. I always find it funny that Prime's always in bed when I go to Murder Colas. He's never here, man. He's never here. Nothing, nothing. Get your fat ass. Nothing. 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 What the fuck? It's gonna be the very last one I go to check. What's the bet? Bruh. I know that. Literally the last one I looked at. That is bullshit. You watch me get the wrong guess. Oh, I got it! Yeah! I can't believe it was the very last. Alright, who the 9 hells am I going to have in the front lines? I need 3. Boy. This is how wars were fought in this world. Just switches below the trash. Aye. Blah, 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 blah. Stop lying about being in the war and using electric Pokemon. We know you didn't use electric Pokemon because you're not using it now. Alright, so you are Dragon Ground. You are Fire Electric. Yeah. Not a very good moveset though, I'll be honest. Gamer's moveset's not the best either. Alright, I'll use something. He did use electric Pokemon, they all died and he had to find new ones. Just completely random new ones. Well, her, she, sorry, misgendered. Aw, why does he look so polite? Why are you so polite, man? What the fuck? Oh! Fuck! Alright. Jesus. Damn, he's got a lot of HP too, because that was a 40. Damn! Go to A HP. Owie. Normal. Flying. Slack ass. Owie. No! Cheat! Alright, my attack went up. Fucking dude! Gotta get it dead before it gets me dead. Alright. Earth power. Ooh. Yes, please.
Rid of agility, because fuck that. Charwag, Charizard, or Charmander, or Charmeleon, one of the Chars, and Poliwag? Maybe? I'm thinking Hoscat for the electric. You say flat ass? No. I don't think so. I don't think I did. You need that berry. Oh god. Eating up my speed is gonna ruin my electro ball. Fuck you. Clang. Urine, maybe? Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy. Yeah, rip. It's nice knowing you. Get rainbow shotted on. Woo! I don't know, I don't think I've ever struggled fighting Colas, luckily enough. Colas always end up, like, dead without taking any lives in the process. Alright, we get some more Wonder tickets. Let's go! Premium Wonder tickets. I don't know what the difference between premium and normal Wonder tickets are, but I'll yoink it. We're gonna do some trading. Kill so many Pokemon cards. Bad luck. Hello, yep, thank you. Yep. The fossils, yep. Thanks for teleport. See you, bye. Alright, who are we trading? Let's take a look. Let's take a look. Who's the worst of the worst up in here? La 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 la. La 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 la. Put his little goofy shit on his head. Looks so cool. Creepy, but cool. Jackal, Killers, and Dying Desu are going absolutely fucking nowhere. This row, on the other hand, you might need some swapping around. Rainbow sharded. I have a taste for Goofy. Goofy? Trade me, trade Dragon! No, I like Dragon. I think premium are the new sprite fusions, while regular tickets are just random fusions. Okay, new sprite fusions, as in, thank you, Chester. The explanation. I think I'm gonna do Omega because I fucking hate all the Graveler evolutions in general. They all kind of suck ass, in my honest opinion. Alright, let's trade him out first. Let's see what happens. Whee! Alright. But you know what? I want to trade. Hang on. Yeah. More. I can purchase more? Okay. That feels like cheating, but I get rid of Omega. He sucks. Alright, give me something good! Ali. We got Ali. Fuck! So much for something good. God damn it! And she turns her back on you too. She's like, and up, yep, that's all you get. Can I just send it straight back in? Can I just send it straight back into the void again, please? Ah! I am doomed to all his bad. I mean, it's just a bit of bad luck, I guess. Bye-bye again. Please, sends in Heisenberg. I mean, Elisa's got the Trico. She turned her back on me again. She really hates me, that lady. It could be worse. It could be. It could be worse. You have other skins, please? Please. No, it's not. Well, oops, wrong thing.
A little bit better than what you could have been, I argue. You still get to live in the box, though. Sorry, bud. Sorry, bud. You're still a boxer. Now, who am I putting in the lineup next? I still want to keep a fairy on hand, even though this fairy sucks. Where are your fairy type moves, huh? Like a big goddamn fairy.
I've never had any luck with those stupid trades. Give me something cool.
I feel like some fishing, chat.
Actually, no, I don't. Never wanted to fish. It's all a lie. Ashka, how you doing? And Lufisk. I've never had a hope or a dream that it would ever be anything else. Gonna give my Pokemon protein soon. We must protein it up soon, chap. Soon. Nogs. It's Nogs. It's been very proteined. He has been. But that's what he looks like after he's had a few too many like spicy treats.
What spice? He's too white boy for that spice.
All right.
Now, I give you one dead Pokemon. You give me one alive Pokemon, please. Thank you. All right, now let's go talk to the other lady because she wants me to go kill some Beedrill for her. Oh, hello, sir. That's right. I can battle you too, can't I? All right, Negs. Get him. Get him. Get him. Get him. Get him, Negs. Was like a good trade, yeah. That's actually kind of cool. I like it. It's like a little sword rumba. I don't mind it at all.
Oh, finally made it here! Congratulations, Jackal! If I have no doubts, if Run 15 dies, I'll probably pivot to making some Chatos for a while to like de-stress myself. Sorry. I was thinking. Doesn't happen very often. Anyway, Ampharet. Let's stay like this. Oh my god, is adorable. Ow. Why does it look like it's got a little dollop of blood coming out of its ass? Anyway. Oh, wait, 3 years if. No. If. Alright, thanks for the bricks, buddy. I just battled someone for me to give them their fossilized crap. What the fuck? Alright, Miss Ma'am. You want me to go kill some Beedrill? Let's go. Yep, need you over there. Follow the queen. Hello, the queen. She know their way. First, we heal. Love it. The boy. You like that boy? I got lucky and got like an Entei cross, but I had to sacrifice a Leafeon cross Ampharos thing. I was so upset, man. I mean, a Leafeon cross Flaffy. I was so upset. But it's alright. Pure Hoscat got reincarnated. So it's fine. Oh, wait, I can get this egg now. Scolipede! Give egg! More mushrooms too. I forgot you existed. Hey, we got another tiny. I need a singular big mushroom now, I think. Ah, I'm stuck on my keyboard. There we go. Oh, bam, bam.
Would be nice if I could catch that, wouldn't it? Ah, okay, I didn't fight that guy yet. I think he's gonna have some regrets. Just a hunch. Oh, sorry, kid. Oh, wasn't paying attention. Oh, what the? What the fuck? Take it back. And no one want to see that. God damn. All right, let's get through here. Hello, ma'am. What's that? Feel the bee thrill. Oh, I thought... Okay, whatever. Bulldoze kills everyone. Earth power kills one, but I don't think it does much damage, but I'll try it anyway. So does Nag's blow is actually... Yes. It is literally in the Pokedex. He snorts. I think it was he snorts minerals and then he fucking blows it back out his nose. It's fine. Minerals, chat. Minerals is what he's snorting. Probably gamer subs. Suppose I'll get rid of Ember. I don't really use it. Yeah, I didn't think that would do much. Whatever. Scramble's just here for the moral support. Should have swapped Pokemon around, but whatever. I think it's about ready for Scramble to forget Dragon Rage, I think. Almost time for him to forget the spaghetti. Can't see my screen very well right now because one, it's dark on the screen, and two, I have direct sunlight on the screen. I am blind. I can't see shit. It's starting to glare in my face as well. But I want to shut the curtain. I like sunlight. I've never gotten far enough to be able to like resurrect this old Amber. Fuck's sake, they make me go around every time. Everyone else can put it straight in my box. Why can't you, lady? God damn it. Not that box. Alright. Alright, let's pull Balto out. Oh, that's right. I got that egg. Wallopede egg. Alright, give it! Huh? A fucking love disc. A fucking... love disc! At least I finally got my water fighter type for that lady at that hotel thing. Fucking alright. Why did it have to be a love disc though? Did it really have to be a love disc? Why is it always a love disc? Who the fuck amongst the Infinite Fusion Spriters is just obsessed with love disc? Because it's a shit Pokemon, it has no fans! Ah! Exclamation mark ticket. You can get your second Pokemon as well. So if you've already got half, like a half body that you want to merge with whatever the fuck here, go ahead. Feel free. Like, cry in despair. The only chance I'm getting a fighter type is the Love Manda. You want to be a Love Manda? I can teach you how to be a Love Manda. I see all the love letters I've been pulling out of the ocean. I know what I'm doing. Valentine's Day Sprite event? God damn it. Damn, those people could have picked a cooler Pokemon.
be like a God of War, seeing as, you know, they have the whole, like, if my Pokemon trainer is in despair, I will, like, create a black hole and destroy the whole world sort of thing. I feel like that works too. Everyone loves a yandere. If I can't unfuse the first one, I'll pass to someone else. Alright, closing. Nami!
Nummy.
Still remember killing your monkey form. Oh, those were the days. I'll use old amber. Claw fossil. There we go. We've got one more mon. All right, what do you look like? Aw, little cutie. It's just a little cutie. Oh, you gotta blow bubbles too. All right, Tommy, do you want to blow bubbles? You got a bit of a snout on the blowy bubble one, but I don't want to. What do you want?
The one with the little flower.
I knew it. Good days when we still had hope. Hey, come on, man. Still hope. I'm not to bed. Mila, hang in there.
The bubble blower. Let's go.
Got constrict and withdraw. Slightly disturbing moveset. I will be honest with you. Look at me. I finally got a water type in the collection. You're my first water type of the batch. Hey! It's so disturbing. Who's got the EXP share? You do!
La 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 la.
Oh, no. Alright. I think they said 300 steps, right? Or is it a certain time they wanted me to come back? Hang on. Helps if I actually read and don't just look at number and go, okay! Oh, it's already done. Okay, hang on. Hold up! She's ready to go! Alright, Sonic, you get clicked out for now. So I can see what the hell this has got me. What else have we got?
What? You just did what?
Fine, I'll fucking sleep on the floor. They lied to me. They said just like, oh, it's ready. Actually, nah, mate. I was just kidding. It's just a joke. Fuck you, buddy. I don't have the stupid swag yet either. The sleeping bag, whatever it's called. I get the sleeping bag from the quest guy. Maybe I do. Let's go find out. Hello. A lantern. That's not... Okay. Wah! It was the fire water lady. I think she was back. Yeah, she's at the other place. Thank you. I did the bomb mushroom. Thank you. Beep, beep, beep. Oh, linking cords. 5 more people to get another item. I lost 1 in 3 and a 1 in 2 by odds. You just have to go up against someone like Durr, who always loses as well, to have a better shot, you know? Alright, it's almost 3 a.m. Come on, 3 a.m. Give me a 3 a.m. Ready? Wait, it's not. I was gaslit. Alright, surely it's ready. And is that an oddish? What the fuck is that? Do I even bother? Do I even bother doing a draw? I don't want to be an oddish fucking whatever the hell the other one's called. Vault
Oh, Voltorb. I forget his name. I know, at 3 a.m. I know it. You got it or not? Are you sure you want this formula? Want it? I'm gonna name it Ball. It is a ball. Let's look at the ball. Ball. Wait, hang on. No. He needs all lowercase. He's definitely an all lowercase ball. Oh, does he have other sprites? Yeah. I don't know which one I prefer, guys. Open mouth or closed mouth. Balls, awareness. You junk. Are we sit or we stand? Do we stand with the ball or do we sit with the ball? I want to be a bit more useful. Oh, the choices. Sit, stand, sit, stand, sit, stand, sit, stand. He's getting his steps in. Oversized grape. Those eyes have no thoughts. None. I like the stand one, so do I. Use the stand. You don't want to sit on your balls. It's a big part of balls awareness. You're trying to excuse a man spreading in my chat. What the fuck? Unbelievable behavior. Look at these cool sprites. And it's just egg. Just egg. Alright. Alright. Sorry, chat. Excuse me. Alrighty. Yeah. Anyone learn teleport? Teleport is so fucking hard to teach in this game, I swear. Half the time, someone you'd expect to learn teleport won't fucking learn it. Ay. I expect you to learn a better move soon, so I'm just gonna delete quick attack. Alright. Yeah. Teleport. I can teleport directly to Mount Moon? How the fuck does... Oh, it'd be the Pokemon Center outside of it. Right. Now, I want to go... there. Balls, no scratch! He has no hands! How does he no scratch? He's got no hands! Hello. Have a look at Nami. Have a look at that beautiful... Thanks for donating your clothes, I suppose. Alright. Yeah, I go to the lady that wanted to see the fire water type. Oh, and you wanted the bomb mushroom. Oh, 15 grand for a mushroom! Fuck yeah! I'll do that again. Alright, you... there we go. Again. All that for a rare candy. Oh well, at least I got an extra quest fill. 3 more! And harden for some... The balls? The balls do. Hey, oh, wait. I haven't got my flute yet. Flute! Anka. Flute. Wait, does that mean can I use the blue flute on this, or do I have to get the special... Ah, fuck, I haven't fought these guys yet. Well, I have to get the special poker flute. Aww! His little hands, he's very clearly blind. Poor little dude. Nags, that's not a good match for you, Nags. Please don't. Please swap out. Hi, Flint, little old man. No hair. Try fishing again. It worked so well the last how many times? What, Dad? Why do I... What the fuck? Preview Bastard Boy, apparently. What the fuck was that? Why do I feel like you guys are setting me up for failure? That
Still checks out. Up 7. Eee, we got Ember. No, we're not gonna learn agility. Go, Dommy, go, Dommy. Go, Dommy, go, Dommy, go, Dommy, go, Dommy. Go, Dommy, go, Dommy, go, Dommy, go, Dommy. Go, Dommy, go, Dommy. Ooh, I'm dizzy swinging my head around like that. The blasty boys have their fun and then leave. Why does that make me sound so old saying like that? The blasty boys. Them young whippersnappers. Hello. Oh, I don't have a Venonat. Thank you. I hydrate. Yes, yes. Fuck, I was trying to sip out of the part of my bottle that doesn't have a funnel. I've right embarrassed myself. And I wake Snorlax up with the flute I currently have. La 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 la. La 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 la. I don't think it is gonna work, but I'm gonna try. Yes. Nope. All right. Fuck you. Why give me a blue flute here if I can't use it to wake the Snorlax up? Buh. Ah, sorry, old man. Shit, Dax is still in front. Damn it. Oh, bunny. You okay? You've seen some shit. Power jam! Edge. Escapes you. Hello. How about a flame burst for you? Good stuff. Ow. Hit the poker flute, but I got a flute that's supposed to wake Pokemon up. Lucky chant, what'd that do? No. Oh, lag. Okay. We're okay. Have you ever fished before, chat? Oh, did I just steal that man's pearl? Because I was fishing from the same spot. My bad. Sorry, buddy. Mighty quote God. Give us a quote to represent Mars. You can make toe beer. I mean, I'm Australian and they do shoeies, so maybe that's the toe beer. I don't know for sure though, but right, I gotta get the rest of your items. Right. Ah. I gotta go there. Ooh, yo. This guy. Please, don't worry about it. Dead. Bondily. Oh, he's a houseplant. Look at him. Happy as Larry. Except for when he looks at me tearfully. Damn, that took a lot of my attack off. Fuck. Oh, he's actually crying. What? It was a man-made fishing pond on my way home from work. A man-made fishing pond. Do they have to restock it regularly? How does that work? All right. Where's the next place? Alright, maybe get some flowers from here too while I'm here. Oh, wait. Fuck! Okay, Alright, who's getting cut? Dummy, you're getting cut. No withdrawal for you. Alright. Gonna cut down this man's trees. Or I forget, because I will forget. Trash! Nothing in the trash. I will gut the trees. I just realized when I say cut, it sounds like gut. I will gut the trees. Cut, gut, same difference. Kinda wish I could automate this. There was a man-made I read that one. It was a good way to unwind after work. Yeah, they stock it a couple times a year. Am I the only one that feels that's weird? Never caught the grass carp though. Someone else probably already caught them before you. Ahead of you, I mean. Or they lied about it being in there. Like, oh yeah, there's definitely this particular fish in there. Definitely, you should go fish there. Yeah. Do they pre-fish the fish to let the other fish fish for fish? Right? Like, what? I love the tree growing on the roof. Love me a roof tree. You get to eat the fish? Is edible fish? To put fish back in pond? I'm confused. Lemonade! Thank you. Thank you for the shares. That's what I was looking for.
Oh, it's a puppy belly.
Now the question is that everything I needed? I think it was. I can talk to this dude now. Get the fuck. Get. Oh shit, did I pick up the flower? I don't think I did. Oh well. I don't have surf yet, so I can't get that. How long has it been since I've gotten far enough in the game to pick up surf? Bruh. Thanks for the helmet, bud. Alright, I always forget the next step. Next step is upstairs. Alright. To the north! Fuck. There we go. Got surf? No, I do not have surf. This is always end up dying around this point. This and like the next gym. These are the places that try to take my life. Give me free bike. Thank you. Bike. I think you've been to the safari zone. No, I have not. Give me free... free stuff. Thank you. Alright, ma'am. And Nags go. There you go, Nags. You're up next. Let's go, Nags. Updates. New zone. No stuff. Just go by Berlin. Just fly. Just fly everywhere. Why stuff, right? Throw rocks. Power gem. Ow, that's fucking hard. Digma. Nags pass. Yes. Get him. Why is he looking so mad? Why are you mad? This is just a game. Digma? Digma sounds like a ligma, but I tried to make a shitty Digma joke, but it just didn't happen. I tried. It was a pitiful attempt, but it was an attempt. Dusklerk. Golurk. Dusklops. Easily forget. And again! Dommy is about to evolve. Now you can forget cut. Alrighty. What is he gonna look like? Please be a custom sprite. Please be a custom sprite. Please be a custom sprite. Please. Oh, he is! It looks like he belongs in Land Before Time. It's Ducky. I'm going to assume we want this form. My assumption. Do you want to be Ducky? Or do you want to be older Ducky with water fire? Fire water? Dummy! Digma balls. Digma. Yeah, I don't know. Digma balls. I'm gonna make the assumption that he wants this one because that seems like what he would want. Even though he... Yes, please, older Ducky. Let's go. Ducky. I remember, what was it? Spike, Ducky, Petrie, Littlefoot, Sarah. The only one with a fucking normal name is literally Sarah. There's only one normal name there, and it's Sarah. I always thought that was weird. Sarah always mad. All right, we got 5. Why is it so awkwardly quiet, chat? Why is it feeling a little bit intimate? I'm a little bit too close to you guys right now. Don't know if I like it. Old for remembering Land Before Time. Yeah, Land Before Time. I liked I had a few of the movies, I think. I remember. Oh, me, I remember. And the tree stars. Watching them eat tree stars always made me so hungry. Oh my god, I just wanted to snack like crazy every time they'd eat a tree star. It's like, hell yeah, I'd eat tree stars. Oh my god, Jesus. Fucking kill it. Ow! Kill it before it kills Nags. That fried chicken? Knocked King. Well, either way, I have to swap out. I'm gonna assume that that's a Sea King, and I'm gonna put Pure Host Cat up because electric. 3 stars for... Oh, that's not what I thought it was. 3 stars for days. Ow. I don't even know what the 667 trend. It is literally just a random number that was randomly said on a random video and people have just latched onto it. That's literally it. That's all it is. Kid you not, I was walking outside and a random kid screamed a Skibbity Sigma. Don't act like fucking other generations didn't scream YOLO and shit. I still remember cringing about that even being within the generation. Like, buh. Please don't. Oh. You're so cringe. There's always brain rot words for every generation. Admit to it and be free. YOLO, brother! I want to die. There was always starting some type of shit. Spike, though, definitely got into the berries. Oh, munching on the wrong stuff. Dude couldn't even talk. And there was always a weird, like, relationship dynamic between Ducky and Petrie. I was like, oh, they're different species. Please stop this. Please, no. They're animals, please. Don't let the bird fuck the goddamn other dinosaur. Stop. No bird on reptile action. Stop it. Throw your goddamn rocks. Thank you. Ow. Nags. Sorry. Nags is confused, chat. He needs to have a little break. A little breaky break. What am I facing up against? I do have Sonic with me. I mean, we have this. Gracie knows now, so I'm sure the kids will be fine. Right, the kids got this. They got it in the bag. Through your poison point. I'm metal, bitch. So confused, right? Who we got next? Polly Sand. That sounds like a scared gamer job. Someone character of Nags can learn outrage, can he? Oh, he's got a little ducky! What's the peace sign? Is he? What? Okay. Excuse me. Oh, I'm asleep. God damn it, gamer! Wake up!
True gamers don't sleep.
Don't be a pussy.
Ooh, this is not a good matchup. Dragon Rage. And it's dead. No attraction. No. No dating. No dating. Ah. Ah. Oh. Why is it golden? Oh, it's Kakuna. Okay, that makes sense. Right, I got it. I got it. Big brain, big brain. Odd Flora. Cat, that sounds like a you job. It's a tennis ball! I know it's meant to be a turnip, but it's definitely a tennis ball. Ominous Blazy, look, it's you! Turnip, it's you! I can't date. Why? No dating in the workplace. Ends up messy.
You died, Turnip. I just wanted you to see me burn you alive. Safe space. Yeah.
Anyway, let's go heal the actual team. Yay! Alright, we're about to get a new Pokemon. You could put your Nag's Spider Crab in for some Pokemon sprites?
Oh my god, you want me to put Nagstopus in as a sprite?
Hell no! Alright, where do I go? I can't yawning! Don't look at me, thank you. Max Potion!
This is the area I caught that Lugia Miltank that one time. That was an interesting scenario.
Alright. No, we're not learning Scary Face. Lichilia! No, we're not swapping out that. Hey, yo! Nice color combo. Power Gem. Very dead.
I don't think I've ever eaten turnip before. I'll be honest. I don't know if I have.
Rotate. Oh, yeah. All right, new zone. Let's get these. Oh, flame charge.
Wait, do I have balls? Hang on. I am stopped. Okay.
Who's gonna be front line? Time to drink, mods.
I think all my mods have died.
You're fucking dead, mate. Thinking Cat just so he can paralyze whoever. Hopefully. Listen, as long as I'm not dating any of the higher ups, it's fine. Oh, so you only date down. Oh, you just abuse of power. Oh, for fuck's sake. I mean, the lampent could be good. If I don't kill the damn thing by accident. Why did it have to be only level 11? Why is it so weak? Fuck, anything that I hit it with will kill it. Shit, alright, we'll try Spark. Never mind. Not custom, I don't think. It doesn't look custom. I'm pretty certain it's an auto-gen sprite. Now we get a higher level one. Fuck you, buddy. Balls awareness is paying off. You remembered to check your balls. Why does it look like it looks like an exploded rotted egg? I don't know if you guys have ever seen a rotted egg that's like exploded out its shell before, but it looks like that. That's what it looks like. The only power I have is to write. What do you mean? I have more power than that. What?
Oh, you definitely have more power. The power, right? You have the power of friendship. Something. Every time to score! That wasn't custom, just checked. I've been lied to. Wait. Okay, so you get Volpsal, so I can't even paralyze you. Ah! Okay. Flip! Bloop! Oh shit, it's 7 p.m. No wonder it's getting fucking dark. I need dinner. I had no lunch, it's dinner time. Okay. Put Scared Gamer up. Hang on a second. Grow, Shed Skin, Static, Sturdy, Swift Swim, Clear Body. Okay, no, I do not have the Pokemon I thought I had with me. Ah. Maybe... Sorry, I'm just like swapping oh shit. Pokemon in and out like crazy. Raining Kiss. Alright, there we go. Ow. Come on, Dommy. Do not crit hit. I will strangle you. Thank you. Ow! Get in the board! Mine. Another electric type, but it's mine. Lack of custom sprite doesn't count. Fight me. It didn't have a custom sprite, therefore it did. The lamp thing didn't count. Exclamation mark ticket to be dog young. Reminders that you can get second mons. Just turn the light on. It's getting dark in here. Can't see for shit. Ow. Oops, I didn't actually mean to add to part. No, I didn't want to. I didn't want to. Go to PC. It's gonna be dummy. The spine said so. Are we doing spine checks now? What the fuck? All right, let's find out. Wait, Dommy's not even in there. What do you mean it's gonna be Dommy? You trying to use reverse psychology, aren't you? Second ones. I still don't have first. There's several people that still don't have first. But it is the rules. After Gym 3, second ones are permitted. Bro. The reverse psychology worked. Welcome. Yeah, they're party. I said party, by the way, not potty. That was party. What could have been? Let's see. Probably more lamps, I dare guess. Oh no, another Tegian. You missed. Hostcat, where the fuck is your aim at? Dead. Anything else around here? I haven't encountered in a while. A shiny. Okay, we could have had worse. It could have been much worse. It could have been that fucking thing. Where me shinies at? Heart stamp. What'd that do? User unleashes a vicious blow after its cute act makes the foe less wary. It may also cause flinching. Alright. If you say so, I think we're gonna forget Emperor for that. For the occasion. Perfect size for your dumpy. Now still. Alright. I still gotta go down there. Get them on at the electrical place. What's this Krelly doing? Sorry. Zoning out. Zoning. I need food. I need food. Which means I need to end stream. We're almost fucking hell. We're almost at 9 hours. Goddamn. Goddamn. What am I doing? Okay. Okay. We're gonna end stream. I need to feed myself, chat. I'm starving over here. I'm wasting away. It'll blow away in the next gust of wind if I don't stop. All right, why is SSB blind right now? Who blinded SSB? Why is she blind? She has the slack jaw and everything. She is like 130% blind. Okay. Let's go raid the blinded SSB. Slack jaw and all. Raid. Get your raid message. Rolling raid for subscribers for you filthy non-subscribers. You get the creepy smiling frog. And I request food delivery stat. The stream must go on impromptu 12-hour stream. I think not. I am streaming tomorrow though. I'm actually streaming 2 days this week. It is a rare occasion for me to stream more than once a week recently. So if you do want more stealthy mouse bullshit in, there's a stream tomorrow. It's starting the same time. Probably won't go this fucking long though. God damn. It will start at the same time though. We're doing some peak with Cinder, with Killers, and with Cannabis Prime, who's hopefully not gonna be high as a fucking kite tomorrow. I don't know how well that'll work. I don't know how drugged up he's gonna be on painkillers, I'll be honest. We're gonna pray. Next time, H2O, next time, better luck. Oh my god, my computer is lagging. What the fuck? Lag! Okay, guys, God, I hope the raid works properly. Everything's lagging. I see you suckers tomorrow! Bye! This is an ending screen. Oh god, lag.